All right, we're back. This is on Twitch, part 6 mission coverage, and then on YouTube we have should be part 24. I think that's what I just wrote. 23. All right, that's good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, Weather Guy, 72-month resub. What's going on, everybody? So this should be the last VODs, the end VODs for the Artemis 2 mission.
Discovery, go at
Current
throttle
mission
up.
elapsed time is 8 days, 16 hours, 43 minutes, 47 seconds. We're moving into flight day 10 right now. Crew wake up should be here coming in soon. And right now the crew is targeting a 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time splashdown, with re-entry activities beginning around 7 o'clock. Entry and entry activities. All right. Angie, 55-month resub. Thank you very much. So yeah, we got Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen screaming back towards Earth at 5,300 miles an hour, 62,528 miles from Earth, or 8,561 kilometers an hour, 100,000 kilometers away. They're only going to pick up speed until they hit entry interface. We're looking at an entry interface speed of about 24,000 miles an hour, give or take, or about 40,000 kilometers an hour. The whole shebang should take about 13 minutes. And in that 13 minutes, they're going to go from entry interface speeds, all the way down to about 20 mile an hour soft splashdown with parachutes deployed, or about a 32 kilometer an hour soft splashdown. From there, crews from the Navy ship, the John P. Murtha LPD-26, will be dispatched and head out there to safe the capsule with rigid inflatable ships, and will extract the crew, and the crew will be helicoptered out on SH-60s back to the Murtha. Crew will actually, when they egress, they'll egress into a raft that's out the front of Orion called the front porch, and then they will be extracted by helicopter from there. What does the CL mean on entry CL? Hold up. Schedule. My brain's getting fried. I'm not 100% sure on that one. The way that we're describing it, Big Pooh, is that the front porch was a raft that they're going to be in. Configure for landing? Yeah, maybe. Coast and land. Entry, coast and land. Yeah, probably. That's entry. Yeah. See, look, whatever it is, the actual entry part is on one side of it. So EDL, right? Entry, descent, and landing is right there. So this has something, it's something to do with reentry, but I'm not 100% sure. What do the gray parts mean on the timeline? Caleb, gray parts are off the clock. That is pre-sleep and post-sleep. NASA had a thing a long time ago with overworking astronauts when they're on orbit. So they purposely build leeway into the schedule, and the astronauts have personal time. That's basically what that means. That's the gray part. They
Discovery,
have
go at throttle up.
time where they're off the clock. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do a test. You don't need to do whatever. You got to think about it, dude. You're in a tin can. That's about 9 cubic meters of space. That's not a lot. It's a lot for a ship that's going out to the moon, but that's not a lot. Give them their space, right? If it was me, I'd just be looking out the window. It's okay, are we done? Cool, window. I'm sure that's what's going on. Reed definitely, on flight day 8, he was like, "Hey guys, can you move the solar panel? Can you turn the solar panel lights off? I'm looking out the window. I want to take a picture." And they're like, "Yeah, sure." So, entry checklist? Yeah, maybe. That's probably what it is. Do they jettison the service module just before re-entry? Yes, they do. Now, it's not a trunk. Pixel, it's not Dragon, right? Orion has a service module. Very different. Actually, I like using eyes. Eyes is better. The service module has a lot more powerful thrusters on it than the trunk. The trunk doesn't have any thrusters. So from about here, this whole ring right here is going to get jettisoned. And inside of that is the heat shield. The heat shield gets held in that way. The crew module, this part, is the only part that comes back. See? That's the part of the spaceship that comes back down. And that's what the crew gets extracted out of. RIP GoPros. Yep. RIP GoPros. So yeah, unfortunately, the camera and the solar panel and the service module that you see here they are going to be short-lived. They have about 7 hours. Actually, a little bit more. Where are the physical connections from the ESM to the crew cabin located? They're on the heat shield. There are 4 plugs on the heat shield that they, I gotta find the thing here. Where are you? Yeah, see? There are 4 mechanical connections. So that's where that's where the module physically connects. Right there, those 4 plugs. That's where the service module is bolted in. That's an explosive bolt housing that goes into the heat shield. Don't worry, it's made it through re-entry just fine. That's not actually the part that I'm like, gives me the heebie-jeebies. But, yeah, and then Orion has the electrical and any other type of connection right here. See this little gap piece? This is a bunch of wires and pipes and stuff that go around the heat shield. Because you don't want holes in the heat shield. That's ill-advised. That's what this little nubbin is for. See the little nubbin? Every capsule has stuff like that, dude. Actually, if you want to look, every capsule that has a heat shield... where are you? Yeah, here we go. On Dragon, they call it the claw. See? It's actually retractable on Dragon. It unplugs and then they separate the trunk. See? But yeah, they all have that. Dagron. I forget which dragon that is. Either way. When do the solar panels separate? The solar panels will separate as one attached piece with the service module. That's going to happen right here. 109 mission elapsed time, right there. In the EDL phase. And EDL is entry, descent, and landing. And then from there, the capsule will do a small avoidance maneuver. Hey, Alex gifted 10 memberships. Six String, what's up? Is the plan for Artemis 4 to travel to and from the moon in Orion? And use HLS strictly for landing? I don't know. The con ops are not... Yeah, the concept of operations aren't really fleshed out yet for that. In an ideal world, would you like to keep the service module and solar panels? No. No, not really. This isn't Dragon, dudes. It's not Falcon 9. This is, it's a different type of thing. Like, do we want more expendable, or do we want expendable stuff? Yeah, not really. But if Orion, like, okay, say I have my way, right? An SLS flies 4 times a year. Right? Like, say I was in charge. I was John NASA, right? And I was in charge of everything. You're going to reuse something? You're going to fly 4 times a year? Just make another one. It's not a big deal. Honestly, I'll take it. For, low flight rate favors expendability, guys. Like, that's... People might not like hearing that, but that's the truth. It'd be nice to get it back, but you're not going to get parachutes that are strong enough to hold that thing. That's the real kicker. That's why you can't...
This is Mission Control,
That's why you
Houston.
can't jettison. It's too heavy.
Here in the Artemis Flight Control Room,
Parachutes
we
won't
are
be able to
just
hold it.
a few minutes away from waking the crew up. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. The countdown clocks here in Mission Control ticking backward toward the splashdown and the return home of these 4 crew members just 8 hours and 38 minutes from now. We're preparing to wake the crew up in about 6 minutes for their final hours on the Orion spacecraft they have named Integrity. You will be hearing a lot more about Integrity. We'll be identifying the key voices you will be hearing, and we're going to run down all of the specifics of timeline, heat shield, comparisons between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 as the morning moves into the afternoon hours. So stay tuned. We are preparing to wake the crew up in about 6 minutes with our final wake-up call of the mission. This is Mission Control, Houston.
There's no... Thank you for all the coverage. Alex, my pleasure. Yeah, guys, there's no parachute rigging in the world that would be able to hold up 25 tons. You'd have to go quite actually reinventing parachutes. And parachutes are already complicated enough. That's why they don't do it. It's not really worth it if you're only flying once, twice, 4 times a year. Now, if it's like Dragon and
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's like Dragon and, SpaceX, I guess, envision that flying a lot more. But if it's like that, then you'd want, to bring your service module back. Dragon has an integrated service module and an integrated launch escape system. It's not that it's impossible. It's that just, for the low flight rate, it's not really worth it, I guess. Hey, Drez, what's going on? Drazine. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks, buddy. Whenever he says integrity, I hear just integrity. That capsule's got a lot of integrity. That crew's got a lot of integrity, man. I'll tell you that. It's a shame that they aren't streaming now. I enjoyed the last 2 wake-ups. We're going to hear the wake-up in a second, Kira. Morning, how are you? Like the Apollo days, this is Mission Control, Houston. I know, it's so good hearing that. And it's so good hearing Rob say that again. It's so good hearing Mission Control and not ISS Control, like that's just sweet. Jeremy Hansen said he picked the wake-up song on the last day. He said that. And his first song was Queen. It was Under Pressure. Queen featuring David Bowie. What's the song? He didn't say. So rip VOD. I've been cutting it out of all the VODs, Mutter. So every one of them gets striked immediately when I stop the VOD. So it has to be Aussie. We'll see. Like I said, the wake up songs that I nice, Flavia, there you go. Yeah, Crazy Train would be appropriate. Canadian national anthem. Oh, Canada, we don't cheat at curling. That's the lyrics, right? Nah, you guys are all right. You guys take a joke. You're good. It's actually a good national anthem, to be honest. It's not the worst one I've heard. You can screw off, bud. Eh? No. I only rib on Canadians because I like them. Look, man, if you're from another country and I'm not giving your country crap, then we got a problem. You know what I'm saying? What's the worst anthem? Don't know. Oops, sorry there, bud. Oh, yeah, sorry about that one, man. The Italian national anthem is pretty good, yeah. Da 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 dun 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 da da dun ba bum 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 bum. Don't look up who wrote it though. Like I said, I'm not giving you crap. You got a problem. I would expect it right back as an American. If you're not insulting me, we're not friends. What are you gonna do with yourself after this? I don't know, man. Even though we're from U.S., do you still give U.S.ians crap? Oh, you better believe it, dude. Absolutely. All right, so we should be just getting into wake up here momentarily. Mission control. Well, I'm not mission control. EJ control is 8 days, 17 hours on the dot. We've entered flight day 10, the last day. Little fun fact for you: the English national anthem is the only one that changes lyrics. Interesting. Here we go.
Good morning, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. Zach and Zach Brown Band here, checking in from the USA. We hope that piece of our song, Free, helps start your day with the right kind of lift. We just want to say how proud we are of you. It takes courage, grit, and freedom to chase the unknown. It's the purest kind of American spirit. Millions back home are looking up and feeling more inspired because of you. Keep flying strong, keep flying safe. We can't wait to welcome you home. Come see us on the road.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. That was pretty cool. All right. Respect Zach Brown, man. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
This is Mission Control,
cool.
Houston. A pair of wake-up songs to mark the...
Start the day, Houston. Courage and grit. That'll stick with me, and it should stick with all of you all day long.
Amen, Reed. The McLaren guy has a band? Oh, yeah, mate.
We got it loud and clear, Integrity. Can't wait to see you run to the water. See you soon. Good morning.
All right, that's Capcom Tess Caswell there. Rick Henfling's on console for the EDL activities today.
And with that, Integrity's astronauts are awake for their final hours in space. The wake-up songs you just heard were played for the crew.
By the
and
crew.
The first was Run to the Water by Live. This was the Integrity crew's selection for their final wake-up song of the mission, followed by the song Free by the Zach Brown Band, and a personal message to the crew from Zach Brown himself. Reed Wiseman responded to that, and here in Mission Control, spacecraft communicator Tess Caswell responded in kind as she is preparing, along with the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers, to begin a shift handover to the entry team.
I love this stuff. I love it. I can't get enough of this. This is too cool, man. Am I the biggest country fan around? No, not really. But also,
this view from a solar array wing camera on Integrity, showing the Earth growing larger and larger in the field of view. Now just 8 hours and 27 minutes until splashdown.
Dude, you can see clouds. Check it out. You can see the clouds on the Terminator. Was that McLaren Zach Brown? No, that is a different Zach Brown. If you're a Formula One fan, that's not the same Zach Brown, okay? That is not the same person. It might be, though. Have we ever seen Zach Brown and Zach Brown in the same room? Hey, Six Rig Simpleton. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Zach did get a Jack Daniels sponsor. I didn't know Max Verstappen was a country fit. What? I might have misunderstood here, but didn't Jeremy say he had a song for after Splashdown? I might have misunderstood, man. It's been a long week and a half, dude. Smith, you're killing me. I don't know. We'll see how much fuel EJ has in the tanks in about 12 hours. Hi, I'm new. Hi, I'm EJ. How are you? What's going on, Lex? You know, I talk to everybody in here. Paul Harvey, member for 2 months. Go Artemis. Go Artemis.
Once again, shift handover is about to begin as the entry team of flight controllers, led by Flight Director Rick Henfling, will take over for the remainder of this flight.
Heat up the capsule, Ricky.
With the crew now having been awakened, they'll have an opportunity to get a morning meal, review their messages, send down any questions they have about their procedures, which were extensively reviewed yesterday, and complete the configuration of the crew cabin, stowing final items and preparing their flight data files and their personal computing devices with all of their entry procedures on those tablets. The next major event is going to be the RTC-3 burn. That's the return trajectory correction burn number 3. That is the final major maneuver of this mission.
Shell.
That is scheduled to be an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second and further fine-tune the angle of attack and the trajectory of Integrity to hit the sweet spot in the entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean for entry interface later today. The RTC-3 burn is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, just 3 hours and 10 minutes from now.
Michelle gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. You didn't need to do that. You eat your automobile, wait to
Integrity
Splashdown.
systems are in good shape, ready to support entry and splashdown.
I'm not going to be able to eat, Cherry. Not today. I'm not. This is a tough phase of the mission coming up here. This is a tough phase of the mission. I'll be over here just sipping coffee. Is this Rob Navias talking? Yes, this is NASA PAO Rob Navias, who has he's probably my favorite PAO out of all the public affairs officers that NASA has. You run out of jerky? Yep, jerky is exhausted. All I have is cough drops. That's okay. We don't have much longer. That was timed on purpose. Are you wearing a mag to ensure you didn't miss anything? No. No, I don't use mags, binary. I use contingency wood urinals.
Discovery, go at
They're
throttle.
outside, and it's very nice. They're all natural. They grow out of the ground. I go and find a tree behind my shop, and yeah. You know. Hey, ZX6. Oh, ZX. Did I see Commodore 64 there? Commodore 64 Atari ST. Nice name. Hell yeah. I got a VIC-20 in my basement, dude. You and Titan prefer CWUs. Yes. Don't make me DoorDash your snacks. I don't know. No, I don't need any snacks. I'm not going to eat during this. Look, re-entry is tough. This is a critical phase in the mission. This is no joke. I'm not going to be hungry until they're down onto the ground, so maybe we'll eat later.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Bree's probably cooking something. Hey, Smoked, what's going on? This mission felt like it's gone by so fast. The NSF broadcast is playing Kerbal Space soundtrack as they're making their way back to Earth. That was Dots' idea, Smoked. To be 100% honest with you, that was him, and that was a hilarious idea. He asked me the other day before we did the flame trench last week. He's like, "Hey, is Kerbal music public domain?" I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "All right." I'm like, "Yeah, man. Yeah, of course it is." So they're freaking playing this. It's too good, man. Brings back some memories, doesn't it, right? Dude, I'm hungry, man. Not hungry for food. I'm hungry for another lunar mission. We gotta go to that moon, and we gotta go stomp on it. We gotta go stomp on that sucker, dude. I'm hooked. Dude, you often hear about people saying Apollo inspired an entire generation, blah, blah. Dude, I get it. I totally get it. This is righteous. It's so good. Dude, they didn't even land. They didn't even land this time, and I'm still like, what are you doing next? Oh, hey, Reed, what are you up to? Hey, what are you up to? Oh, you push that button? What does that button do? Oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, what are you eating? What are you eating? Is that water? Is that what are you doing, man? I don't know what it is, man. Dude, I watched shuttle missions, but this ain't no shuttle mission. It's carrying the magic of a shuttle mission, but this is a whole nother thing. I've never encountered this before. I love it. I can't get enough of it. We should do it more. right? Like, we should do it more. I don't know if you guys could tell that the coffee is kicking in. I want more. I want more. You can call me greedy. People could say, like, well, I'm spending money on space. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. I'm sorry. Like, if that sounds mean, I apologize. I'm riding a high right now, and it's unreal. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Mikkel. We watched them just pack up poop yesterday. I don't care. That's cool. You know? Everything is cooler in space. You could take a dump and it's cooler in space. I don't care what anybody says. That's cool, man. That's us going. Oh, RCS firing. Oh, dude, that was sick. Did you see it tick on and off? That's that pressure system that I was talking to you guys about yesterday. You see it go? That was cool. See? Dude, look. Ah! You're watching a spacecraft maneuver around in space with Earth in the background. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? You can tell it's a thruster because of the way it is. That's pretty neat. They're changing the attitude of the capsule. The capsule was being mean, so it needed an attitude adjustment. Where are we at? Yep. Okay. So there we go. 8 days, 17 hours, 14 minutes, 52 seconds. They entered an attitude reconfiguration. That's behind my melon. They're moving into an OpNav configuration. See it right there? That OpNav config is designed to use the optical navigation system that's on board Orion. Orion has a couple of different ways to figure out where it is in space. First and foremost, you have your inertial measuring units, or IMUs, and you have accelerometers. That is called an inertial guidance system. If you're a pilot, it's an INS, basically. It's a spaceflight version of an INS. What that does is it measures... look at the thruster light up. The thruster... Oh, did you see it? It started to get a little hot because they fired it, and that's really, gosh darn cool, and I'm kind of freaking out right now. That's pretty neat. You can see it. You can see it start to light up. That's pretty good. Look at the rim, the throat of that thruster. It's starting to get warm because they fired it. This one is not warm. That one is a different color because it started to light up. That's how they cool. These thrusters cool themselves from radiation emission. So they basically glow. When they glow, that's them radiating heat out through light. They use blackbody radiation to keep themselves cool. So if the thruster's glowing, it's cooling itself. But you can't make it glow too much. If it glows too much, it'll melt. You have an optical navigation system. Yes, they just reconfigured Orion for OpNav. So you have your IMUs. The IMUs are inertial guidance, meaning that if I'm here, an inertial guidance system works like this. If you stand up, right? You stand up, you close your eyes, and you take one step to the right. You know where you are because you took one step to the right, right? That's exactly what the inertial guidance system does. Anytime it measures an acceleration or a movement in solar panels moving. The solar panel's moving. The saws are moving. Anytime the INU registers a rotation or an acceleration, it logs that in the computer and it can use that to figure out where the capsule is. Right? Same way as if like I close my eyes and I take 5 steps forward, I'll have a pretty good understanding of where I am, right? The second way is star trackers. Star trackers use infrared and they take pictures of the constellation. Orion has 2 redundant star trackers on the top of it. And those 2 redundant star trackers take pictures of the constellations and it uses the constellations to navigate. The third one is the optical navigation system, or OpNav for short. OpNav is just a camera that takes pictures of the stars. Right? It's near infrared. It's NIR. It's not full infrared. So it works partially in the visible light spectrum, right? And what that's doing is just taking pictures of stars. That camera working, the OpNav system working with the computers on Orion is a similar control loop to how, like, you would use your eyeballs, the Mark 1 eyeball, to drive down the road, right? When you're driving down the road, your eyes are looking for things and out the windows of your car, and you drive based off of where you're looking, right? Same idea, but with a computer. It's called a relative navigation system. OpNav is relative navigation as opposed to an inertial navigation system. So there's inertial navigation and then there's relative navigation. Relative navigation is star trackers and OpNav. OpNav is really, it's cutting edge stuff because it's just a camera that's looking for things. The star trackers use infrared, right? So not LiDAR, but you get the idea. It kind of is, right? The star tracker is near infrared, so it's more into the visible light spectrum, right? So it would be like if Reed was looking out the window and navigating that way. That's how OpNav works. Relative navigation. Relative navigation systems were used with the Mars 2020 rover. So with Perseverance, their sky crane that came down, right, had a downward facing camera in the visible light spectrum. And they trained the navigation system to look for a flat spot, right, around the Jezero crater. And that's all the camera did. It looked at the pictures, it looked at what it was getting, and the computers picked a flat spot and dropped the rover down on flat ground. That's relative navigation. That's real cutting edge stuff. The other thing, another thing that uses relative navigation that you might be more familiar with is a Tesla. Tesla full self-driving. That's relative navigation because they're using cameras in the visible light spectrum. A Waymo is more like the star tracker. A Waymo self-driving car uses LiDAR. It uses infrared to look for things, right? Teslas use visible light. That's relative navigation. Now, the funny part of that is that Teslas use visible light, relative navigation, and Dragon, the spacecraft that SpaceX sends up to the space station, does not. It uses Dragonite, it uses LiDAR to dock to the ISS. I don't know. Think of that for what you will. I think that's kind of funny. Dead Reckoning 2. Yeah, absolutely. Submarines, airplanes, they all use inertial navigation. That's how the map on on your flight displays are. I don't know what's in a submarine, and I don't want to know, because if I knew, people would come to my house and be like, "What are you doing?" I'd be like, "I don't know. I like things." And they'd be like, "All right, come here." And I'd be like, "No." Like on a plane, right? You'd have your map, the map view. That's how on some planes, that's how it knows where it is, because of the accelerations and movement in every direction. So right now they moved Orion into the OpNav configuration so the optical sensor can take pictures of things. Could a submarine survive in space? Lord, are you talking about like if we just took like a Virginia class submarine and got it up there somehow? You'd have a little bit of a problem. The nuclear reactor. I'm fairly confident that they use seawater on a 2-loop system to keep it cool. Yeah, you don't have that. So it'd probably melt from the inside out. Probably a bad idea. Dude, it would work. I mean, it's airtight. It'd work for a while, and then it wouldn't. It would get too hot. The whole thing would melt itself from the inside out. How does he know that? Navy, arrest us. Call the Navy. So, yeah, that's like the difference between like something that's underwater. It's a little bit of a different ball game. So like a submarine that's underwater has to deal with external pressure pushing in, right? And you're also in water. It's cold. The ocean's cold. Okay? It's not, but you get what I'm trying to say. It is where I'm at. If you dove in the ocean right now, you're pretty sure your tennis balls down there would retract. It's really freaking cold right now. Source touched it the other day before I was here. So a submarine has to deal with external pressure. It's pushing in. The water pressure is pushing in. The hydraulic pressure is pushing in on the submarine. So you have low pressure in the submarine, 1 atmosphere, and then you have extremely high pressure outside the submarine. A spacecraft is the flip side of that. So a spacecraft has to deal with internal pressure. You have vacuum outside. There's nothing out there. It's 0 psi. There's no pressure. No pressure. And you have to keep the air in. The submarine is keeping the water out. A spacecraft keeps the air in. So a submarine probably could work. I'd say it would work. I mean, you're not going anywhere. The screw on the back isn't getting you anywhere because there's no water to move it through, right? You'd need thrusters. But the real big thing is that you'd need radiators to cool that nuke on board, or else the thing would just melt from the inside out. Because when space, like people say space is really cold, right? That's not really the right way to say that. That's like saying my car's fuel economy is like 3 feet per kilogram. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, that makes no sense. Space is not cold. It's the absence of heat. That temperature is just a measurement of heat, right? It's a measurement of heat energy in things. There's nothing in space. There's nothing up there but light and rocks and piss. So there's stuff in space doesn't get cold. It's nothing. It's the absence of heat. There's nothing there, right? So if you have something that's generating heat on a spacecraft, like a nuclear reactor or something, you're going to have to deal with finding a way to radiate that heat. And I say radiating because you can't convect up there. There's no air, right? So you can't use like a radiator that you'd find on a car with an internal combustion engine. You can't do that. So that's out. You can radiate stuff, but radiating out basically has you have a bunch of radiator panels that you're circulating coolant through, and the panels glow. They use what's called black body radiation, so they use light to cool things, just like the engines. You see the engines have these burn marks on them, the A4D engines.
Go at throttle up.
They have burn marks on them because these things glow to cool themselves. They use light to cool themselves because that's what you have in space. You don't have air, you have light, right? Now, the third way is conduction, and this is where the submarine thing really starts to get spicy.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Thanks for the converge on this event.
No problem, man. Hey, Luzin, thank you for the 25. And then Lord Quartz with a two-month resub. That's where, so the submarine analogy, this is where this gets a little spicy. So the nuke, it doesn't have radiators. It uses water, so it's convecting through water, right? So you can't do that in space. You'd need big radiators, and if you didn't have your radiators, what's left? Conduction. Conduction is the only way to move heat around, and that means, conduction means you move it through touching something. So if you're trying to cook something and you accidentally grab the pan that's hot, yeah, you just conducted a lot of heat through your hand. And that manifests itself as a really bad burn, right? I've done that many times. I have scars all over my hands from when I worked in a restaurant. Right? So if the submarine can't radiate heat, our, Virginia class submarine that we just somehow got up into space, right? It can't, it doesn't have radiators, so you can't radiate the heat, right? The cooling system on it is useless, right? Because there's no seawater because you're in space, right? So what's left? Conduction. Conduction is the only thing. So spacecraft actually, space everybody's like, oh, space is cold. No, it's not cold. If you're on a spaceship, you're conducting heat, most likely from the sun. And if you can't radiate that heat out and you can't convect it out, what's left? Conduction. You'll melt from the inside out. The submarine would melt. The nuke would get way too hot because it has no, there's no way to cool it. So guess what? The submarine becomes your heat sink. That would be bad for everyone on board. Everyone involved would not be having a good time here. Sounds like a great place for some data centers. Well, all right. All right, Pelham, I didn't see that coming. That was pretty funny. All right, here's the thing. Data centers in space aren't the stupidest idea, okay? And let me tell you why, all right? What do you need to run a data center, okay? Honest question. What do you need to run a data center? What does a data center use? What do computers use? You have to plug them in, right? So what does that plug do? They use power, lots of power, right? And a data center, anybody that's familiar with this knows that a data center is going to have really, really, really expensive HVAC systems on it. You got to keep the data center cool. So that costs more power, right? So data centers have a really, really tall overhead on the utility side of things. They're really expensive to run because they suck up a lot of electricity. Fair, right? They suck up a ton of electricity. In space, electricity is free. No utility bill. So if you can solve what's called a heat rejection problem in space, which SpaceX with 10,000 satellites up there, I'm pretty sure they know something about it, right? Especially with Dragon as well. Dragon has radiators on it. It's the white part of the trunk. I'm pretty sure they know something about heat rejection, right? If you can solve that problem, then you can basically get a data center that has no utility bill. That's the play. That's why they're trying to do that. That's why Elon's trying to do it. Because if you build a data center up there for computing purposes, there's no power bill. You have solar panels. Solar panels work better up there. Remember that. Orion's about the size of an RV, right? Its solar panels can generate up to 13 kilowatts of power. Now, if you're an EE, you're probably like, huh, right? But everybody else doesn't know what that means. That's enough to power a big, like a mansion. This thing, with those 4 solar panels, is enough to power a mansion. Probably not like a full 200 amp, like big house, but a pretty big house. Easily. Like Orion solar panels could easily power everything in my shop if they're generating up to 13 kilowatts. But the reason why they can is because they're up in space. There's no atmosphere in the way, and solar panels work way better up there than they do down here. Like way better. The problem down here is that gas diffuses light. It kind of takes the sting out of it, so to speak. So solar panels you're getting light that's been filtered through the atmosphere. That's also the reason why we don't all get a suntan real quickly when we go outside. That and the magnetic field, like, that's important to understand. But yeah, solar panels work way better up there. So the idea with a data center in space is that if you can do the heat rejection, which is basically a very scalable thing, you're generating this amount of heat, you need this amount of radiator, right? Like, it's not, if you're building something for it, you can make a distributed data center in space that has no power bill. No power bill. That's the play. That's what SpaceX is trying to do. Now, if people are like, it's AI. Yeah, I get it. I'm not the biggest fan of AI. I understand its place. I understand it's just a tool. Like, I kind of hate how it's invaded my life pretty much on every level through no choice of my own, but I still appreciate the technology for sure. No power bill, but on-site support is well, if it's all cloud, if it's all hooked together, Nick Paw, in a cloud, then you don't have to worry about that. There's redundancy built into it. It's actual cloud storage that's up there, but it's above the clouds. So that's not the stupidest idea, to be honest with you. Heat rejection in space is pretty linear in terms of like what's going on, right? But no, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's not. You're going to need a big radiator. These new data center satellites are going to need a gigantic radiator, bigger than what we have. So yeah, Josh, that's kind of where I'm at. Immersion cooling is getting bigger in high power computing. We put the big AI GPU machines in oil now. That's a good idea. Oil's a great heat sink, dude. Yeah, no, that's not the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Saw the size of the radiators in the renders. The solar panels were gigantic, spoiled, but the radiator wasn't that big. But yeah, you're going to need big radiators. Like, it's not linear. Like this, I said that it's this amount of power, this amount of radiator, but there is an exponential correlation there. The more power you generate, I believe it's to the square. So I think the more power you generate, it exponentially goes up. I'd have to go look at how heat rejection works in space. But Is it? It's a nonlinear correlation, right? It's it's square, so it's exponential. If I'm remembering right, like, guys, I'm not a math. Like, I gotta get better at math. I'm curious if we can generate power in space and ship it to Earth. Yeah, Goat, you could do that with microwaves. Yeah, sure. A targeted microwave beam could generate power up there and beam it back down. We tried doing that in the 70s. You guys want a quick rabbit hole before the crew gets up and running? I got a good rabbit hole for you. There was this project that Rockwell International proposed in the 1970s. It's called Star Raker. Okay. Little bit of a rabbit hole here. Star Raker was okay. This page is not intentionally left blank, people. Hello. All right, fine. Don't work. Whatever. So check this out. These are pictures of Star Raker. Star Raker was a gigantic single stage to orbit airplane. There it is comparatively to a 747-100, okay? So what this thing was designed to do, it's basically, if you're a plane nerd, it's the space shuttle's aft engine section and the space shuttle's external tank, right? So think like SLS core almost. It's an SLS core with wings and a cockpit up front. What this thing is designed to do is fly up into space in one shot. It would use turbo ramjets with variable geometry ramp intakes. That's what these things are. So if you're a fan of Concorde, guys, or an XB-70, there you go. But there's 10 of them. There's 10 engines. And what this thing was designed to do, the idea is that you're going to need to launch up into space a lot, right? So you need a quick way to get up there and get down. What Star Raker was supposed to do is build solar panel arrays up in high orbit, beyond the Van Allen belts, right? And then beam the power back down. This was an idea that the U.S. had in the 70s, and surprise, we ended up not doing it because we suck. But yeah, this Star Raker was designed to build. Star Raker was trying to build solar arrays in space. This is not a far-fetched idea. It's been proposed before. Yeah, Star Raker would have been ridiculous. Yeah, that thing. I tried making it in Kerbal one time. It's too many parts, but I did get it to work. It was tough. But yeah, that would have been really, really cool. Because like I said, that's basically an SLS core stage with a payload bay and a cockpit up front with like XB-70 engines. It's like two XB-70 fuselages next to each other. It's really cool. You needed a lot of power to get this thing to fly. And what this thing would have done is take off like a regular airplane, right? Because they had hybrid turbofan turbo ramjets. Kind of like an XB, well, actually it's more like an SR-71, but this thing would have shot up with the turbofans up to high altitude, right? And then nosedived at the ground. The idea there is to get enough airspeed to turn on the ramjet, because you need high intake airspeed to turn on for the ramjet to work, like an SR-71. That's why an SR-71 can go fast, because it's not a turbojet, it's not a turbofan, it's a turbo ramjet. So at high speed with the SR-71, they actually shut the jet engine off and they used a bypass. Fun fact, they made that by mistake. They were just trying to keep the jet cool and ended up making a turbo ramjet, and that's why the SR-71 goes so fast. So this thing was going to go up with regular jet engines, shut the jet engines off, do a nosedive, turn on the ramjets, and then shoot off up into space. The back end of this, and like I said, when I say this is an SLS core stage, that's pretty much what it is. They have 3 shuttle engines right there. That's what was proposed, 3 RS-25s. And those things right there, see those 2 nozzles? Those are AJ-10s. They're AJ-10 190s. The exact same AJ-10 you're looking at right there. That's that motor. So, oh, dude, look at that. So yeah, little bit of a deep dive. Building solar panels in space to transmit electrical power down with microwaves, not a far-fetched idea. It's been proposed many times. No one has just had the money to pull it off. There's nothing in physics that says you can't do that. Of course you could do that. Microwaves, you could transmit electricity with microwaves, like the same thing that you use to cook your cook food. Like, how do you think you cook the food? How do you think the heat gets to the food? Yeah, the reason why that was proposed, guys, was as a response to the 1973 oil crisis. They proposed that, Rockwell International proposed that to President Nixon, they said, well, if we're just beaming down solar power, you don't have to worry about energy dependence at all. But unfortunately, they said no. They're like, yeah. All this cool stuff that you guys want to do? Yeah, let's just not do that. Let's just not do any of that. And it's basically been a recurring cycle of generational trauma of NASA getting forced to fight with one hand behind their back. Up until now, though. That's changing now, which is fantastic. It's changing now, which is great. That's great. I don't want to be microwaved from space, please. Yeah, that's fair. Here's something that could basically cheat the laws of thermodynamics. Nah, I don't want that. Nah, stop. You're crazy. It's like, okay, I guess I'll just go back to making missiles or something. Yeah, you should do that. All right. Okay, man. Great. How about that space shuttle? How many years till working nuclear-powered spaceships? Well, actually, Zorros, Jared Isaacman, the administrator of NASA, the current administrator of NASA, who just buys pizza for everybody that works for NASA, which is funny. He proposed not proposed. They're working on a project right now, and keep in mind it's very preliminary. It was proposed 3 weeks ago. They're working on a project called SR-1 Freedom. SR-1 Freedom is a nuclear-powered electric thruster spaceship. It's not supposed to have people on board, but it is a technology demonstrator for what could be, what we could have in the future. All right. SR-1 Freedom has a 20 kilowatt nuclear reactor, like a compact nuclear reactor. And that nuclear reactor, it generates heat, and it's using a Brayton cycle to generate power. That is coupled to the old gateway power and propulsion element. They're repurposing it. And the idea, so when people say nuclear electric, I don't want to say it's a TIE fighter, but it's a TIE fighter if you're a Star Wars nut. Yeah, they're using ion engines. So they have a nuclear reactor coupled to some ion engines. Now, the engines that are on Gateway, the nuclear electric thrusters, they utilize the Hall effect. They basically use the Hall effect to energize inert gas to create thrust. They ionize inert gas, and that creates thrust. It's a superbly efficient process, but it doesn't make a lot of thrust. If you have a fan on your desk that's keeping you cool, that makes way more thrust than one of these things. But you don't need a lot of thrust in space to go somewhere. You only need a lot of thrust to get up there, right? And limitation, like we go out to the moon in 3 days. The reason why we have to brute force it with a big rocket is because the life support systems on the capsule don't last that long, right? The entire Apollo mission architecture was hampered by the CSM. The CSM could only stay up there for 21 days. That's it. Unless you plugged it into a station or something, it wouldn't, it doesn't, like Skylab, it wouldn't work, right? So SR-1 Freedom doesn't make a lot of thrust, but it makes very efficient amounts of thrust. It makes like 1 Newton of thrust. Now, for instance, that thing right there makes 90,000 newtons of thrust. So it's not a lot. These little guys right here have more thrust than the main propulsion system on SR-1 Freedom. But SR1 Freedom can keep its engines going for years with that nuclear power, with the nuclear reactor attached to it. Years. Years. You guys ever seen The Expanse? That is scheduled to launch in 2028. Just saying. You want The Expanse? That's, well, minus the dookie parts of The Expanse. That's how you get it. Yep, continuous acceleration. Yep. Shouldn't the crew be awake by now? They're all awake, dude. Yeah, they're in their post-sleep period, which is basically get ready for the day, get ready for work. The engineering has already been done for SR1 Freedom. Yeah, SR1 Freedom is using a lot of leftover design and engineering concepts from the GMO mission. The GMO mission is, surprise, a really cool mission that got canceled because it was too complicated. GMO was going to be a gigantic nuclear reactor. And see what I said about radiators? There's your radiator. A gigantic nuclear reactor with ion engines behind it. But this thing was like, the technology wasn't there. It was proposed in the 90s. And this thing would have needed multiple launches to put this thing, and you would have had to put this thing together in space, like Mir, like a space station. You would have had to put the thing together in space and then coupled it up and then make sure that it worked. GMO, so first and foremost, GMO would have been righteous. That would have been a sweet mission. It got canceled. Now, it's a mixed bag, though. You know what GMO got canceled for? Orion. Mixed bag. A little bittersweet right there. But, yeah. GMO was it was not technically feasible for the time. It was proposed about 20 years ago. No, this isn't 6-7. This is trade-offs, okay? The trade-offs. This is an engineering stream, all right? I thought you didn't like ion thrusters. Ponzister, okay, it's important to understand this contextually, okay? What does that mean? If I had to choose between nuclear electric and nuclear thermal, I would choose nuclear thermal, at least for right now. I would choose nuclear thermal with a nuclear electric reaction control system, right? But nuclear thermal would be my main power element. Because what nuclear thermal reactors do, guys, like a nuclear thermal engine, is they flow hydrogen over a nuclear reactor, and they use hydrogen to cool it. And that heated up hydrogen makes a jet, and you could basically make a rocket engine using nuclear reactor exhaust in space. That's what a nuclear thermal rocket is. But you still, at the end of the day, Ponzister, have a nuclear reactor that's generating electricity. You could use that with ion RCS. I think that's a much better idea, at least for the interim time. However, I'm not John P. NASA, okay? I don't choose. I could just say what I think is right. But if past projects like GMO getting canceled, or Star Raker getting canceled, or the X-33 getting canceled, or the DCX getting canceled, or Space Station Freedom getting canceled, or Centaur G getting canceled is any indication of how this goes, I'll take what we can get. I'll take what we can get. You're a big fan of the title John NASA. No, yeah, I'm John P. NASA, okay? As a pilot, I'll tell you, landing is the hardest part. With the shuttle, yeah. Fingers, the shuttle's subsonic flight envelope was not great. But it's not designed to fly very well in the subsonic regime. It's designed to fly really well going Mach 10. The P was ejected into space. Oh, yeah, okay, so we're John Q NASA. That's right, we ejected John P NASA. How would you cool nuclear in space? It's a vacuum. Yeah, coulda. That's a good question, dude. You'd use radiation. So so what do we have in space to use to get rid of heat? Obviously no air, right? There's no air up there. Can't convect. So there's 3 principal types of thermal transfer, guys. And if you want to learn more about this, this is more just regular physics, right? So there's 3 types of ways to get rid of heat. There's convection, conduction, and radiation. I talked a little about this a second ago. Convection is using air or using a heat sink around you, using an ambient heat sink. So like a submarine or a nuclear powered ship would use the ocean as their heat sink. They dump the waste heat from the nuclear reactor into the ocean. Don't worry, it's a double cooling loop, so you're not like a nuclear powered ship doesn't just irradiate everything around it. They have a cooling loop that exchanges with an open loop system. So they're not dumping radiation into the ocean. Don't worry, it's just waste heat. Right? That's using convection, right? So like a car's radiator. The radiator in your car is it's an air to coolant heat exchanger. That's using convection, right? The other one is conduction. Conduction means conduct something by touching it. If you're watching this on a computer, if you're, a super awesome gamer like me, you built your own rigs, bro. No, a heat sink on a processor with thermal paste. The thermal paste is your thermal conductor there, and it conducts heat into the heat sink. And the heat sink uses convection. That's conduction, right? So it's cooling stuff by touching them together. Now, the last one is radiation. So like I said at the beginning of this, what do you have in space? Well, you don't want to conduct stuff through your spacecraft because then the spacecraft's going to melt from the inside out. Don't want that. That would be bad. We don't want to melt things, especially things with people inside. Fair? I think that fair. One guy in the back's like, no! I'm like, no. We don't want to do that. All right? No. There's people on this. Don't do that. So conduction is out. Convection is out the door too, because there's no air. You're in the vacuum. So radiation is how we keep cool up there. All right? What do? Well, like I said, what do we have at our disposal in space? What do you see on this? You're obviously not using the service module. What else do you see in this picture? P. You might be able to do that, fingers. Light. That's right. Light is shining on this. You'd use light. That's how we cool things in space. We use infrared light.
Go at throttle up.
Or black body radiation is what it's called. That's how we cool things in space. We run coolant through something that radiates light. It glows. And when it glows, you're shedding the heat. It's not an ideal thing. Convection and conduction are way better, but you don't have anything else unless you're willing to melt your spaceship from the inside out, right? So we radiate stuff. Remember, 3 principal types of heat transfer, right? Conduction, convection, radiation. Conduction is touching. Convection is using air or something around you. And radiation is using light. Pretty cool, huh? So we use light to cool things in space. Whoever thought of that is way smarter than me. Yeah, like way smarter than me. I could tell you how it works. Like somebody sat there and was like, yes, we'll use light. It's like, I'm sorry?
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 17 hours, 51 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission.
Hold on, Bob.
The astronauts were awakened aboard Integrity about an hour ago. They're in their post-sleep period, reviewing morning messages, getting a bite to eat, completing the stowage of items in their crew cabin. As everything is all set, the stage is set for their return to Earth this evening with a splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego 7 hours and 40 minutes from now. Here in the flight control room, known as the White Flight Control Room, a shift handover has been completed. The entry team of flight controllers now on duty, led by Flight Director Rick Henfling.
Ricky, heat up the heat shield, Ricky.
Has trained with this team for more than 2 years for this day. He will be joined on console by spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey. Astronaut Stan Love also will be by her side as a second set of eyes. as Integrity barrels home, completing a mission that will have spanned 694,481 miles from launch to
Combat.
splashdown. In the shift handover, no significant issues were reported. The vehicle is in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone couldn't be better. Winds are forecast to be 10 knots at splashdown, wave heights less than 4 feet, and the wave periodics against the capsule as it bobs in the Pacific Ocean about 17 seconds. We are expecting a few broken and scattered clouds, but that is not an issue. Integrity is coming home through the law of orbital mechanics.
Emma had a $15 super chat. EJ, heads up. The ISS are in the process of doing a spacewalk.
The next major milestone for
so much good stuff going
astronauts
on.
And the flight control team here in Houston will be the RTC-3 burn. That is the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. That is scheduled 2 hours and 25 minutes from now at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. It's an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to essentially fine-tune the path of Integrity down the corridor for its entry into the Earth's atmosphere. There will be a change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second. That is the last major maneuver of the mission. The crew will continue to configure the crew cabin. They'll climb into their launch and entry suits later today and move into their entry checklist. So this is a good time for us to run down all of the key milestones and all of the key numbers that you'll be hearing reported as we move into the final phase of this 9-day mission. Following the RTC-3 burn and the crew climbing into their launch and entry suits, we will have NASA Plus coverage joining in a simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., Integrity will switch communications loops and the strings for communication from the Deep Space Network, which it has been on since the translunar injection burn the day after launch. We will transition from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. At 6:33 p.m., the crew module and its 4 astronauts will separate from the European Service Module. And at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, these are all Central Time, we will conduct about a 19-second raise burn. Now, if you think of yourself sitting in a recliner and tilting backward, this raise burn gently raises the aft end of the vehicle. It is our last opportunity to dial in a flight path angle before entry interface using the roll thrusters on the crew module. This will sweeten the angle of attack, if you will, the orientation of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, with the idea in mind of reducing any excessive heat stress on the heat shield in this deliberate opportunity that we have selected to try to mitigate any buildup of excessive heat on the aft end of the vehicle. Once the raise burn is complete, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time. At that point, we'll be at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles.
That aft, though.
Just 24 seconds after entry interface, traveling at that velocity, we will begin a 6-minute blackout period due to the ionization, the buildup of plasma around the spacecraft that will prevent communications and data from being received here in Mission Control. Again, that blackout scheduled to begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, about a 6-minute blackout. We'll be carefully monitoring a call from Capcom to the crew as we exit the blackout. That will be our first communications with the crew following that 6-minute period. The blackout scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. That's Central Time. That'll be 6 minutes and 25 seconds after the start of entry interface.
Look at this.
At that point, we will be at an altitude of 157,406 feet off the Earth, traveling at 13,342 feet per second. Range to splashdown at that point will be just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, this is computer commanded, to roll the vehicle to the left and back to the right to bleed off excess energy, all part of the planned entry profile for Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We are expected to go subsonic, meaning we will break the sound barrier over the Pacific in this trajectory that will carry us from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean. We will go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 59,000 feet, traveling just 971 feet per second. So you can see how much the velocity of Integrity will decelerate based on its speed and the interaction with the Earth's friction in the atmosphere. At that point, a series of parachutes will begin to deploy. The first deployment will be the forward bay cover chutes. These are a series of 3 parachutes, each parachute approximately 100 feet long. The first forward bay cover parachute deployment will occur at an altitude of 24,000 feet. As the spacecraft has descended to a velocity of just 479 feet per second, and we will be within a mile, 1 nautical mile of splashdown at that point. In rapid fire succession then, we'll deploy 2 drogue parachutes used to slow and stabilize the crew module during descent to establish the proper conditions for main parachute deployment that will follow. A trio of pilot parachutes then deploy. They'll be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay of the crew module. That's the top portion of the crew module. And finally, 3 large main parachutes will deploy. The main chutes are scheduled to deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of just 5,400 feet from splashdown. The velocity for the astronauts aboard Integrity at the time of splashdown expected to be just 19 miles an hour. So, in just 13 and a half minutes from the start of entry interface to splashdown, we will have decelerated from what is expected to be a peak velocity of some 23,783 miles an hour to just 19 miles an hour for a gentle splashdown.
It's 40,000 kph to 32 kph in 13 minutes. For the metric folks. That's, 3.5 G's sustained. That hurts. That's why astronauts are in shape, because that'll hurt you a
important
lot.
Points
if you're not
that we've been
ready.
Explaining and that we'll be looking for later today is the comparison between the entry for Artemis 1, which was uncrewed, and today's entry for the Artemis 2 astronauts. On Artemis 1, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles, and we used what was called a skip entry profile, where we dipped into the atmosphere, then dipped out, and then dipped back in. That lasted about 20 minutes for entry, and it induced a higher total heat load on the vehicle. Now, on Artemis 1, we flew that trajectory, and as part of the routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which was not expected. As we explained yesterday, it's worth explaining again today, and we'll do later today as well. The chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields is fully expected. The mechanical liberation of the char was not expected.
Yeah, see that?
The chemical
That's
decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, the process called pyrolysis, which generates gases during entry.
That's bad.
The generation rate of that gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material, which is known as avcoat. As the gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield. That char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gases to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated.
See the char?
But on Artemis 1, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield and on the heat shield was such that This was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcode. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure gets high enough, the portions of the char layer would liberate from the heat shield. That's what we observed. As a result of all of this, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate this issue. And after extensive analysis, everyone agreed with the conclusion that we should plan to fly a shorter entry trajectory to avoid a temperature profile conducive to high rates of gas generation as that avcode chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis 3 and beyond, we're redesigning the heat shield, different heat shield, and redesigning the manufacturing process such that we will have material that starts out more porous and will allow a more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for a longer duration skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon. The bottom line of all of this is today, instead of a 3,178 nautical mile entry range, we're targeting a 1,701 max entry range to our splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego, 1,701 nautical miles. We're using a lofted entry profile. That's being done through the raise burn. The duration of the entry is about 14 minutes rather than 20 minutes, and that induces a much lower heat load on the heat shield to allow it to do its job to maximum efficiency.
Yeah, the charring was not great, but after what I've been hearing from Amit Shrathia, who is he's the second in charge at NASA, this flight profile will be fine. This creates less pyrolysis in the heat shield, as Rob was just saying. So, don't get me wrong, it's still a little bit of a pucker moment, but hey, so something that if you're younger and you want to get into physics, you want to get into aerospace or anything like that, learning
following splashdown, which again,
learning about physics, right? And learning that the laws of physics are kind of inalienable, right? They're kind of a guardrail for how your engineering works, right? You can use that to your advantage. Like, think about a hockey player, right? If you're a hockey player, you could bounce the puck off the wall, right? If you're playing like left wing, right? And you cross the blue line, right? You can bounce the puck off the wall and bounce it around a defenseman and then try to score a goal. You could do that, right? Provided you're on sides. Important. Situational awareness when you're playing hockey. That's important, right? You can use the laws of physics like that to your advantage. Don't think of them as something that's going to constrict you. Think of them just as a guardrail, like on a highway. You can still go down the highway and you can get to your destination, but the guardrail is going to make sure that you don't crash, right? You can use the laws of physics like that. You can use them to your advantage because they don't change. It's a constant. Like gravity is a constant. You know that gravity is going to work. It's not going to fail, right? Important to understand if you're trying to figure out how you want to get something done with your engineering project. You're trying to figure out parameters for your project. You can use physics to your advantage, or you can use it to your detriment. Whatever you want to do, it's easier to use them. It's easier to work with them than against.
Erecting a large raft called a front porch alongside.
Oh yeah, the one exception would be helicopters. Helicopters don't care about your physics. They just
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They're a repulsive thing that is just like mechanically repulsive, and the ground's like, get away from me. Just get away from me, you freak. Yeah, helicopters. Oh, helicopters are black magic. That's the one exception, yes.
In sequential fashion, in alternating fashion as well, for the short ride back to the deck of the recovery ship, the USS John Murtha. Now, before we get into all that, it will take about 15 minutes to power down the vehicle. And for flight control.
See, helicopters are more of that strong-arming physics thing. They're kind of like you beat physics into submission to try and get it to work, but sometimes physics has other solutions. Jesus, you know what I mean? If you're a helicopter mechanic, yeah, like helicopters are very much working Okay, you got anybody a NASCAR fan? You remember when Ross Chastain kind of went around on the guardrail and to get into the playoffs a couple years ago? Helicopters do that, but with physics. Yeah, it's kind of like, the guardrail is there. You ideally don't want to hit it, or you could just like raw dog it into the guardrail and keep going. That's what a helicopter does with physics. Like, hell, melon. Yeah, that's what helicopters do with physics. They kind of brute force it. Like I said, you can work with it or you can brute forces. You can brute force, you can work against them. Helicopters working against them.
Hoisted. He'll go into helo number 2. Victor Glover will be hoisted 3rd and will go into helo 1 to join Cook. And Reed Wiseman will be hoisted into helo 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for the ride back to the ship. The recovery position would put the ship about 2,000 yards away from the spacecraft, assuming an on-target splashdown. The small boats will be much closer so that they can be deployed in rapid fire succession to arrive at the side of integrity to ensure that they begin the orderly process of erecting the front porch and beginning the process of opening the hatch.
Gyrocopters are like somebody looked at a cuckoo clock and went, yeah, I'm going to make that fly. Yeah, the cuckoo clock. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Yeah, we can make that fly. I'm going to make that fly through the air.
The 2 helicopters back to the deck of the ship. Once on the ship, the crew will emerge from the helos, and they'll be brought into the medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical exams that will set the stage for them to be flown off the ship at a subsequent hour. We just don't know exactly what that hour will be at this point. It will depend on the condition of the crew and other factors. But once they depart the ship, they'll be flown by helicopter to the San Diego Naval Air Station to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So that's your snapshot rundown of the activities that lie ahead. The next major activity just over 2 hours from now, that will be the RTC-3 burn, the return trajectory correction burn number 3, the final in the series of fine-tuning maneuvers to pinpoint Integrity's precise path down the middle of the corridor for entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
Rob wants to do a lot of talking, so guess what, guys? We're going to go for suit donning. Chat. This is EJSA Control. We are go for step 154, suit donning. I'll be right back. And of course, right when I'm going, right, Rob, stop. Yeah, all right. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. Suit donning that I spelt wrong is complete. Sorry, I don't have a mirror out here. I just gotta adjust this. There we go. Single. It's terrible, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Pants check is good. Shoes are good. We're good. Let's do this. Is that John P. NASA? No, we ejected the P. I told you. Thank you for the bits, guys. Jeez. All right. Dennis Doc had 1,500 bits. Just wanted to thank you for the stream of this amazing event. I learned so much over the week. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No problem, Dennis. My pleasure. I love space. Space is awesome, and it's cool, and it makes people happy, and I like that, and I like being a part of that. Thank you, Cosmic. Just got to get this stupid tie. I look like Better Call Saul up in here. Okay. Angry Medic. Helicopters beat physics into submission using jet fuel and torque until physics has had enough. Makes you remember, had enough and makes you remember who it is. At that point, the helicopter has the aerodynamic properties of a brick. Yeah. Like I said, Angry Medic, you're working against the laws of physics with a helicopter. And if you give physics an in, it will punish you. Is that a green screen suit? What? No. You don't have Artemis socks like the crew does. I don't. Possible Sunday booster closure for booster 19 and 33 engine static fire. No rest for the wicked, baby. I mean, there is auto rotation, but if you lose the rotors or your swash plate or any of that assembly, you got a big problem. You believe it's fake? No, you don't. No, you don't. You're just trying to screw with us. Come on. I've been getting that all week. Draco, come on now. Come on now. No, you don't. Okay. This tie is not a clip-on. It's a single Oxford because I suck at tying ties because I work in my shop all day and I don't tie ties all the time. I will rectify that for the Artemis 3 mission. Don't worry. No, Bet. No, hell no. We don't have the pajama pants on. Dude, why does everybody think I'm Ron Burgundying it right now and I have like no pants on? The second I put the suit on, I've been asked if I have pants on 5 times. You really should wear this while working on a car. Nope. It's just you could because you guys don't have pants on. You're just projecting. Yeah. Thank you, audiophile. Right on. Draco is the one with no pants on. Yeah, that's right. Someone's getting a job interview. No, I just believe for terminal phases of this mission, you know, NASA's full business. I'm all business here for the descent phase. I was all business for the ascent phase. Oh my gosh, look at that Earth. That's a sweet Earth, you might say. And all business for the lunar transit. So they're using the OPCOM here. That's why we have such a clear shot, and they're a lot closer to Earth. At least I'm pretty sure they're using OPCOM. Have to work out 20 push-ups so far for those gains. Oh, God. Sharp looking. Thank you, Rarest. I kind of look like Ron Burgundy. I'm Ron Burgundy. Hey, chat, where did you get those clothes? At the toilet store? Oh, yes, also. There we go. Much better. How are you replicating 3.5G when the crew re-enters?
Discovery, go at throttle.
I'm not. Do you think there's life out there? Sure. We should go find it. I don't want to be the ones getting found. Cook or be cooked. You're either cooking or you're getting cooked. I don't want to get cooked by an alien race. Let's go find them instead. Hey, Spiffy. 58-month resub. Thanks for watching this with me, dude. Is the commercial air traffic redirected around the area of descent? Yes. There is a temporary flight restriction, or TFR, in place. And what's called a NOTAM, a notice to airmen, that basically informs pilots that don't fly here. Don't fly here. And there's also what's called a NOTMAR. A NOTMAR is a notice to marine traffic, which says don't sail here. Wow, shocking. You're getting hit with flurfers. Yeah, Eric, I don't let them occupy my headspace, dude. I know what's going on.
This is Mission Control,
I know the physics
Houston.
involved
This
here.
computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity showing the distance from Earth decreasing with each passing second, now just 54,000 miles from Earth, and the distance traveled by Integrity's astronauts since they arrived at the moon earlier this week. We are currently 7 hours, 10 minutes away from Splashdown, a high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere, awaiting Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen to wrap up a mission that will have logged from launch to Splashdown 694,481 miles. That, of course, includes that high Earth orbit that carried Integrity to an altitude at apogee of about 43,000 miles above the Earth for the first 24 hours of the mission to enable flight controllers to ring out all of the systems on Integrity and collect data that gave them the confidence to give approval for the translunar injection burn that sent the crew on its way to the moon and an historic flyby of the lunar surface.
So, a little bit on their relative position here. They're 53,000 miles away from Earth. They were 150,000 miles yesterday. As they get closer to Earth, as we get closer, they're going to speed up. The reason why is Earth's gravity, as you get closer, it's going to get stronger and it's going to try to pull you in. Right? The gravwell gets really close until you hit the ground. It gets more and more intense until you hit the ground, right? Or parachute down and splash down, which is what we want. We don't want what's called a litho brake. Litho braking is a really cool rocket science way of saying hit the ground to stop. Yeah. So Orion, like I said, despite this graphic isn't exactly right, but it's more showing timeline purposes. Like speed wise, they're going to finish this last leg up really, really quickly. But the distance, spaceflight, remember guys, spaceflight is not about distance. Distance has nothing to do with it. It's speed. That's the number you use to meter how far you can go. For instance, a spacecraft, to get to the moon, you need to accelerate. You need to be able to accelerate something to 40,000 kilometers an hour. Or about 23,500, 24,000 miles an hour to get the speed that you need to not break out of Earth's gravwell, but get your orbit high enough to get near the moon. All right? That's what's cool about spaceships. Spacecraft distance is not measured in distance. Your range is not measured in distance. It's your speed, particularly how much you can change your speed. You want to understand the range of where spacecraft can and can't go, you need to figure out what their change in velocity is. That is the most important thing. It's called delta V. So delta is a Greek letter in mathematics. It's used for change. So delta V, change in velocity. How fast can you go? Because how fast you can go denotes where you can go. Like I said, distance really doesn't have anything to do with it. It's how fast you can go. The faster you can go, the further you can go. And that's why when they hit entry interface, they're going to be going pretty much as fast as they're going to be going pretty much the same exact speed that they were when SLS accelerated them out to the moon. Well, technically, SLS accelerated them to high Earth orbit, and then they accelerated out to the moon with Orion. But it's physics, man. What goes up must come down. So the similar speed that they use to get out to the moon is the similar speed that's going to come back. But as they get closer to Earth, Earth's gravity is going to pull them in more. Simultaneously, when they were flying out to the moon, they were slowing down. They were slowing down until they got to a speed where the moon's gravity would pull them in so they could do a close pass, and then the moon's gravity spit them back out into Earth's gravwell, and they've been accelerating ever since. And they're going to keep accelerating until object in motion stays in motion until acted upon by an outside force, right? This is Newton's laws. Very, very straightforward stuff. The outside force that's going to act on the vessel is Earth's atmosphere, and they're going to use that to slow down. Because if the atmosphere wasn't there, they'd just keep going. Right? We don't want that. We want them back down here with us because the mission's over. You don't want to keep going. Right? So as they get closer to Earth, they're going to keep accelerating. Now, once again, they said yesterday, right? Like, oh, they're halfway between the Earth and the moon. Well, that's good if you don't like really get rocket science, but that's not what we do here, right? I'm looking to go a step further with teaching you this stuff. Distance has nothing to do with it. They could be physically halfway between the Earth and the moon. But because Earth's gravwell gets more and more powerful, the closer you get to it, and it's going to pull you back in, and you're going to keep accelerating, right? Because the gravity is going to keep accelerating you, right? Being halfway, distance-wise, is like being 2/3 of the way home, velocity-wise. So it was funny to me because NASA was like, "Oh yeah, they're halfway home," and then I got a bunch of questions like, "Wait a minute, if they're halfway home, how are they getting back tomorrow?" Well, they're going to keep accelerating. And they're going to keep accelerating as they get further into the gravwell. As they get closer to Earth, Earth's going to keep trying to pull them in. Simultaneously, like I said, on the way out, it was trying to pull them back, so they were decelerating. It's just like if you took a tennis ball and you threw it up in the air. It's going to go up in the air, it's going to stop for a second, and it's going to come right back down. It's that, but the high point in your, arc right here is 250,000 miles that way, or 400,000 kilometers that way. It's the same exact thing. But with a 25-ton spaceship with 4 people on board that just transited the moon. Pretty cool, right? Gravity doesn't change. Like, the laws of physics don't change just because you're down here versus up there. What goes up must come down. And they are coming down. And as they get closer to Earth, they're going to keep accelerating until they hit that atmosphere. Outside forces, remember? They've been falling back from the moon since flight day 6. Cannot wait for the next mission to see the suit. Huge thanks for all the work you've done. Yeah, no problem, Pat. Imagine being on a space mission like this, looking at Earth, and then seeing, yeah, Xander, let's focus on the good stuff, huh? Still waiting for Voyager 1 to come back down. Well, Voyager 1 hit escape velocity out of the sun. It's going to come back down, but it ain't coming back down near us. When you hit escape velocity, all bets are off for what goes up must come down, but that's getting a little bit more into orbital mechanics. If you wanted to do that, I could tell you how that all works, but oh, it'll come back down. It ain't coming back down near us, but it'll come back down eventually. Call that my pleasure, dude. What was the wake up song? It was
Discovery,
a song by
throttle up.
Liv, and then there was a song by Zach Brown, and then there was a message from Zach Brown himself to the crew. Super Freak, 27-month resub. Thank you. So, Followed Fire, generally what goes up must come down applies to, like orbiting around a celestial body. But you can orbit around a star, too. Or you can orbit around the galactic center. Earth is orbiting around the sun. The sun is orbiting around the galaxy, right? Like I said, Voyager's going to come down somewhere. It ain't coming down near us because we hit solar escape velocity with Voyager from gravicisting off of Jupiter, I think. Instead of like how the Artemis 2 astronauts use the moon to slow down and come back, you can also use a planet's grav well to accelerate and slingshot somewhere else. You can use it to slow down, or you can use it to speed up. Well, slow down or speed up really isn't the right way to say it. You can use it to change your velocity in a different direction. You might get some acceleration from it too, but it really depends on what your escape velocity ejection angle is, if we're really going to be technical here. So they grav assisted off of all the gas giants, I think. Something like that. Hey, Sydney, 6-month resub. So this gets into a thing called orbital eccentricity, which is one of the 6 elements that defines orbital characteristics. Eccentricity is basically what the shape of your orbit is. So there's a suborbital trajectory, which means, you know, you're not going fast enough to hit orbit. Or there's what's called orbital velocity, right? When you hit orbital velocity, that means you're falling fast enough around the celestial body that you're orbiting enough to not come back down. Orbital velocity in low Earth orbit with a non-eccentric orbit an orbit with 0 eccentricity. So an orbit like the ISS is going fast enough to keep falling around Earth. So you're not going to come back down anytime soon unless the atmosphere slows you down, but that's another story, right? Hey, Painless Jay, welcome to Flight Controllers. Appreciate that memby over on YouTube. Thank you. So if you're in a circular orbit, right, you're at orbital velocity, your eccentricity is 0, right? Because remember, eccentricity is about defining an orbital shape, okay? So you perfectly circular orbit. That's 0 eccentricity. So there's technically below 0 eccentricity, which means you're suborbital, which means you're not in orbit. Eccentricity is defined from 0 to 1, okay, in orbital mechanics. Okay, 0 means your orbit is perfectly circular. 1 means you're at escape velocity, in which case you're gonna fly away. You're going fast enough to fall away from or break the gravity well of the celestial body that you're around. Okay, when you hit escape velocity, that doesn't mean you just keep going in that direction. If you hit Earth's escape velocity and you leave Earth's gravitational sphere of influence, look at that planet, dude. Guess what? You're in orbit around whatever the Earth's orbiting around now. So the sun. If you break the sun's gravitational pull, which you need to go really fast to do that. If you break the sun's gravitational pull, you're going to orbit around whatever the sun's orbiting around. So the galactic center, basically, there's a hierarchy here, and you'll keep going until you get to basically the universe. No. How eccentric is the orbit that manhole cover? The manhole cover did not get into orbit. It obliterated itself before it got out of the atmosphere. Awesome coverage these past days. Looking sharp in the suit. Here's to a safe splashdown. Yep. So, like I said, what goes up must come down, but Voyager is on escape velocity, so its eccentricity is 1 for the solar system, which means really, really fast. But that doesn't mean it's not orbiting around something else. Now it's orbiting around, like I said, the galactic center. Ricky Bobby could break the sun's gravitational pull. Yeah, he wakes up in the morning and he pisses excellence. I agree. So, with orbital eccentricity, you either have 0 eccentricity, which means your orbit is perfectly circular, or you have beyond 0 eccentricity, which means you're elliptical, right? Artemis 2 is in an elliptical orbit. It's a very highly eccentric orbit. It's closer to 1 than it is to 0. With the high point being at lunar altitude and the low point being basically the ground, right? It's not suborbital. It's pretty close, though, because they want to come back down. Contrast that to like the ISS. The ISS has an orbit with 0 eccentricity. It's almost a perfect circle, right? But your orbit will keep getting more and more elliptical until you hit escape velocity, until your eccentricity is greater than 1, which means now you just have eccentricity around whatever bigger celestial body has more gravitational pull. So if you break the moon's orbit, you hit lunar escape velocity, which is what they did when they did that free return. Now you're in orbit around Earth. You hit Earth escape velocity, now you're in orbit around the sun. You get sun escape velocity. Now you're in orbit around whatever the sun's orbiting around. Sun is in orbit around, I believe it's around the galactic center. I'm not that good with this. I can do spacecraft design, but you get the idea. But yeah, that's orbital eccentricity. They're in a very eccentric orbit, with the low point being basically the ground and the high point being the moon. So because of this, they're going to speed up as they get closer and closer to Earth. ChatGPT says you need to be going 550 kilometers a second to escape the Milky Way. Easy. Yeah, like I said, Insomnia, the name of the game is speed. That's why I like spaceships, because I like things that go fast. Right? I like things that go fast. Yeah, you know, I'm basically a big winning machine. I wake up in the morning and I piss excellence. Your daddy used to love it when I used to win. Sorry. No, spacecraft go fast. That's why it's cool, because they go really fast. The speed that Orion is traveling at entry interface makes a rifle bullet look slow. It makes a rifle cartridge look like, it makes a bullet look like a snail. That's cool. I like that. Neon, what's up, dude? Sorry, I don't know much about space. I just had a simple question. I'm assuming the whole rocket won't be coming back. So what happens to it? It burns up in the atmosphere, Neon. That's what happens. If you ain't first, you're last. That's right. If you ain't first on the moon, then you're last on the moon. Right? It's because of the landing axe. Yep. Mm-hmm. So, Neon, most of the rocket is going to, well, everything's going to burn up except for the part with people in it. It doesn't stay up in space. We put stuff into what's called disposal orbits on purpose, and when they hit the atmosphere, if they don't have a heat shield, Earth's atmosphere is just going to heat it up until there's nothing left. It'll vaporize it. Hello from County Fermanagh in Northern Ireland. Good evening. How are you, Cyber? But what are you talking about? I based my whole life on that. Vaporized, blown out. A body can do that? Oh, yeah. Wait, I heard it made it to orbit. Yes, it went too fast for the cameras, but it had the velocity to make orbit, even how thick that manhole cover is. Honestly, until someone got eyes on that man cover, Outdoorsman, it's speculation. I think it burned up. It's pronounced Fermanagh. Right. Thank you very much for helping me in my pronunciation, mate. Very good. Bubble wrap is nominal. That's right. Do you think coming back from Earth is the scariest thing for the team? This is definitely an important part of the mission, Glids. Like I said, they're going to hit the atmosphere going almost 24,000 miles an hour. And in 13 minutes, they'll decelerate from 24,000 miles an hour to just 20. If somebody looks at that and says, yeah, that's no big deal, I'm detecting a very, very big fundamental misunderstanding of or respect for the laws of physics. So for the metric folks, that's 40,000 kilometers an hour to 32 in 13 minutes. It's no joke, man. It's no joke. Can't change the laws of physics, Captain. Can't give it any more, Captain. If I give it any more, the whole thing will blow.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 18 hours, 39 minutes into the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. Here in the flight control room, Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of entry flight controllers on duty, joined by spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey. That's the voice you'll hear talking to the crew throughout the course of the day's activities through entry and through splashdown.
Thanks for the reply. Much appreciated. No problem, Blitz.
Aboard Integrity, the astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are wrapping up their post-sleep period, having an opportunity to review their morning mail, getting a bite to eat, and getting things set up for final cabin stowage of items no longer needed on this flight prior to the time they move into their entry checklist a few hours from now. The next major milestone will be 1 hour, 38 minutes from now. That will be the firing of the reaction control system thrusters on Integrity in what is called the RTC-3 burn, the return trajectory correction number 3 burn, the final in the series of mid-course correction maneuvers to fine-tune Integrity's path so that it reaches the center of the entry corridor at the orientation we want the vehicle in as it approaches and enters the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet later today. This will be an 8-second burn to change the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second. And again, will be the final major maneuver of this mission. After we discard the European service module this evening at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, a few minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, as it is called. That is a maneuver using Integrity's thrusters, about a 19-second burn that will lift the aft end of the vehicle and provide the final angle of attack that the spacecraft will be traveling in to reach the splashdown zone some 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface. In the Pacific Ocean, the USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations. Integrity has splashed down. The splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. From launch to splashdown, Integrity and its 4 crew members will have traveled 694,481 miles.
Triple sevens. No drops in here, Carter.
Communication with the crew on the voice loop, so we'll pick up considerably in the next short period of time here as we move out of the post-sleep period into the final hours of the cabin configuration, the preparations for the return trajectory correction burn, and then the crew moving into its entry checklist. All of Integrity's systems are in excellent shape. The latest weather forecast from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center for the splashdown zone southwest of San Diego calls for winds at about 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, wave periods, that's the periodic raise and subsidence of the waves against the spacecraft, that should be about 17 seconds in duration. Just some broken and scattered clouds expected in the splashdown area. The weather is go, the vehicle is go, and we are set for splashdown 6 hours, 48 minutes, and 50 seconds from now. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Signal handover right there. Would the spacecraft make a sonic boom? Of course. You have to be in the right position, though. There's going to be nobody out there. They cordon off the area. They don't. Guys, like, you don't want people near this thing when it splashes down. Orion's thrusters use that Mon 25 and MMH fuel that I've been talking to you guys about for the past couple of days when we've been trying to figure out what they're talking about by doing the messing with the oxidizer valves on the service module. Mon 25 is mixed oxides of nitrogen. It's nitric oxide, nitric, not nitrous. That'd be cool though. It's nitric oxide with nitrogen tetroxide mixed together. And then that's your oxidizer. And your liquid fuel is monomethyl hydrazine. Hydrazine and Mon 25, so MMH and NTO are extremely bad for you. You don't want to egress out and inhale that stuff because remember, the thrusters that Orion uses to steer through reentry are using that. And they're, going through reentry is no joke. There could be a leak. It happens. It's happened before. So they don't really want people near this because if the capsule outgasses and there's some people watching, when the capsule comes back down, right? Like people watching their boats and the wind's going in the wrong direction, you could breathe that and have a bad day. That's why they don't want people near the capsule. Because honestly, I'm sure if they like cordoned off the area and gave a place for people to go, like to watch it with boats, that, people probably would. But once again, if the winds change, you're going to have a bad day. The thruster fuel is very, very, very toxic for humans. So that's why they cordon off the area. That's why they're recovering this out at sea, like way out at sea, so nobody goes near it, because you don't want to be near this thing when it comes back down. That's why the Navy divers who are trained, right, are going to get near it, and one of the first things they're going to do is sniff out the capsule. They're going to sniff for, not with their nose, with a tool. They're going to sniff for hydrazine or NTO. If there's any residual, I'm sure there's a contingency to evac it from the system before the crew gets out, right? But that's the first thing. You got to make sure, that's the first thing when the capsule hits the water and divers get near it. You got to make sure that there's no, toxic gases around, because in the past, from the I believe it was ASTP, the Apollo-Soyuz test project, capsule came back down, had a hydrogen leak, and almost killed everybody. Nobody died, thank God, but if they were to land on land, could the parachute slow them down enough not to be fatal? Well, bet their splashdown speed is 20 miles an hour. So 32 kph. It can land on land. It's a little bit easier on the capsule to land in water, but if the poop hit the fan or didn't in the case of this toilet, on this capsule, it could come down on land. You'd feel it. It's like think a minor fender bender. You'd feel it, but yeah, it'll be all right. But it's an important thing to remember, guys. You can steer this capsule through reentry. It's not like they commit to reentry and Reed's like, all right, here we go, right? You can steer a capsule through reentry by modulating the angle of attack of the heat shield. Basically, you can turn the heat shield into a wing. I have graphics for how this all works here. There we go. You can turn the heat shield into a wing. How they accomplish this is by offsetting the center of gravity of the capsule to not be aligned with its x-axis, okay? So see, there's the long axis of the vehicle, the x-axis, right? And the center of gravity is offset. They put heavy equipment on one side because there's humans and air on the other side. That moves the center of gravity out of the center line of the capsule. That means they can use roll control thrusters, the thrusters that I'm telling you about that they got to sniff for. They can use the roll control thrusters to roll the capsule 180 degrees or 90 degrees or whatever. So in this position, if they rolled 180 degrees, the heat shield would go from being a wing to being a brake, to being a speed brake. You can change the angle of attack of the heat shield by rolling the capsule. So it's not like the capsule is committed to reentry and everybody's just like, all right, they come down where they come down. They can steer the thing. You can steer the capsule back to its landing site pretty precisely. Now, once again, Reed and Victor are not going to be doing that. Orion's computers are going to be doing that. But if something did go wrong, Reed Wiseman, the commander, could take control of the capsule and try to steer the thing through reentry. That would be a pucker moment, doing that. No one, to my knowledge, has ever steered a capsule through reentry. We did it with the space shuttle, though. Fun fact, on STS-2, the second space shuttle mission, as a developmental flight test objective, Joe Engle and Richard Truly flew the shuttle through reentry manually. It can be done, but you really don't want to do that. Much easier to do with a shuttle than a capsule, you know? Hey, Muso, what's up? Surely had to train for that, of course. Of course. Training to be an astronaut and training for the missions take a ton of time. That's not, yeah, lots of training. Absolutely. How do the computers know where they are without comms? Dead reckoning? So in spacecraft, Driados, it's not called dead reckoning. It's called inertial guidance. So they have accelerometers, like the same one in your phone, the same thing as your phone, like when you use to turn, like when you turn it, the screen knows to turn with it, so it's oriented correctly. It has stuff like that in it to be able to figure out where it is, despite the plasma blackout. There are gyroscopes on board, but they're not gyros. They're called IMUs, inertial measuring units. Orion has 3 inertial measuring units. I believe they're over here with the heavy equipment. They're on this side of the capsule over here. They have 3 inertial measuring units and 3 accelerometers for every direction. So for, up, down, left, right, forward, and back. The IMUs measure acceleration, or the accelerometers measure acceleration in every direction, and the IMUs are looking for rotation. Like I said, it's very similar to the thing in your phone. If you turn it, the screen turns with it. That. The phone knows how it's oriented relative to gravity, which is pretty cool. Didn't Cooper do a manual reentry on Mercury? I mean, yeah, but the Mercury capsule was not nearly steerable like this. They hadn't figured out how to do that just yet. In fact, if we go into this, the timeline tracker here that Revs Up Rays, a viewer of mine made, we can go into live telemetry and we can take a look at the IMUs. It's part of the API, if I'm remembering correctly. Where are you? Well, we could see the saw angles. Those are the angles of all the different solar panels.
Integrity Houston, good morning.
Yeah,
Common check, post ACU swaps.
Okay. Who have been flown up in manual. Yeah, but we're talking about coming back down. Right?
Go at throttle up.
Good
That's good to
morning,
know,
Houston. We got you loud and clear.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. We want to let you know that OE2 is privatized, ready to start the conference early or on time at your preference. And afterwards, we've got a couple of cabin entry config items to sync with you. Give us a call.
Okay, Jackie. How about we take those cabin config items right away, and then we'll do the PMC.
We can do that. So looking at the cabin entry config procedure, step 5 for the AGAs is no perform. Based on your battery activities last night, AGA is in good shape through splashdown. And in step 10,
that tracks with our thinking.
we would like you to get going early on step 10. In particular, for the post-landing LIO, we'd like you to perform the battery check that is in step 1 of your post-landing LIO mounting and routing procedure.
So that's
Okay, we can get started on the LIO.
Okay, that's flight.
All right, that was all we had for you for cabin entry config for now.
So that's Capcom Jackie Mahaffey right there talking to Reed. Capcom is the capsule communicator.
Houston, speaking of cabin config,
That's
one
Christina
thing
now.
for you, the contingency urine CWC, that has, we had a plan so that we could actually complete that stowage as a get-ahead last night, and that's been done. We did not use a hefty bag, but it is empty, and it is sealed in 2 Ziplocs inside the JSB. We feel that it's unaccessible now, and we'd like to keep it in that config.
All right, Christina, thanks for the status. We will confirm that is a good config.
If you're wondering what
Thank you, ma'am.
If you're wondering what they do with the trash, they put it in trash bags. Obviously, what else are you going to do with it?
Okay, Jackie, we'll head over to Private 2 for the PMC.
Staged out in the Pacific Ocean, just west of San Diego. We are staged about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion
Megan?
splash down.
You guys shouldn't pipe the audio test through on the main feed, just saying. That's probably not a good idea. Toss it out the door. Well, that costs mass because then you'd need an airlock. So they're using hefty trash bags, if you really want to know. They put all their trash in trash bags and they stow it. And then they'll take the trash out. So Jackie Mahaffey is the capsule communicator here. assisted by astronaut Stan Love. He flew on the space shuttle on the STS-122 mission. Flight director for entry, descent, and landing today is Rick Henfling, and he's being assisted by Judd Friedling. Judd Friedling is another flight director who is the ascent flight director. Rick is in charge of the show, so if we go back and look at that shot of... Look at that thing. Go back and look at that shot of mission control there.
Prince.
That's Rick over there. Judd's taking a huge bite out of that pizza, and now I'm really hungry. That's Jackie Mahaffey right there. That's Stan Love. Stan's been into space. Nobody else here has, though.
Afterwards, we've got a couple of cabin entry config.
But Rick's a pilot, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't know about Judd. He can fly. He can fly. He pilot. Now I want pizza. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? Is there anyone at NASA who isn't a massive overachiever? No. No, Demoody. And that's not because NASA is some like crazy gatekeeping organization. You really need to be on your game to do this stuff. Spaceflight's tough, man. It's tough. It's a hard game to play. How I like to describe spaceflight to people is that it's like playing Tetris. You don't really win, you just get better at it. Like, the more you play, the better you get, but you don't really win. Like, every mission is at best a push. Like, you got your astronauts back, but now you need to go further, right? Now you need to go do another crazy mission after that, right? So like Artemis 4 is going to be a landing. It's not going to be a flyby. So the difficulty level gets higher the further you go, like Tetris. And then, you know, you get as far as you go, right, in a Tetris game, and hopefully you don't fail, but you know, when you get like 5 lines in Tetris, that's like completing a spaceflight mission. Spaceflight is tough. You don't ever really win. You just get better at it. Why does this ship look like it's not aiming towards Earth? Certified, they put the tail of Orion in the service module. They pointed at the sun. One big reason is to charge the solar panels. The solar panels are on the back of the ship. You can see the panel up there. And this camera is actually on one of the solar panels too. They're called solar array wings. They orient the capsule backwards, so the negative X axis, so backwards towards the sun. That's to charge the panels because they're just coasting right now. The other thing is that it puts the heat shield between the sun and the crew. So, you know, probably a little bit better for radiation. In the past, what they did with Apollo is just they rolled the capsule just to make sure that it didn't melt. But Orion's a 21st century craft, so they point the heat shield for better thermals at the sun because the heat shield can take a lot of heat because it's a heat shield. So yeah, if it looks like it's not pointing towards the Earth, yeah, it doesn't need to right now. You're just coasting. So they point the back of the thing where the engines are. The engines are designed to get hot.
This is Mission Control, Houston.
Probably be better to point that into the sun.
Is 18 hours, 58 minutes into the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. On board the spacecraft, as we slowly but surely make our way back to Earth for a splashdown later this evening, the crew on board, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, are emerging from their post-sleep period. They are about to begin a private medical conference that has been planned all along with the flight surgeon here in Mission Control to make sure that there are no issues associated with their high-speed entry back to Earth later today, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site off the coast of San Diego. The crew has been in great shape ever since launch, and the vehicle is in excellent condition. It's very quiet here in the flight control room, no issues being worked as we count down toward the next milestone prior to entering the Earth's atmosphere, that being the return trajectory correction burn. This short 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second and slightly adjust its orientation, fine-tuning its position to properly enter the entry corridor across the Pacific Ocean later today. That burn...
Integrity you can normalize too.
In work.
That burn is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be followed by the crew completing the configuration of the crew cabin for entry, stowing final items, and making sure all of their checklists and other post-down devices that they will need are in the proper. Making sure that all of their equipment is within arm's length after they splash down in the Pacific, waiting to be extracted from the vehicle by the recovery personnel that will be deployed from the USS John Murtha, which is on station out in the Pacific in the splashdown area. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal. Winds just about 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet. Those are very benign conditions that will await Integrity's astronauts when they emerge from the spacecraft. Following splashdown, the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags will be inflated with helium to ensure that the spacecraft remains in an upright and rather benign situation as it bobs in the Pacific Ocean. This will expedite the ability of the recovery teams to erect a large raft called the front porch along the side of Integrity prior to the time that the hatches open and the crew is extracted from the vehicle that they have been aboard since April 1st for their launch for their lunar flyby. The heart of today's entry will begin.
Integrity Houston, some pre-burn SAs for you. The plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Okay, we copy, Jackie.
Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency acknowledging the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey. It is her voice that you'll be hearing throughout entry and splashdown, calling all the major milestones and talking to the crew when required. The heart of today's activities will begin about 5.5 hours from now when we hand over the communications link from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. That will come at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, followed about 18 minutes later when the crew module separates from the service module. At that point, the crew module will conduct a raise burn, as it is called. That is about a 19-second burn. That will be the final opportunity to more specifically dial in the flight path angle, the angle of attack before entry interface. That will use the roll thrusters on the command module, on the crew module. That angle of attack is particularly critical for this mission so that we are mitigating any excessive buildup of heat on Orion's heat shield as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. At the point of peak heating, we are expecting temperatures to rise to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That will induce an ionization around the spacecraft called a plasma wave. This is typical for all spacecraft that enter the Earth's atmosphere. A blackout period of 6 minutes will begin at about 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll lose all communications with the crew. That will be expected, and we'll report that when we do have a loss of data and communications. When we emerge from that blackout, right around 7 p.m. Central Time, straight up, Jackie Mahaffey, the Capcom here in Mission Control, will be calling the crew if they don't call us first to make sure that we hear them and that we have a good communications link for the final 7 minutes of the high-speed entry that will culminate with the deployment of a series of parachutes and finally 3 main parachutes that will gently allow Integrity to splash down in the Pacific at a velocity of just 19 miles an hour. The crew is expected to pull about 3.9 Gs during maximum G loads on them during the point of entry. And it's interesting to keep in mind that from the point of the start of entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, some 13 and a half minutes before splashdown, the spacecraft will decelerate from a velocity of some 23,783 miles an hour to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. So everything is in order aboard Integrity. We have a solid spacecraft and a solid go weather forecast in the splashdown zone as awaits the return of Artemis's astronauts from this historic lunar flyby. Splashdown scheduled 6 hours, 25 minutes, 30 seconds from now. This is Mission Control Houston.
It's Rob Navius, the public affairs officer for NASA there. So people ask, like, what are we looking at on the Earth? That's the Pacific Ocean. In this view, Australia is right here. China's right here, Japan is right here, and Russia's right here. You can't really see it, though. Yeah, New Zealand is, like, right there, and, like, the blue screen is, like, right there. So, see, Australia's over there in the graphic. Yeah. They're coming in over here, and they're gonna land off the coast of San Diego. I guess they're not beating Apollo 10 speed record. They're gonna miss it by about 1,000 miles an hour. Still the fastest people alive. Unfortunately, the entire crew of Apollo 10 is no longer with us. They went home. You're going to miss the uplink hum. Oh, don't you worry. I thought of this. One of my moderators, all systems, came through, and we have the... Oh, I got the noise. Don't worry. We also have the spacecraft noise. Sound of the life support systems humming. Oh, we have them as sound bites, yes. But why, though? Because this sound rules. We have bubble wrap.
Copy. Copy.
Oh, what the hell's going on with that clip?
Copy.
Bubble wrap nominal. I'm going to have to go figure that one out. Oh, believe me, we're compiling all kinds of new radio communications that I'll be able to play on demand for future streams. This one, though. Nice. Copy. Bubble wrap nominal. I also have this.
154.
And then we also have this.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Because that's not something you hear from Mission Control every day. Can make them longer if needed. No, that's good for now. Mason. Jeez. How's your day going? It's going good, Base. We're, crew is just getting into their private medical conferences, which is where they talk with their doctors, one last time.
Eastern Integrity, both all 4 LIO battery units are fully charged.
Oh, okay.
Houston copies. Good news. Thanks.
Okay, all the batteries are charged. I'm not sure which batteries those are referring to. They might be the camera batteries, but I'm not 100%. You're going to be sad when this mission is complete, but happy to hear the ending of the nasty background ringing and buzzing. Also very excited for the next one. Oh, man, I like that, dude. That's nice. How to have the NASA pins. You need to go watch NASA's channel when they go live. Watch NASA's Twitch stream. And yeah, I got to get back to work, but I wanted to take a minute and say thank you so much for the amazing coverage. I learned a lot from you, and you have made this incredible mission even more exciting by generously sharing your knowledge and passion for this. Yeah, MV, I got you. Yeah, pleasure's all on this side of the screen, guys. It warms my heart to see so many people interested in this. I love this stuff. It's space is life for me. I love it, and I can't get enough of it, and I'm just happy I could share this with you guys. So, yeah, appreciate it, but I insist.
This is Space. I'm in space.
You got gifted a sub from Crazy Brandon. He was pretty crazy, but pleasure's all on this side of the screen. I celebrate spaceflight's entire catalog. What's your favorite spaceflight? I don't know. I guess I kind of like them all.
This is Space. I'm in space.
Are we there yet? No. Do you have a background in this? I'm self-taught, Zachi. Yeah, self-taught. I've been doing this for about 15 years. I'm streaming for a long time, and you know, I still read white papers about NASA, different things every day. I never stop learning about it. That's the thing about spaceflight. Dude, you know, this is more for the Twitch audience. You guys will understand this. And not that YouTube won't, but just look, I got popular on Twitch by playing video games, by playing KSP mostly, and using KSP to teach people about this stuff. I would argue that using the real mission is way more effective, right? Like, but we use KSP to do it, right? So, you know, like, okay, Minecraft. Let's take Minecraft, for instance. Minecraft is a game that you get into, you get horribly addicted to it for about 3 months, 3 to 4 months, right? Or a year or whatever. But eventually you beat the Ender Dragon and you're kind of good, right? And then you go start doing other things. Spaceflight is like that game that you're really addicted to and you want to know everything about. But the thing about it is that the game never ends. There's no end game here. You could spend a lifetime learning about everything that has to do with space, from like astronomy to spacecraft engineering to systems engineering to launch pad engineering, you know, hangar, like how clean rooms work, satellite manufacturing. Like there is an endless rabbit hole of information here, and it's like being addicted to a good video game, right? So I warn you. The space bug, if once you get bit by it and you kind of lock in, you're not going to want to stop. There's always new stuff to learn. And that's how I've been able to pick it up over the years, because I never stop learning. Ever. I never stop learning. Spaceflight is an endless rabbit hole of new and exciting information. That's why I love this stuff so much. I'm always learning something new. I've learned a ton about Orion.
Houston Integrity, we're ready to secure the Cobalt brick and the WAP, but just want to check with you that you don't need the
Thanks, Major.
Network on board before we do that. Check with you that you don't.
Thanks, Glids. But yeah, that's it's like being addicted to a good video game, only the video game never stops. And that's what I've been doing. I have no engineering background, but I understand that engineering requires a certain amount of, let's say, temperament, I guess. I treat it with respect because I'm an outsider here. I'm not an engineer. I treat it with respect and I try to give it the attention that it deserves.
Integrity, for Jeremy, we copied your question. We were in a data rate handover, but we can confirm no further ground use for the WAP or cobalt brick, so go to tear those down. A follow-up for Christina, the empty CWC stowage config that you called earlier is a good config for entry, so no need to go find that. And finally, we can support a camera downlink if and when you are willing.
Yeah, Hornet. So, fellas, I'm self-taught. I've been doing this for well over a decade, and
Okay, we
I love it.
copied all those, Jackie. And which cameras were you planning on coming on board with?
Thanks, Ansel.
Yeah, good question. We just wanted to use cab 3.
Yeah, Dresh.
We're good with that.
Spaceflight's a horrible addiction, but
All right, we will join you.
there's no shortage of ways of making a living in like with spaceflight, even being spaceflight adjacent like I am. That's right, Scholar. Yeah, we got shouted out by Twitch. That was pretty cool. Yeah, that's right, Bronx. You should be very proud of yourself for the immense knowledge you have in spaceflight and engineering. Thanks, Cosmic. Yeah, no, it's not the knowledge.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Sleepy, 20 subs. Thanks, guys. You've been more than generous. I appreciate it. You carried that video? Thank you. Crafty, $5 super chat. Thank you. It's not the knowledge that I'm proud of. The knowledge is just a means to an end. The end that I'm proud of is what we've built here on Twitch and on YouTube now. That's what I'm proud of. I'm proud that I've built and fostered a community that's a beacon in science, technology, engineering, and math outreach. That's the thing I'm most proud of. You know, the knowledge is just a means it's just a leverage to achieve that goal. I want people to learn. And more importantly, I want to show people that, like, there's a whole moon out there that we could go out and be exploring, right? You know, spaceflight teaches you to broaden your horizons, right? And set your goals higher. The moon's a long way up there. That's what I'm actually talking about. The moon's way up there. You set your sights up there, like for the moon or Mars or wherever, right? You know, the world is bigger than you think it is. Or the solar system is bigger than you think it is. But you know what I mean? That's what I'm most proud of. That I've shown people that you don't have to sit home and play video games all day, even though that's fun. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not fun. But there's a fine line between doing this in Kerbal and doing it in real life. Actually, it's not a fine line. It's a well demarcated line. But all you got to do is take a little bit of effort, put in a little bit of effort, put in a little bit of persistence, right? And you can be doing this in real life. Hey, JP. Thanks for the sub there. Crafty over on the bits on Twitch. Didn't you just do a $5 super chat on YouTube? Like, what did you say? What part of the spaceflight rabbit hole are you most excited about? Yeah. So, yeah, to infinity and beyond. Are you Buzz Lightyear? I love your movies. Thanks, Pickled One. Like, I'm not the best at this, but I know a good amount. I know enough to be dangerous to be able to teach it. So, but I will admit that I possess a superb, like a surface level understanding of this. But yeah, but that's all you need. It's all you need to kick the snowball down the hill. You know, how much battery capacity is on Orion? Hey, Davensky, you're over there now. Oh, that's confusing, dude. I don't know how much battery they have on board. The solar panels can generate up to 13,000 watts of power. Yeah, bio, there you go. I'd argue that you inspire multiple people to the aerospace industry is more valuable than if you went on your own and didn't have this outreach. Zeros, yeah, that's why I think the stream itself is the most.
Discovery, go and
That's
throttle
the
up.
thing I'm most proud of. I'm the most proud of people here watching, being interested, and how we've given people a place to learn and get into space flight at a surface level, and then if you want to go further with it, go further with it. Hey, Warline, 1 year, thank you. Mob Farmer with 100 bits, thank you very much, guys. You
This
guys
is
are too
space.
good to me.
I'm in space.
Cool Dragon, bruh. Gifted 5, thank you very much. Persistence and stubbornness and dedication is the only way to reach your goals. Yep. You enterprise that through discipline, Nader. That is probably the biggest thing I learned on my path to my career. I was no astronaut, but my career field is pretty damn selective as well. I would say you set your sights high. Or your missiles. I mean, I don't know. Pick one. They can go to the moon and back.
Integrity for CBA pressure.
Go ahead.
CBA pressure is 2,500 psi.
Houston copies. 2500.
This is space. I'm in space.
Agent. 20 subs there. They're awesome sauce with 1 bit. Thank you. Every little bit counts. I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much. Zeros, thank you. Thank you for all the support, guys. I appreciate you a lot. Okay, Jay. Remember, star pattern. Howdy, I did a thing again.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard Mission Specialist Christina Cook aboard Integrity, offering some parameters of cabin atmosphere readings. Everything on board is in great shape. We're just 56.5 minutes away from the return trajectory correction 3 burn. This will be the final major maneuver of the mission for Integrity, an 8-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to change its velocity by 4.2 feet per second, and further fine-tuning its path for the entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere later today. Just so we can identify some of the key players you'll hear and see here in Mission Control throughout the course of the day. On the front row, from left to right, that's astronaut Stan Love. He was the Ascent Capcom, or spacecraft communicator, talking to the crew, and has pulled several shifts during the mission. Second from the left is Jackie Mahaffey, who will be the entry Capcom, talking to the crew during their high-speed return to Earth later today.
Yeah, Jeff's in the back.
Then to her left is entry flight director Rick Henfling.
That's the guy running
and to
the
his
show.
left is Judd Freeling, who presided as flight director over the ascent of Integrity 9 days ago from the Kennedy Space Center. In the back row is the lead flight director for the mission, Jeff Radigan, and to his left is the chief of the flight director office, Emily Nelson.
This is Jeff's baby. He's the lead flight director.
Once again, this view of the Earth.
Emily, that lady that was sitting next to Jeff, Emily Nelson, she assigns the flight directors to the missions. So similar to like in baseball, like you have a bullpen of flight directors and you assign, you closers, right? You have closers and you have openers, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, baseball's a little more complicated than that. Starters, closers, and now they do a mid-closer now in baseball, which is weird, but whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Rug, re-entry biddies, thank you. Current mission elapsed time, guys, is 8 days, 19 hours, 24 minutes, 36 seconds. As Rob said, the crew's going through private medical conferences right now, and then we have the return trajectory correction burn here, which is a 1.27 meter a second adjustment, just a final tweak to the entry trajectory to maximize the accuracy. Setup pitchers, yeah, that's what they're called, Allied. Yeah, halfway closers, right? Like. So Jeff is running the whole show. Rick is assigned for the downhill ride, and Judd Friedling, the guy next to him, was the uphill ride. We got a live shot on Cab-Cam 3 of the Orion capsule. Victor Glover on the right.
This is Mission Control
Reed on the
Houston, our
left.
first view of the crew today. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. On the right, Pilot Victor Glover.
Let me get off the screen.
They are reviewing some of the timeline parameters and some of the systems status boards on their computers on the flight deck of Orion. Everything is in great shape system-wise, and the weather forecast is a go forecast at the splashdown zone as the crew approaches the 6-hour mark until they return to Earth to complete this historic mission. The crew will monitor the RTC-3 burn. That's just 52 minutes from now. And then we'll move into the heart of completing the configuration of the crew cabin, stowing some final items, and reviewing their entry checklist as they march down the timeline towards the point at which they will don their launch and entry suits, the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OCSS, the OX suits as they are called, and prepare for the final key elements of this mission that will start with entry interface at 6:53 p.m. Central Time today, when they reach the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles.
I'm back. So you have the commander display unit there, pilot display unit on the right, and then the center display unit. They call them DUs. They're somewhat analogous to if you're a pilot, a primary flight display and a multi-flight display, an MFD and a PFD. But yeah, thank you for all the support, guys. I don't talk when Rob talks, because Rob is, you think I'm a knowledge dump? Rob's a knowledge dump. I learned from him.
You can see down below in the lower deck of the crew cabin, if you will, Christina Cook. Jeremy Hansen is right by her. The crew will begin the suit-up procedures later today. They'll conduct leak checks on their suits to ensure that they're in a good configuration for the entry. And once again, we're struck by some of the numbers involved. At the point of entry interface, which will be about 13 and a half minutes before splashdown, the vehicle will be traveling some 23,839 miles an hour. At the point of splashdown, 13 and a half minutes later, they will have decelerated under parachutes and through the interaction of Earth's atmosphere, the friction created by Earth's atmosphere, they will have decelerated to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
It's not friction, it's compression. Rob. Thanks, Final Ghost. So it's not friction. Friction doesn't slow. Friction.
All preparations on the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship out in the Pacific, are complete. Everyone is at the ready. The Navy recovery teams, the flight surgeons who will greet the astronauts for their initial medical exams. There will be Navy helicopters and fast boats that will be deployed from the Murtha to move alongside the spacecraft. It will take about 15 minutes, perhaps a bit less, for the flight control team here in Mission Control to power down the vehicle. Once it splashes down and the airbags, the inflatable airbags, 5 of them at the forward bay cover at the top of the spacecraft, are inflated to ensure that the vehicle remains in an upright orientation in the Pacific. The airbags will be deployed. The vehicle will be powered down. That's not the end for Mission Control here in Houston. They will not hand over to the Exploration Ground Systems folks until the crew has been extracted from the vehicle onto a large raft that will be erected alongside the hatch to integrity. That is called the front porch. Each of the crew members will leave the vehicle, Christina Cook first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, then Reed Wiseman, Once in the raft, they'll spend a few minutes as they get their land legs back before they're harnessed and hoisted one by one in alternating fashion to a pair of hovering Navy helicopters overhead. Christina Cook will be hoisted first into helicopter number 1, then Jeremy Hansen to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover to helicopter number 1, Reed Wiseman to helicopter number 2.
So I saw somebody ask what the heat shield is made out of. The heat shield is called Avcoat. Avcoat is named after the company that made the original Apollo heat shield, called Avco. They're owned by Textron nowadays, I think, if I'm remembering right. I had to look up what the specific composition of the heat shield. So Avcoat is it's composed of silica fibers in an epoxy Novolac resin. So think like fiberglass that's been submerged in resin, kind of like that, like epoxy resin. Like if you took fiberglass, right, and then you submerge the fiberglass into resin, that's kind of what it is. That's not exact, right? It's an epoxy Novolac resin, which means it's more like plastic, less like acrylic, I guess. But yeah, that's what the heat shield's made out of. It's just it's basically fiberglass that's been submerged in resin. It's not exactly that, but that is kind of an illustration of the concept. It's porous, Muso, on purpose. Yeah, for gas permeability. Yeah. It's there's air, there's pockets of air inside of it. It's porous on purpose. It's not ceramic, no. Hey Mark, what's up, man? Why do the left and right DUs have two virtual horizons? Near, that's a good question. This one is, it's about, these are called reference frames. Hey, baboon error, thank you. These are reference frame. That one is showing what you're at, like how your orientation is relative to Earth. This one is showing capsule relative orientation. I think this is aligned to Earth's ecliptic, right?
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes.
Not Earth's ecliptic. That one's aligned to Earth's equator, relative, right? Or it could be orbital plane as well. I'm not exactly sure the reference frame there. That one is oriented towards the ground. That one's Earth. That's the ground. So technically right now, because they're coming in on the side of Earth, right? The horizon is to the left. This one I think is relative to, this could be relative to orbital plane. And that's, in fact, that's probably what I'm going to guess, that it's relative to orbital plane. So like when you orbit, right, if you took your orbit and made it into a flat, like, line, that flat line is what that horizon is showing. What do those buttons do? Nothing. Don't press them. Question about landing. Is it largely unchanged? There's any difference between the approach on Artemis 1? They're flying a slightly different trajectory on this one. The reason why is because when Artemis 1 came back, it did that. See that right there? That's not great. That's a hole in the heat shield. So they're slightly modifying the trajectory to be able to get less gas permeation in the heat shield. Future missions will fly on a similar trajectory to Artemis 1. The reason why they're flying a different trajectory is because this heat shield wasn't redesigned in time. So a different trajectory is good enough to get them home. Not should be. It's good enough to get them home. Future heat shields will be redesigned to utilize not that trajectory. That's what they're flying. This is much more similar to Apollo. Future heat shields will be redesigned to do this. What happened here is that they got the heat shield really hot and they skipped off the atmosphere like skipping a stone over a lake, right? And what happened is gases got trapped in the...
Integrity currently maneuvering to what is called the Starfield calibration orientation.
Gas got trapped in the heat shield while they were doing the skip, and it ablated the backside of the heat shield and it started to char. So when they came in, there were holes in the heat shield. Now, don't get me wrong. If people had been on Artemis 1, they would have been fine. But this is just kind of a thing about just space flight in general, right? You know, this isn't Kerbal. Like, oh, yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. This is not warranted behavior. You do not want your heat shield to come apart like that. Nobody wants holes in their heat shield, right? So it's important that between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, they addressed the issue here, right? The issue is that you're getting too much gas pyrolysis going on during the skip. So they shortened the reentry. They shortened it just for this mission because you don't need to fly a skip trajectory here, right? And they didn't want to redesign the heat shield because the Artemis 2 was coming up too quickly, right? So they fly on a different trajectory to prevent the charring from happening. In the future, for Artemis 3, they have a more permeable AVCoat structure to allow that gas to escape instead of getting trapped down there and breaking the heat shield off. So they redesigned it for the 3 mission, and they're flying the 2 mission on a different trajectory.
This remains frame inertial. Attitude, yaw pitch roll, is 46, 43, 237. Delta V, X 2.1, Y 2.2, Z negative 2.9. How copy?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
That was how much velocity is changing in axis orientation.
Okay, Jackie, we caught the in material. Can you give us the trim number that you started with and Omicron, I believe, were the 2. Or maybe TIG slip and Omicron.
They'll probably announce the crew after
TIG
this,
slip
fella.
is 10 minutes. Omicron is 25.0.
Omicron represents the upper limit in a nominal range for being able to do the burn. There's only you have to time it correctly. Omicron is the maximum amount of time that you are allotted to do this burn.
Okay, Jackie, we copied all the deltas, but we are not confident we started with the right file. Can you confirm the date, the UTC of ground generation?
Yep, that is day 100, hour 12, minute 20, 20.
So, Jackie, that ground generation date time is what we had as version 1, and you said version 2, so that's what's throwing us off. We were looking for a version 2, but we saved version 1 as version 2 to get ready for these deltas. Did you uplink a new burn pad, or were you just instructing us to save it as version 2?
Yeah, sorry about that. These deltas we're reading you are called version 2, and the UTC we are expecting you to be referencing is the one I read off.
Really want to make sure that you uploaded the right burn correction into Orion software, or it could knock you off course. Probably better that Victor was...
Copy. We wrote those deltas on the Excel file that was labeled version 1, and we have saved it as version 2.
That's perfect. Couple of final notes for you. Under burn execution steps, step 8, OpNav pass. We are performing OpNav pass, and that did kick off automatically. And then in burn notes, we just want to clarify for the PCL message today, that is message 3.10.02.
It is in my personal opinion, and people can argue this because I know it's widely used.
Okay, we copy step 8 auto and 3.10.02, which we all read. Thank you. Any other deltas to the steps, burn execution steps?
Any other changes?
No deltas. One final note, the cell in the burn notes that talks about if BFS engages does have about 2 rows worth of text, so you may need to expand it to see all of it.
Jackie, that is a great call. Thank you for that information.
And that is everything we had for the burn conference.
Personal opinion is that XL should be nowhere near a spacecraft, but whatever. If it's good enough for NASA, I guess it's okay.
Oh, this is space.
Private
I'm in
pilot,
space.
give the sub side quest here.
Okay, we copy. Thank you very much.
XL is not precise.
This is Mission Control Houston. That exchange between Capcom, Jack.
It's not XL is not precise. It's good for like managing your business, like in accounting and stuff, but it's not precise for spacecraft. The reason why is that XL's coded in float. They only store it to the 6th decimal point, which they do that to save data. Spacecraft need to be a little more granular in its implementation. That's why I think it should be nowhere near it.
Some thrusters to amend the velocity of integrity by 4.2 feet per second. It also contains a number of angular adjustments to integrity's orientation to fine-tune its precise orientation as it enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point of 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean, called entry interface. This is critical because we want integrity to be in the right orientation to minimize heating on the heat shield of the vehicle.
Yeah, Fallon, I guess
this needs to be extremely.
I guess if you're using it just to calculate, don't let XL calculate anything, but using it as a table of data, then yeah, I suppose that's okay. And that is what they are doing, but also like not sure if XL is yeah, I wouldn't let that near my spacecraft avionics, just saying.
Minimize the peak heating effects on the heat shield. As it is, the temperatures around the heat shield are expected to be somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. However, at the angle at which we are entering the Earth's atmosphere, it is a much more benign heating effect on the heat shield than what was experienced during the Artemis 1 mission.
So people are saying that XL stores 15, so it's not float, it's double. Still, you don't want to round numbers in spaceflight, guys. That's not, that ends poorly. Or finance. Yeah, they learned that one the hard way, if I'm remembering right. But our planet is sort of round. Shut up. You're round. You're round. Anyway, it looks like they're just using it to store numbers. So I don't know. I mean, if Victor thinks it's good enough, then who am I to say? I mean, he's the one that's piloting this sucker, so him and Reed. Why are the two guys sitting at the flight director desk? So it doesn't hurt to have a second set of eyes, Jen. The second guy that's sitting at the flight director desk is Judd Friedling.
Houston Integrity.
He's another
we
flight
go
director.
For secondary wastewater line dump.
Oh boy, time to dump the pee.
Integrity, you are go for secondary line dump.
We copy. Thank you.
Secondary flight director, it's more to assist Rick. So Rick Henfling is the lead flight director for entry, descent, and landing, or EDL for short. Judd Friedling is the flight director that was the lead director for the uphill ride. It's always better to have second set of eyes, but you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen either. So that's why it's really limited to two. But Rick's in charge of the show here. If he wanted Judd there, he'll ask for him there. But if he didn't want him there, he'd go sit in the peanut gallery. I mean, that's kind of the hierarchy of mission control. Like, you have guys that are controlling each phase of the mission. But Rick obviously wants a second set of eyes. So think pilot and co-pilot, right? Or pilot and first officer. Captain and first officer, excuse me. So, yeah, Judd's there helping looking over just in case. And Jeff Radigan is the lead flight director for Artemis 2. He's running the entire show. He's in the back. He's talking to
Integrity Houston, for the burn, SM prop helium ISO valves are configured.
Okay, ISO valves are configured. Jeff's back there talking to Emily Nelson. Emily Nelson is the chief of flight directors.
Okay, we see closed, open, and that's what we were expecting. Thanks for the confirmation.
Okay, so the ISO valves are open, indicating that the tanks are pressurized for this burn. Where's Jeb and Val? Jeb and Val are on the ship, but their names aren't Jeb and Val. Their names are Reed and Christina. When do they due back? RIW, we're about 5.5 hours away from splashdown. Give or take.
This is Mission Control, Houston.
Bill and Bob are in the other seats.
Flight Director Rick Henfling here in Mission Control. The entry flight director is going to be polling his team of flight controllers to get a go for the RTC-3 burn, which is coming up in just 31 minutes. We're back inside the cabin of Integrity, looking at Jeremy Hansen on the left, Christina Cook in the middle, Victor Glover on the right, the crew, and there's Reed Wiseman, the commander of the ship. Everything is in great shape as we await splashdown 5 hours and 44 minutes from now. The entry profile for Integrity is a source of great interest because of some of the heat shield damage that was unexpected during Artemis 1. We have deliberately created a trajectory which is essentially a lofted entry profile rather than a skip entry. If you recall, the skip entry on Artemis 1 was a trajectory in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then skipped out of the atmosphere, sort of like throwing a flat rock against a lake, and then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific. However, that profile induced a longer entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles in length that induced a 20-minute duration of a higher total heat load on the vehicle. So after a great analysis and the review of an independent review team, we decided to amend the entry profile to a maximum entry range of 1,775 nautical miles. In this case, we're going to be flying downrange from the point of entry interface to a splashdown zone just 1,701 nautical miles downrange, heading from southwest to northeast towards the coast of California. The 20-minute duration of the Artemis 1 entry has been reduced to just 13.5 minutes in duration for Artemis 2. thus inducing a lower total heat load on the vehicle and mitigating any deleterious effects on the heat shield itself. The flight control team, the engineers, have tremendous confidence in this entry profile that will protect the heat shield from any excessive loads that may be imparted on it during this high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. Having said that, we still will be exposing the heat shield to temperatures some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit as we enter peak heating at the point of entry interface and a communications blackout within a few minutes after that. Currently taking a poll in the room for a go for RTC-3. That'll be communicated to the crew momentarily.
Integrity, Houston, good final targeting, and we are go for the burn pending SAW positioning.
We copy. Houston, go for the burn. Thank you.
And again, the burn that's coming up, RTC-3, just 27.5 minutes from now, will be an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the delta on the velocity to about 4.2 feet per second, and refining Integrity's path to reach entry interface at the correct angle and at the correct time and orientation. If you think of a cone across the Pacific Ocean, that's the entry corridor. We want to hit right into the middle of that corridor. I said yesterday it was splitting the uprights, and that's exactly what it is. We want to make sure that we're right down the pike, heading toward the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego. This burn and the subsequent crew module raise burn, that will be a final amendment to the angle of attack of Integrity, all designed to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield.
So the blackout, guys, is because of the plasma that happens. Plasma forms because gas gets compressed too hard up against the heat shield and it ionizes. And when it ionizes, it creates a wake of plasma.
A short time ago, the Spaceflight Meteorology Group briefed the entry flight control team on the latest weather at the splashdown zone where the USS John P. Murtha is stationed, ready to begin recovery operations shortly after splashdown. The weather is ideal, not an issue in the terms of the winds, just 10-knot winds and wave heights less than 4 feet. Expected to greet the crew. There will be some broken and scattered clouds that Integrity will be descending through, but that's not a factor. We are committed, of course, to splashing down today at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset.
Would it be possible to spot re-entry from Hawaii? No, they purposely are bringing this thing down in a place where no one's going to get near it. Did the shuttle have such a blackout? Did the shuttle have plasma blackout? Yes and no. At the beginning of the program, yes. But once the tracking data and relay system was up, it didn't. The reason why is that the way that plasma wake is designed around the shuttle is to leave a big open area behind it. You have no... what's it called? Recompression. Well, you do to an extent. The recompression kind of happens over the wings and stuff. But see, any area that's dark, you can get a signal through. So with the shuttle, right, you can get a signal through here. The shuttle's short band antennas for communications are up here. They're up in the nose. So if you were re-entering the shuttle and a TDRS satellite was behind you, they could talk through the shuttle's
At this hour,
re-entry.
Flight Dynamics reporting that Integrity is 45,534 nautical miles away.
That's also the exact same reason why we can see Starship re-entries pretty much live streamed, because Starship has its antennas on the back, Starlink antennas, and they're communicating with Starlink backwards. That's how the shuttle did it. Where do you think they got the idea? So at the early part of the shuttle program, when there was no tracking data and relay network, TDRS for short, Yeah, the shuttle would have communication blackout because there's no relay to bounce it off of.
965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour at peak velocity. There will be a series of roll reversals. Those are computer-induced maneuvers that will occur after we complete the blackout period. Actually, there are 2 before while we are in the blackout period and 3 more afterwards. Those roll reversals designed to dissipate energy, reducing the speed through the laws of physics to bleed off excess energy as the vehicle points itself toward the splashdown zone prior to going subsonic and then inducing the beginning of the parachute deployment sequence. The crew is expected to pull just under 4 Gs during the maximum G loads on themselves and the vehicle. We have 3 spaceflight veterans and 1 first-time flyer in Jeremy Hansen. Unlike an International Space Station flight of 6 months or more in duration, these are well-skilled astronauts and test pilots. Christina Cook, of course, having returned to Earth, as did Reed Wiseman from his first flight in Soyuz vehicles for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover flew on a Crew Dragon vehicle.
Jeremy and Christina are packing up the craft. They're moving stuff around because the next thing, one of the things that they got to do today is put the orange spacesuits back on. You want to put the suit on just in the very, 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 very off chance that you get a cabin depress during re-entry, right? You have your suit on and you could still have oxygen and breathe. So they will don the Orion Crew Survival Suit, or OCSS for shorter. OX. OX is the slang term for it. You want to put those on. Cabin depress during reentry is a thing that can happen. Like it's unlikely, very unlikely. But yeah, in case it does, it's better to have your suit on, right, than have it in the locker right next to it. If you look over there, Christina went into that hatch on the right. That's the bathroom. Any particular reason why the suits are orange? Yes. The suits are orange to make the astronauts more visible if they come down in the ocean. That's why they're the color of a parking cone. It's called International Orange. That's the name of that color. So if they land out in the water and NASA doesn't know where they come down, they egress out of the capsule, you can see that suit from the air. That's why they're bright freaking orange. Speaking of suits, love the suits today. Thank you, Hartzo. They also act as G suits and they also act as padding. If you note, the seats on Orion are not padded. It's because the padding is built into the suit. The other way to do it would be to have a suit with minimal padding, right? But you have a form-fitted chair. Soyuz and Dragon use form-fitted chairs and kind of an easier suit to make, so to speak. But the padding for the suit, the G suit, the mag is all built into the suit. Mag is a maximum absorbency garment. It's if you have to use the restroom, the toilet will not be available during re-entry. So probably use the head now if you really want to.
For those keeping track, once again, one of the key periods during the entry into the Earth's atmosphere will be this 6-minute communications blackout that is predicted and is typical.
Integrity. Tank pressures are good for the burn.
Very serious question. Where's that jar of Nutella? It's over here. It's in one of these storage lockers. How do I know? That's where Orion's kitchen is.
Copy that, Jackie. Thank you.
The kitchen's over here.
Capcom
Go, it's
Jackie
over there.
Mahaffey saying that all of the systems, including the pressures in the propellant tanks, are in good shape, ready for the RTC-3 burn coming up just 18 and a half minutes from now. Once again, the blackout period that will be of great interest to those listening and watching this evening is typical for any spacecraft re-entering the Earth's atmosphere because of the buildup of heat against a returning spacecraft, whether it's Integrity today or a Russian Soyuz vehicle or a SpaceX Dragon. These vehicles have heat shields that are designed to repel the heat. However, there is an ionization around the spacecraft, a buildup of plasma that is caused by the interaction of the velocity of the spacecraft entering the Earth's atmosphere and the friction of the Earth's atmosphere itself. This ionization period, or the blackout period, is expected to last 6 minutes tonight. It is expected to begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, just 24 minutes or 24 seconds after the beginning of entry interface. That blackout of 6 minutes is the period of time where we will not be in communications with the crew or receiving data from Integrity itself as it barrels through the atmosphere. We will be communicating with the crew toward the end of that 6 minute period and reestablishing communications just as quickly as atmospheric physics will allow us to. The blackout period is expected to end at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time, which would be 6 minutes and 25 seconds from the start of entry interface. Now, after splashdown, several activities will be occurring. First will be to ensure that the vehicle is upright in what is known as a stable 1 configuration. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, the CMOOS bags, the crew module uprighting system bags, 5 of them that are surrounding the vehicle at the forward bay cover in a circumferential orientation, those 5 large airbags will be inflated with helium and be inflated.
Integrity, Houston. Solar arrays are in position for the burn.
We see the same, Jackie.
The CMOOS bags, again, 5 large inflatable airbags that are inflated with helium right after splashdown. Those bags designed to maintain an upright orientation for the spacecraft. Flight controllers here in Mission Control will begin to work to power down the vehicle, also check for any leakage of toxic gas. We are not expecting any issues. Integrity's in great shape as it prepares for its homecoming 5.5 hours from now. But to ensure that the approaching Navy recovery team does not encounter any toxic gases, we will make the first check of that here in Mission Control, power down the vehicle, and we will be reestablishing communications with the crew through what is known as VLDR. You'll hear that call. It is the very low data rate that takes over from the tracking and data relay satellite system communications that we'll be using during the descent towards splashdown. It may be a period of seconds or even minutes before we establish that very low data rate with the crew following splashdown, so we'll keep a sharp ear out and obviously carry that on the Orion to Earth loops that we provide for you and have been since the beginning of our coverage with launch back on April 1st.
Five and a half hours out from splashdown. Once again, Jeremy and Christina are packing up the remaining things and taking out the spacesuits so they can put them on when they get ready for entry. It looks like Reed and Victor are reviewing the flight profile here for re-entry, if I had to guess. Vic's got a checklist up over here. At least I think that's what that is. I can't really tell. I mean, it's just a long list of things, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's probably a checklist. You know, to make, they're going over the flight profile and they're making sure that the capsule, they're going down the checklist to make sure the capsule is in the correct configuration. I don't know, Dado. If the system to flip the capsule over messed up, have they said how they would go about correcting the capsule?
Here in Mission Control, the focus of attention is the upcoming...
It's very unlikely that that would happen, Goalie. They have 5 redundant CMUs there. So, have they talked about it? I'm sure there's some contingency, but that's very unlikely. Those balls that are on top of the capsule are to make sure that when the capsule comes down, you know, if it's in rougher seas or it hits a wave the wrong way, there's a potential for the capsule to flip over. That's called the Stable 2 configuration. Stable 1 would mean the capsule came down with the heat shield facing the water. Stable 2 means the heat shield is up in the air. That's why those CMUs inflate. That's why those orange balls inflate on Orion. They do it just in case. Even if they're in Stable 1, you do it because a wave could flip the capsule over, etc., etc. If the capsule is in the Stable 2 configuration, the CMUs will still inflate and it'll flip the capsule into Stable 1. That's also like a big reason why, you know, how much the wind is blowing and how much the surf is out at the recovery area is a big deal. You don't want to land in rough seas. It'll flip the capsule. And I don't know about you guys, dude. I don't want to be upside down in a capsule floating around in the sea, strapped in and being like unable to move. That would be like being on like the worst thrill ride ever. I'd blow chunks. I don't know about you. Yeah, we're really looking for a Stable 1 config and calm seas. There's a shot on the Bertha.
This is Mission Control Houston. While we wait for the burn,
cool.
This view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, showing some of the armada of helicopters. There will be Navy helicopters hovering over Integrity following splashdown. 2 of them to be employed in the hoisting of the crew members off of the front porch raft that will be erected alongside the vehicle following splashdown. 2 crew members, 2 astronauts for each of the 2 helicopters for the short ride back to the deck of the Murtha, where they will be brought into the medical bay for comprehensive post-flight medical exams. We'll have a lot more from the ship once we begin our NASA Plus coverage that will be simulcast with our continuing YouTube 24/7 coverage, the NASA Plus coverage beginning at 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Do I know any capsule that went into Stable 2? I don't remember one off the top of my head, Crafty, but I do know that the reason why the bags are there is because it did happen. I just forget which capsule it happened with. I don't know. Maybe it's the maybe Liberty Bell 7, if I had to guess. That would probably be my guess for that. Was it 8, Chevelle? I'd have to go look. Copy, no flame trench. No, I'm not doing flame trench today, dudes. I want coverage all the way through here with you guys. Liberty Bell 7? Yeah, okay. Why did they use 2 helicopters with 2 astronauts each instead of all 4 on 1 helicopter? It's probably because they have their doctors and everybody with them, Atari. Like that, and you're in your spacesuit and stuff. It's a little bit bulky. So they split them over 2 SH-60s so everybody, like flight surgeons and doctors and stuff, can be there when they first get the astronauts away for checkouts and stuff. I mean, it's like Rob was saying, those SH-60s are going to come back to the deck of the Murtha. They're going to land, and they are immediately going to the medical bay on the ship. Just for basically an immediate physical, just to make sure Nothing during entry, descent, and landing screwed them up. Why not 4 helicopters? I'll bet you there's 2 backup helicopters on station, friendly. You just saw 4 helicopters on the deck. I'll bet you the other ones are going to be out there as a backup just in case. Do the divers have to quarantine? No. Yeah, Dean, I got you. Do we know about the A3 mission yet? No. They are SAR backup. That's my guess, Rain. Yeah, I mean, you would know. Liberty Bell 7 was stable 3 on the ocean floor. Yeah, that's right. Apollo 16 went stable 2 according to the NASA website. Yep. Murtha was a senator from Pennsylvania. Yeah, John Murtha is from Johnstown? Jonestown? I don't know. I'm not from Pennsylvania, dude. Look, I'm from Massachusetts. I get it. We have weird names for places too, okay? Yep, they've reoriented the capsule to the burn, for the burn. That's why you see the sunlight shining through. Worcester, yeah, exactly. Do you have celebratory beverages for
Continuing with the view of the crew in the cabin of Integrity, as we are almost 7 minutes away now from the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. Integrity systems are functioning in excellent shape. The weather at the splashdown zone out in the Pacific is go and is forecast to be go. We are committed, of course, to a splashdown, that return trajectory that will enable Integrity's astronauts to splash down at 7:07 p.m. Central tonight. That was guaranteed with the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd that took the vehicle and its 4 crew members out of low Earth orbit, following a 24-hour period of a high Earth orbit elliptical trajectory. At the low point of that trajectory, which was some 43,000 by 0 miles, at the low point, that's when Integrity's engine fired, the service module engine fired to break out of our Earth orbit and send humans en route to the moon for the first time since December of 1972. It also guaranteed what was known as a free return trajectory that the laws of orbital mechanics dictated would carry Integrity on a loop around the moon and its historic lunar flyby the other day, and then on the trip back to Earth, which will culminate with a splashdown this evening, 5 hours and 19 minutes from now.
Should be, let me take a look at the timelines here. Should be coming up on the RTC-3 burn here soon.
As you can see, the maneuver to the burn attitude has induced quite a bit of sunlight coming into the crew cabin. We're now under 5 minutes until the burn.
There you go. Pants.
Integrity, Orion is in burn attitude.
And it is an unbelievably spectacular view. Thanks, Jackie.
Reed Wiseman responding to Capcom Jackie Mahaffey, that attitude into the burn orientation for the return trajectory correction burn coming up in just under 4 minutes, has offered the crew yet another spectacular view of the Earth growing larger in their windows.
So this trajectory correction is just there to fine-tune the entry interface position to make sure that they can come down more accurately. With spaceflight, at certain times it's better to do the burn sooner rather than later. Usually the case is the further you are away from wherever you're trying to go, the better to do the burn.
Integrity Houston in 22.3 critical Q card. We're looking for the BFS burn ATP to no-go. To go, excuse me. To go.
Oh, you don't want to misspeak here.
Good catch, Jackie. We are BFS burn ATP go, and we do not need to command the no-go on this because we're SM plus X.
Good words. Sorry about the confusion, and we see a good config.
They're fine-tuning their re-entry trajectory here, Jumper. It's just think about it like trim on an airplane. They're just trimming out their path here with a quick pulse of the thrusters, just to fine-tune that re-entry trajectory to make sure they come down right at the Navy ship, the Navy recovery ships. Callie, what was your question? I missed it.
Coming up on 1 minute till the burn.
Okay, 60 seconds.
Mark, 1 minute.
Okay, grab shark. They got to put their suits on and stuff, Baboon. But yeah, I guarantee you these 5 hours are going to go by real fast.
This is an 8-second burn with a change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second.
1.27 meters a second. Very, very, very tiny adjustment. Yeah, Rebek, maybe. It's possible, but they usually have a temporary flight restriction, so nobody flies where the capsule's going to come down, just in case. No, if people are wondering
10 seconds.
People are wondering about debris. No, they plan around satellites and potential debris. That's what the Space Force does, actually. They're space weather forecasters. Here we go. RTC-3, last burn.
Burn underway.
There we go. You can see...
Good engine, good control.
See stuff moving around when the thrusters
burn complete.
On. Okay, we're good. We'll listen to Mission Control to confirm that it was a nominal burn. The sun is doing weird things to the camera, guys. That's why it has that weird color. Can you explain what they're doing?
Integrity looks like a good RTC-3 burn, and we are assessing details.
So that was just a slight trajectory correction.
Hey, Jackie, we see the same on board, and we just wanted to give a huge shout-out to that ESA Airbus team, to our friends in the Netherlands and Germany and at the Glenn Research Center. This vehicle powered us, and it propelled us from the Earth to the Moon extreme precision, and we are excited to be a part of your team.
Houston and centers around the world, copy. Thank you.
All right, that was the last burn.
Commander Reed Wiseman with a shout out.
Jackie, we are ready to reconfigure our F7 SIP switches for entry, if you can give us that go.
I don't know what that switch does. It's something to do with configuring the capsule for reentry.
You are go for F7 switches.
Reed Wiseman providing a shout out to the European engineering community.
Copy the go.
Which built the European service module.
And you are now maneuvering back to biased tail to sun attitude.
They're going to put the capsule in a configuration
We see it.
that points the solar panels into the sun and puts the heat shield between the crew and
That
the
European
sun.
service module will separate from the crew module this evening at 6:33 p.m. Shortly after we hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. And about 4 minutes before the crew module will use its thrusters in a 19-second raise burn to lift the aft end of the vehicle into the final angle of attack for entrance into the Earth's atmosphere and the mitigation of excessive heat loads on the heat shield of integrity.
Painless with a 5-pound super chat. Thanks, man. They are going to put their suits back on, Georgia, in a moment. What they just did, guys, was the return trajectory correction 3 burn. It's just a small, quick pulse of the engines. They only fired them for about 9 seconds. Actually, it was less than that. 9 seconds was the RTC2 burn. It's just there to, in the same way that if you were a plane coming in for a landing, you'd use the trim to make small adjustments for your landing. That's what they just did. That RTC burn is just trimming out the trajectory to make sure that they're as accurate as possible when coming down. I don't know about you guys. I don't want to spend a lot of time on my back in the water in a capsule floating to wait for the ship to get to you.
So with the final major burn having been successfully completed, the crew is now preparing to complete the configuration of the crew cabin, a final stowage capability, and an opportunity to put other items away that they will not need during the entry phase. They'll move into their entry checklist about 2 hours from now at about 4 p.m. Central Time. Events will start to accelerate in terms of time as we approach the point at which entry interface will begin.
You can see the shadow on the console up there, or the sunlight on the console as they reorient the capsule. Sugar, everything's going good. Good morning. How are you? Actually, it's good afternoon. My mind's telling me it's the morning. It's not. I have no idea what time it is. The only reason why I know today is Friday is because I know that's when the mission ends. So for the people that don't know, I've streamed the entire mission. I've only slept when the crew sleeps. That's like 12 to 16 hour days, depending on what the sleep schedule was. The only reason why it doesn't show in our uptime is because Twitch won't let you run over a 48-hour VOD. It'll auto disconnect you after 48 hours. So, dudes, I have no idea what day it is. I know it's Friday. My internal clock is so screwed up. It's so bad. I've done nothing but sleep and stream for like the past week and a half. But I ain't missing any lunar mission. You know what I mean? Colin, $5. Thanks for the coverage, knowledge, and everything you do. Well, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Yeah, the only reason why I know it's Friday, noob, is because I know that that's when the mission ends. Take time off next week. No. What are the gray suits that they are wearing, and what is it used for? That's just your clothes that they wear on orbit, dude. Actually, I think those are the orthostatic immobilizer garment. They have compression suits on right now to help them able to move. Reed's just taking a picture, and so is Victor. They're both taking pictures out the window. Somewhere, Tim Apple is watching this footage and going, yes, you know. That's his name, right? On a scale from 9 to 10, how tired are you after this marathon of a stream? Robelai, I'm not tired. I'm more exhausted. Are you going to do 10 suit push-ups today? I don't know. We'll see. I'm more exhausted. Holy shnikes. Look at that picture. Hold on.
We're going to need a copy of that photo when you guys get back.
That's right, Jackie. We are. Holy balls, dude. Thumbs up from Reed.
Copy them.
Holy crap, dude. Did you see that picture? Oh my goodness. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the picture. I'm looking at the damn picture.
Integrity. FIDO confirmed that was a great RTC-3.
Outstanding. Thanks, Fido. And a second thanks to the team. That's awesome.
Thanks, Nasson, man. How many hours are they landing? Rebel, we're about 5 hours out. Actually, 5 hours on the dot. In exactly 5 hours. So if you look at your clock right now, add 5 hours. That's when the splashdown is. Are the burns automated? Yes. Burns and then the re-entry is automated as well. How might they set up their SD cards, phones, etc., to protect the data integrity? KT Kali, I think that's why they sent them up there with iPhones. They're reconfiguring the seats. That's seat reconfiguration. That's the footrest on the seat. See, they'll attach it and then they'll fold it down. I think they sent them up there with iPhones and Surfaces on purpose to see how they worked in deep space. Once you get out past the Van Allen belts, you're dealing with a lot more radiation. So an iPad...
Integrity. Prop post-burn reconfig is complete.
Good.
And if you were hanging out in step 23.4, you can skip it. We are in a good config.
Good. So I think they sent them out there to see what they do in deep space, and one iPhone and one Surface
And Jackie, we were talking about seats. I'm in instruction 337 of 392, and then can you repeat that call?
Yep, the prop post-burn reconfig is complete, and there is no need for the remainder of 23.4. You can consider that closed out.
Remainder of 23.4, closed out, copy.
Sherry, I don't know if the ESM's they're gonna have picture from the ESN post separation. If they did, it probably wouldn't be live, and we'd probably get that footage later.
And Jackie, just confirm. I know you said the rest of 23.4. I'm not looking at this in steps, just instructions. Confirm that's the BFS configured for the burn. Subsequent steps as well.
The GoPros are in a shielded housing, Hydra.
Affirm, all the way through instruction at 347 can be skipped.
Well, I'm on the subject of the Van Allen belts. How do they tackle this problem? Well, a lot of people get confused. The Van Allen belts aren't completely encompassing all of Earth. The reason why you have the northern and the southern lights, so the Aurora Borealis and the Aurora Australis, the reason why those exist is because the magnetic field is weak at the poles. It's called the Van Allen belt for a reason. It kind of goes around Earth like a belt does, or it's kind of like a donut that surrounds Earth, right? How did they tackle it in the 70s? How did they do it during the Apollo program? Same way they do it now. They go around. Now, it's not that they go around it, but they fly through like if Earth is right here, right? The Van Allen belts look like a donut that goes all the way around. You skirt the side of the donut and you get at the very, very, very juicy frosting. Or creamy frosting. It's not juicy. It's not a jelly donut. Now I'm hungry. Dang it. So that's how they did it during Apollo. They actually just go through the weaker part of the belt. They go around it. That's the right way to say it. That's how they did it. That's how they did it then. That's how we do it now. Still a good idea. You don't want to fly directly through it. That would not be good for you.
We copy all.
What do you drink to stay hydrated? Water. Water and coffee, Replya. Lots of water and lots of coffee. I've gone through almost an entire box of K-Cups over there. And I have a lot of water bottles on the ground. Historically, it was not described as well. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, no problem, Dammy. Yeah, I know a lot of people are like, how'd they get past the belts? Well, they don't. Why would you go through that? Going through that would really suck. Yeah, that would really suck. They go around. In fact, some of the Apollo missions went further into the Van Allen belts just to see what would happen. They didn't go around it. They skirted into them further. They went past the donut frosting, so to speak. So the Earth is protected by a donut layer shield. Yeah, that's why you're breathing right now, username. It's a good donut. Thanks, Run. We tried nuking it too. Yeah. Starfish, Charlos. Yeah, that was... Yeah, you guys remember GoldenEye? The James Bond flick? Yeah, we tried doing that in the 60s. It didn't end well. The GoldenEye stuff. Not great. Like a ferment? Why would the magnetic field be fermenting? It's not beer.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 20 hours, 33 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission.
Look, man, the firmament's at the edge of the universe if it's anywhere, okay?
Of Integrity in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego to wrap up this lunar flyby mission. Integrity systems are in excellent shape. The recovery team on the USS Mertha out in the Pacific is at the ready. The ship is basically parked in the right position to be able to expedite a recovery of the crew following splashdown, and after the vehicle has been powered down, Navy helicopters, divers, other recovery personnel will move alongside the capsule to set up a large inflatable raft called a front porch that will be used to extract the crew members in one by one after the hatch is opened. That process of extracting the crew is timelined at least and has been practiced to occur some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown. The weather conditions out in the Pacific are ideal for today's splashdown. We're talking winds just 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet. You couldn't ask for better weather for this homecoming for Integrity, the first time that a crew will have splashed down in the vehicle in the Artemis program. We completed the final major maneuver of the mission using the European Service Module's thrusters a short time ago. That was the return trajectory correction number 3 burn that basically fine-tuned ever so slightly the trajectory and the path of Integrity and sweetened the angle of attack so that we hit the right corridor coming in over the Pacific Ocean with onboard computers honed in on the splashdown zone, some 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the start of entry interface.
Where are they right now?
Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site.
So Integrity has its tail pointed towards the sun, so you put the heat shield between the crew and the sun, and then keeps the solar panels pointed in that direction. And they're basically over Australia right now. Yeah, that's Australia right there, and then there's Papua New Guinea right there, and then the Philippines is up here, Borneo's right there, and then Vietnam is over here, China's right there, Japan's up here, Russia's way up at the top there. Their trajectory is going to take them over here, right there. They're gonna enter over the Pacific Ocean. Entry interface is probably about 1,000 miles south of Hawaii, or like 1,600 kilometers south of Hawaii, and that's where they'll start to hit the atmosphere, and they're going to land 100 miles or about 160 kilometers off the coast of San Diego. That whole thing from Hawaii to San Diego is going to take 13 minutes. How fast are they going? Yes, they are going fast. Yeah, that's true, Tessa. Yep. Which is a better movie, First Man or Apollo 13? I saw Apollo 13 when I was younger, Lo, so I like Apollo 13, but First Man is not a bad flick either. Powell, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. And then Devlore 2K had a resub in there for 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. They're going to hit the atmosphere going Mach 32. But see, Mach speed is not correlative exactly to like speed, like velocity. Mach is different. Because the reason why is because it's not a linear representation of velocity, not linear, that it's not velocity. Mach is speed of sound can change based off of humidity and temperature and altitude. So like saying they hit it at Mach 32 is not exactly the right way to say that, but people do it because it's enough to get the point across, because people understand what the speed of sound is. I think the better way to say it would be that they hit the atmosphere going 24,000 miles an hour, or about 40,000 kilometers an hour. Fast. If we want to talk engineering terms, that's 11 kilometers a second entry interface. That's quick. That's really fast. What do you think about the movie The Dish? It's great. Yeah, how fast are they going? Yes would be a good way to describe it. Yes. Yes, yeah. How fast? Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, Gallows. Yeah, exactly. Mach speed is really dependent on temperature and pressure and humidity, which you don't really have any of that in space, right? So saying Mach 32 is really just to get the point across. It's kind of just a high-level, simplistic overview of what's going on. But we say it because people understand what Mach 1 is. Like, they understand how fast, like, transonic is. That's pretty quick. This is going 32 times that speed. How long will they be struggling to breathe? They're not struggling to breathe at all. The spacesuits that they put on is plugged right into the life support systems. There's going to be the cabin temperature isn't even going to change during reentry. Maybe like 1 degree hotter or something, but yeah. It's got an air conditioner in it. We're good, dude. How fast are they going in space right now? 6,800 miles an hour. They are 40,000 miles away from Earth. So that's 64,000 kilometers away. And they're traveling at... Rev, we broke it.
This is Mission Control,
Rev,
Houston,
broken.
at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 20 hours, 39 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission.
10,000 kilometers
There
an hour.
is our planet, growing larger in the field of view with each passing minute.
Oh, my goodness.
We are currently 34,900 nautical miles from Earth and beginning to accelerate toward a splashdown in the Pacific for this four-person crew. 4 hours and 52 minutes from now. Everything on board Integrity is in great shape. All the systems are functioning perfectly.
Coming up pretty quick.
The crew is in the process of wrapping up their cabin configuration, stowing final items that they no longer need for the remainder of their journey.
You're in this picture.
They will also move into an entry checklist in about an hour and 45 minutes, reviewing entry procedures and the latest uplink messages to them before we begin the process of getting the crew suited up prior to the crew module, service module separation.
They're coming out over the Pacific.
All is
guys,
well
so
aboard Integrity, and the weather is go for splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is in place in the recovery zone, ready to begin deploying its assets for imagery as well as for the recovery operations themselves.
Isn't the magnetic field stronger at the poles? Yeah, I said it's weaker at the poles. That's not really the right way to say that. The part that traps the radiation is stronger away from the poles. That would have been a better way to say it. Yeah, Jar, that'll work. See, they're using the high def resolution on the GoPro now. Yeah, it's because they're in they're a lot closer, and I think they have OPCOM available. Either that, or they're just devoting. They're still on S-band. They're still on S-band, and they're just devoting more bandwidth to the cameras. Next up here is the DPC, the Daily Planning Conference. Basically, it's the morning meeting where you kind of discuss what you're going to do throughout the day. And the crew is already into cabin config, where they reconfigure the vehicle so the seats fold down inside of the capsule so you have more room. They're reconfiguring the cabin for entry here by setting the seats up. As far as the seat configuration, you have 2 on top of 2. So there's the two guys up on the flight deck. So that's Reed and Victor. And then 2 people down in what could be called a mid deck, which is down there. That's where Jeremy and Christina are going to be. The seats are basically right on top of each other. There's 2 here, and then there's 2 right below them. Something like that, Zoros, yeah. Oh, nice, Prune. Thank you. We do this with our minivan when we go to farm shows. We have to rearrange the seats for more cargo and crew accommodations. Tori, that's a good way to say it.
Integrity Houston, for the TLT unconverged caution, we were running orb guide post-burn to look at post-burn targeting, and that particular sequence did not include running TLT. That is what triggered the caution. We have no concerns.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
Is the dose of radiation significant? When they're not going right through the belts, they're kind of skirting the side of them. I mean, it's more than what you'd get on the ground, Yana, but it's not. I mean, look at the Apollo astronauts. All of the Apollo astronauts lived long and healthy lives after going to the moon. So, I mean, it's increased radiation, but increased radiation isn't a guarantee.
That call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey to the crew. indicating TLT, which is a targeted landing trajectory. That is simply a value that was placed on board on the onboard computers, but is not being used for today's entry by the crew.
Yes.
The last maneuver
they did that on the shuttle. Yes.
that will be conducted by Integrity will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time tonight. That is the crew module raise burn. That occurs about 4 minutes after the crew module will have separated from the service module. This will be about a 19-second burn with a velocity change of about 9.9 feet per second. As the precursor to entry interface, the raise burn designed as a final opportunity to sweeten the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, placing the vehicle in the proper orientation perfectly with precision to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Entry interface will begin at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, while Integrity is traveling 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Within 24 seconds after entry interface, which is essentially the top of the Earth's atmosphere where the crew will begin to feel the tug of gravity, we'll start a 6-minute blackout period, that is expected, in which we'll lose communications with the crew and data here in the flight control room. The blackout is induced by the buildup of ionization from the interaction of the velocity of the vehicle with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. It creates a plasma shield around the vehicle, preventing communications from occurring. That 6-minute blackout is scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. And at that point, the vehicle will have descended to an altitude of 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,300 feet per second.
Sorry, just answering some emails. Oh, we got some fun plans next week. Tell you more about that when the mission's done. I'm fine, Rain. Everything's good. You watch golf at all? Only when I really get time, Jay, which is not a lot, but yeah. I don't really get much time to play either, but I do like golf. It's a good sport. People who say it's boring they don't understand the sport. Golf is a tough game, dude. Hard game to play. It'll screw with your mind. Trust me, you play an 18, you could have 3 or 4 good holes in a row, and you get to the easy par 3 and you shank one into the bunker. And then it ruins the rest of your day. It's too real, man. Hey, Winning, what's going on? Will the ship heat up like in the movies? Only on the heat shield, Winning, but the heat shield can dump the heat faster than it takes to conduct into the cabin. Cabin temperature shouldn't go up much. That's the idea, Kelly, yeah. Have a bad game and end up rolling your SUV. Oh, that's bad, dude. Baboon, that's bad, man. Oh, my goodness. That's bad, dude. Jeez, man. That was pretty good. So messed up, man. Oh, okay. All right, I'm good. Oh, damn. Too soon? I don't know if it's too soon, but it's funny. Yeah, Jay, I don't play much golf, dude, but if I get a chance to, I'll go play 9 with my dad. Sure. But yeah, Yeah, I'm usually working, so I don't get to play too much. Your boy can drive, dude. I'm a big guy and I got a lot of height over that thing. If I can hit that ball straight, it'll go 300 yards. But I have to hit it straight. I'm not good at doing that. I have a nasty slice. The reason why I have a nasty slice is because I played baseball before I played golf, and you break your wrists, right? When you swing through, you shouldn't do that with golf. So I always dip my elbow, like, you keep your elbow up and dip your elbow, right? When you go to swing a baseball bat, I do that in golf and I slice every time. I hit the most disgusting slice. Is golf something that's really popular? Golf's cool. I don't mind golf. Oh, golf's nice, but look at this picture. Holy crap. Oh, that's mint. The reason why I don't have a lot of time to play golf is because I'm busy looking at stuff like this. Whoa. We should play golf on the moon? We should play... No, the right sentence is, again. Yeah, there you go. You did it. Yeah, ARJ, I agree with you. Don't they have a bit of fuel left to decrease the re-entry speed by doing a quick burn before re-entry? Would that be viable? Yeah, Star Walker, of course it could. Guys, Orion probably has about enough fuel to... They have enough fuel on board the service module, probably slow down maybe 500 miles an hour. Maybe. There's not enough to slow down from 24,000 miles an hour. Like, there's some fuel on there, but the heat shield, that's really the heat shield's job. That was piss. It was pee. I'm sorry. It was solidified urine from the waste dump that Victor said he was going to do. Sorry to be real. So Orion has an open loop wastewater system. The reason why is a water reclamation system was too heavy. Too much mass for this capsule. Orion's heavy. It already weighs 25 tons. So they made the wastewater system open loop. Funny because they keep the solid waste on board. Probably for the same reasons. The solid waste jettison system was probably too complicated to do and probably increased the mass of the capsule too much. So, yeah, if you see like snowflakes, if you see something that looks like a blizzard coming off the capsule, they're dumping wastewater. It's piss. Sorry. I don't mean to be real, but it's piss. That ain't no meteor. What you got there is a big old chunk of duty. What? Oh, yeah, we call them Boeing bombers. Would you give Adam and Ree a shout out in the UK, please? Sure, Kempy. I just did. Is 5,000 Fahrenheit temperature during reentry is the temperature of the boundary layer of the heat shield itself? That's Max. That's most likely the temperatures that you're going to get on the surface temperature of the heat shield. Which came first, your space bug or KSP? My space bug by a year or so. I started really getting into...
This is space. I'm in space.
Jacob. 5 subs. Thank you very much. I started getting into space around 2009, 2010. And then Kerbal made that way worse when I first played it. And I've been playing since 16.2 in the beta.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So that would have been 2012. I remember when my buddy told me about Kerbal Space Program, he goes, dude, you got to buy this game. You'll love it. It's the last game you'll ever play. I remember those words distinctly. Yeah, he wasn't wrong. I have 20,000 hours in KSP. 20,000. Can you do this in KSP? Sure. I'll probably show you guys this mission in at least the Kerbalized version of this mission on Monday, if, time permitting. Okay, so if Orion is 25 tons, how much more mass could they take on if they extended the solid rocket boosters by, say, 10 meters and add propellant? The solid rocket boosters, Matt, are already extended. They're 5-segment boosters. They were 4 segments on the shuttle, so they already did that. I mean, SLS has a throw weight. SLS, even in this configuration, you could put 100 tons of whatever you want on top of the core. Actually, it's more like 200 tons. You could put, 200 tons of upper stage and payload easily on top of the core stage, and it could get it up into space. There's pictures of the recovery vessel up there. There's the Mirtha. You see, there's the well deck. Yeah, see, they got pictures from the naval recovery ship over there. There's the onboard. This is mission control in Houston here. The hardware requirements should not be high for KSA. Look at that picture, dude. The problem with SLS, dude, if we wanted to shoot more payload off into space in one shot, is the upper stage. The upper stage is the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It's kind of anemic comparatively to the rest of the vehicle. Think about like if you had a Falcon 9 and you put a Falcon 1 stage on top of it. Falcon 9 could put way more into space with a Falcon 9 upper stage on top of it, right? That's what's going on with SLS with its third stage. It needs a bigger third stage. It needs a stage that has what's called more characteristic energy. The load analysis has already been done to be able to put a bigger upper stage on SLS. You could put one up there. It can withstand it structurally. We just got to do it. Chad has entered slow mode. I should know this, but have you made SLS? I haven't made an exact copy of SLS in Kerbal, no.
Houston Integrity, could you go off board on the cameras for a couple, please?
So how open do you think NASA is to the idea of constructing on orbit? I think they tried doing that with the shuttle low Gardner, and it didn't work very well. That's because they couldn't get the shuttle operating on a normal schedule. So probably not for a little while. Around what distance from Earth will it stop looking
and Integrity Cab 3 is not streaming.
Musu, it's probably the last phases of right before entry. It's going to come up real quick. So we're moving. We're logarithmically gaining speed as we move closer to Earth.
Thank you, Jackie.
So that's like mathematically. Basically, they're just going to keep accelerating. And as they get closer to Earth, the rate of acceleration goes up even higher because the gravitational pull goes higher. It gets bigger once you get towards Earth, right? So if the gravitational acceleration is bigger, the capsule is just going to keep accelerating, and the rate of acceleration is going to go up until you get near it. So it's going to look like we're a long ways away for a little while, and then it's just going to come up real fast. Time is Splashdown. Beppy, Splashdown is in 4 hours and 30 minutes. What is the speed right now? That's broken. They're traveling at about 7,000 miles an hour, 38,000 miles off of the deck from Earth. The correct formula is integral over distance, not logarithmic. Yeah, I was thinking of delta V. You're right. I said that wrong. Forgive me, Martin. It has been a long week. What would the craft need to do to re-enter from Leo? Drip Lord, you'd have to bleed off. You'd have to bleed off about 6,000 miles an hour worth of speed to recircularize, to reinsert into low Earth orbit. There's not 6,000 miles an hour worth of deceleration in this thing. This thing probably has maybe... It could probably slow you down by like maybe 500, maybe. Why is the Earth half covered? Because it's nighttime on half of the Earth, Javier. It's Saturday morning in Australia right now, and you can see Australia just right there. Yeah, that's what nighttime looks like from orbit, dude. I've played Elite Dangerous, Prince, but I don't play it all the time. Elite Dangerous is... I like how real spacecraft fly, dude. I used to like sci-fi stuff. I'm a Star Wars and a Star Trek nerd just as much as the next guy, but once you start figuring out how real spacecraft fly, it's like, oh, yeah, that's cool too, I guess. Like, so I don't play much Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen for that matter. They're good games. Like, the Elite's cool and Star Citizen is cool, but I like sticking to, like, Kerbal, games where spacecraft actually fly like spacecraft, you know what I mean? Will re-entry happen over Australia? No, Hals. It's gonna zip. Remember, I said we're over Australia right now, and the Earth is spinning, right? And the Earth is gonna spin with the capsule for a little bit, but eventually Earth's gravity will pull the capsule in where it exceeds the Earth's spin rate, and it's gonna fly out over the Pacific. Entry interface is somewhere near Hawaii, and Splashdown is somewhere near San Diego in Southern California. So that's on the west coast of the United States. It'll take 13 minutes to go from entry interface to splashdown. And they enter near Hawaii. Anybody that's ever flown to Hawaii knows that, from California, knows that that is not a quick flight. 13 minutes. Pretty crazy, huh? Has an engine ever actually worked as a heat shield in real life? Yes, Falcon 9. Falcon 9's first stage does an entry burn. What do you think the first stage is doing? Just slowing it down? No. That's supersonic retropropulsion. Whenever Falcon 9 comes in for a landing and does its entry burn, the engine is firing, not just to slow the booster down, but to outgas to keep the booster protected. They use the engine exhaust in a similar way that the heat shield outgasses and envelops the capsule in a cooler column of gas. Yeah, Jar. Good question. No, Melly, they'll be all right. After playing KSP, I have to turn my brain off when watching most sci-fi movies. Yes, that's generally the case. Once you can rationalize it in your head how real spacecraft fly, like, sci-fi movies just get... Ooh, what's that guy got to eat? The MPO. What do you got there? That's the guy that controls the solar panels. Looks like some chicken. Yummy. See last for re-entry in ISS math. Okay. Interesting fact, according to its current position and my bad math, the ISS might be able to see parts of re-entry. Neat. Looking good. Why the suit, though? Not every day we have people returning from the moon, Black Eagle. Look, I'm not going to say that I didn't have an idea that a lot of people would be interested in this, but I kind of saw it coming. So if this is going to be the stream that everybody's going to see me in see me potentially for the first time, I want to make sure I look good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chris Cosmos, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. When are today's push-ups being scheduled? During sometime after recovery, dude. How much time remaining? They got about 4.5 hours left in space. Hello from Austria. Hello. It's your first time on the channel. Right on, Tarzan. Hopefully you learned something here. That's my goal. Snappiest Jack, Mr. GD time. We got subs coming in left and right. Thank you very much. Thank you, NASA Man. I know what Space Engine is, Tom. Yep. This is a 3-suit mission. Yep, that's right. I hope everything will be all right. Yeah, me too. Me too. The suit's good. Yep. We will see more crew on board. Yep. You have your tuxedo picked out for Artemis 4? No, I'm not wearing a tuxedo. I'm wearing a vest.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
John, I did review some of the numbers last night. Not that that is really important to me. It's important to educate people, but I don't let my metrics drive the stream. I do what I think is interesting and people show up. But I did look at them just because I was curious. let's just say if there's a graph that represents viewers before Artemis 2 is like this, and then during Artemis 2 is up here, and I'll bet you it just goes back down when we're done. But that's okay. That's okay. That's what I was expecting. Actually, I wasn't really expecting anything, dude. I would be here if there was 500 watching. I'd be there if there's 50,000 watching. It doesn't matter. I'm here for space. That's the important thing. I don't let metrics drive my stream. I let content drive my stream. Yeah, I know. Hey, Exelage, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you for being here with me throughout the week.
Houston integrity. Step 9 is complete. The seats are configured.
Step 9's good. All seats are in configuration for entry.
Houston, copy seats.
This is space. I'm in space.
Cinto, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 5 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. Several countdown clocks are ticking backward here in the flight control room as the Earth grows larger and larger in the field of view. In order, the next major milestone will be a raise burn of the crew module. That raise burn will follow the separation of the crew module from the service module this evening. The separation of the crew module is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, we'll conduct about a 19-second raise burn. This is a slight maneuver to tilt up the aft end of Integrity and a final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack that Integrity will incur as it enters the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
We should get most of re-entry, Georgia, yeah. But in terms of onboards through phases of re-entry, unlikely. The plasma that happens during re-entry from ionized...
The entry path for Integrity today is portrayed here in this graphic. Basically, entry interface is 1,701 nautical miles uprange, if you will, from the expected splashdown point near the USS John Murtha, the recovery ship, and off the coast of San Diego. The entry interface point is critical because what we want to do is put Integrity in an orientation that will mitigate peak heating on the heat shield. For a point of comparison, during Artemis 1, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles from the point of entry interface and a 20-minute entry profile. That was the so-called skip entry, in which the Artemis 1 vehicle dipped into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time back into the atmosphere before splashing down. What that resulted in was a higher heat load on the heat shield, which caused unexpected char liberation. So rather than design the heat shield or replace it for Artemis 2, we elected to go into a different trajectory profile. This one with a max entry range of 1,775 nautical miles, or in today's case, all of our maneuvers and orbital mechanics will take us 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. This will only be a 13.5-minute entry profile for Integrity and its astronauts and results in a much lower heat load on the heat shield. This is deliberate so that we have the lessening effect of charring on the heat shield, should there be any at all, and we do expect some. But this will more than protect the astronauts from the effects of peak heating, which will be some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during the maximum peak heating around the vehicle. That will also cause a 6-minute blackout because of ionization as heat is repelled or thwarted from the heat shield while the vehicle flies in the direction of travel towards splashdown. The raise burn that places us in our final orientation for angle of attack into entry interface, that raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface itself is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time. When we hit the top of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,800 feet per second, we expect our peak velocity just a few moments later, and that peak velocity is forecast by flight dynamics to be 34,965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour. Now, this all occurs after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes. We will lose communications with the vehicle just 24 seconds after we enter the Earth's atmosphere, or entry interface, as you see there. This is an expected 6-minute blackout that will begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time and will last almost until 7 p.m. straight up Central Time. Once we regain communications with the crew following the blackout, we will continue a series of roll reversals. These are gentle rolls to the left and back to the right, essentially bleeding off excess energy and excess heat on the vehicle as we approach the splashdown site. The vehicle is expected to go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time. That's about 8.5 or almost 9 minutes after the beginning of entry interface. And at that point, we will be at an altitude of 59,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean. A series of parachute deployments will begin. The first of that will be the forward bay cover parachutes that will basically pull the top forward bay cover off the very top of the vehicle, allowing other parachute deployment activities to occur. The forward bay cover chute deployment is scheduled at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 23,946 feet. The forward bay cover parachutes are used in conjunction with pyrotechnic thrusters to ensure the separation of that forward bay cover, protecting Orion and its parachutes during the heat of re-entry. Following that, there'll be the deployment of drogue chutes. These are 2 drogue parachutes, 23 feet in diameter.
Thanks, Johnny. It worked.
These drogue chutes will be deployed at an altitude of 23,483 feet. At this point, our velocity will have slowed from almost 24,000 feet per second to just 470 feet per second in a matter of minutes. 3 pilot parachutes will be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. Those main parachutes, 3 of them, are used to slow the crew module down to a splashdown at a speed that ensures astronaut safety. Each main parachute 265 feet in length from the crew module attachment to the top when inflated. The main chute deployment is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. Now that's just 11 minutes and 13 seconds after the start of entry interface. At this point, we'll be at an altitude of 5,445 feet above the Pacific. And splashdown to complete this mission is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew will splash down in the Pacific southwest of San Diego at a gentle rate of just 19 miles an hour.
32 kph. What are the cylindrical things on the
Following splashdown, the flight control team here in Houston is not done. Our work is just beginning at that point as we begin the process of powering down the vehicle. This is after we have established communications with the crew through a very low data rate system.
Thanks, Rose.
The communications link will no longer be active through the tracking and data relay satellite system, so we're going to be going to a very low data rate system. We hope to establish communications with the crew fairly rapidly. That's not guaranteed. It depends on the orientation of the vehicle. The likelihood is the vehicle will splash down upright in what's known as stable 1. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, we'll begin the process of inflating 5 inflatable airbags that are positioned in a circumferential manner around the forward bay cover at the top of integrity. These airbags will be inflated through helium. Those 5 airbags will guarantee the proper orientation upright for the spacecraft through the rest of the process of extracting the crew, which should take some 45 minutes to an hour to complete. Navy divers, fast boats, a pair of Navy helicopters, other recovery personnel will come alongside the vehicle to begin erecting an inflatable raft called the front porch that the crew will be extracted into. You've seen that in movies, you've seen it in the Apollo program and archival footage. And one by one, the crew will be hoisted in alternating fashion to 2 hovering Navy helicopters for the trip back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will leave the helicopters and move into medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical examinations.
Why don't they fish Orion into the ship like SpaceX does with Dragon? The short story is that NASA has a U.S. Navy at its disposal, and the Navy has much cooler toys on that go out on the ocean than SpaceX does. You don't want the astronauts to have their own helicopter? Like, sorry. It's just the truth. I mean, do you want to be...
As the astronauts...
Do you want to be picked up by a converted oil rig tender? Or do you want to be picked up by a freaking aircraft carrier? Like, I'm just saying. The Navy's going to be out there doing drills anyway. I don't know what it's called. What is it called when you go out to sea and train? I don't know what that's called. I forget the term. They're going to be out there anyway. Sea trials is more for the ship. It is sea trials? Oh, okay. It's sea trials for the crew as well? All right, sweet. They're going to be out there anyway, so you might as well.
That raised burn is scheduled.
No, they don't need
at 6:37 p.m. Central Time.
They don't need the MCF, Geeson, the Mobile Containment Facility. They don't need that because they didn't go to the moon. Yeah, why are they being recovered by helicopters and not just being dragged into the well deck? The Navy has cooler toys. I'm sure if SpaceX had access to a bunch of Blackhawks in an amphibious platform docking or an LPD, they would use it. But yeah, is that Australia we're looking at? Australia's down here, JDG. Yep. Mm-hmm. Actually, they're Seahawks. They're SH-60s, not UH-60s. UH-60s is the Army. So it's a Navy variant of the UH-60. Are we going to watch the re-entry video? Noctiv, I kind of ran out of time. Like, the sequence of events that's going to happen from here on out is pretty heavy. So if we want to learn more about it, you know, maybe another day or after this mission, we will. Just going underway, and then we have specific events with names like individual assessment. Yep.
Houston Integrity, Jackie, steps 10 and 11 are complete.
Yeah, Seahawk. Yeah. I don't like that name, Aqualex, so I'm just going to call them SH-60s.
Houston copies steps 10 and 11. You guys are on track, looking great.
I don't like that name, man. I'm a Patriots fan. I hate that name. How many spacebug victims are needed to reach the moon? 400,000 if we're going to quantify it. That's what it took for Apollo.
For those just joining, this view of the key players here in Mission Control, part of the flight control team. Rick Henfling, second from the right, is the entry flight director for this mission. Seated to his left is Judd Freeling, who was the flight director for Ascent back on April 1st. Jackie Mahaffey is second from the left. She is the Capcom, whose voice you'll be hearing throughout the course of the afternoon and evening, talking directly to Integrity's astronauts through Splashdown. Stan Love, a veteran astronaut, is on the far left of your screen. He was the Ascent Capcom. He's joining Mahaffey today as a second set of eyes on all the data that we'll be discussing and hearing from the crew during the course of their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, everything's going fine here, guys. We're just on a nice even timeline. Once again, we are in cabin reconfiguration. They're basically getting ready.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Napoleon gifted a sub, thank you. They're getting ready. They're setting up the cabin for re-entry. Basically the airplane equivalent of taking your train seat back and stowing it in the upright and locked position. After that, they'll don their suits, and then entry is scheduled for 8:07. Well, no, it's about 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. This whole kind of thing, CM separation, entry interface, and splashdown. The whole entry process is going to take about 45 minutes, but from entry interface to splashdown, it's about 13 minutes, and then from there, after splashdown. Mission Control will power down the capsule, and then they leave the capsule and the crew in the very capable hands of the United States Navy for recovery operations. Who is the lead Capcom? Narvelin, the lead capsule communicator that's on console right now is Jackie Mahaffey. Lead flight director for the descent phase of the mission is Rick Henfling. And he's being assisted by Judd Friedling, who was the Ascent flight director for this mission. Orbital speed at entry interface 95 is 24,000 miles an hour and change. Or about 400,000 kilometers an hour. Hey!
And this is Mission Control Houston. You can see one of the helicopters that will be involved in the recovery operations.
That's cool, man.
Having taken off from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Recovery operations underway. Several helicopters will be employed not just for recovery, but for imagery activities.
Yep. Okay. That was good. Earth's getting awfully close, dudes. That was an SH-60, once again. It's called a Seahawk, but I don't like that name. No, we could call it that. That's fine.
On the deck of the John P. Murtha, a view of multiple views, camera views, that are being provided to us, courtesy of the USS John.
So this is the well deck. The John P. Murtha is a landing platform docking vessel, or LPD for short. It's like half aircraft carrier, half troop transport, or half helicopter carrier, I should say. It's designed for rotary wing craft, so like MV-22s, SH-60s, MH-53s. Basically helicopters and tilt rotors. You don't land planes on this thing. The Murtha is equipped with a well deck. You can see it down there. The well deck, in kind of quote-unquote normal operations, can house two landing craft air cushions, or LCACs for short. The reason why the Murtha is kind of like half helicopter carrier, half troop transport, is because this thing is designed to carry an entire, I'm about to say complement, but that's not the right word. Battalion of Marines. Forgive me. I've never served. I don't know. It's basically An expeditionary force. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. It carries an entire Marine expeditionary force, usually for assaulting beaches. That's because that's what Marines do. Marines are amphibious. They're ground troops with amphibious specialties in amphibious warfare. So like going from the sea to the air or going from sea to sea. Sea to sea would be more historical, though. So the LPD has the well deck for amphibious operations to carry landing craft. Only the landing craft nowadays aren't like the Higgins boats that you see during like in Saving Private Ryan. They're called LCACs, landing craft air cushions. They're hovercrafts, which are pretty neat. But they're not doing any of that today. The Mertha today is loaded down with a couple of SH-60s, those Seahawk helicopters. There's 4 of them. And the well deck is empty. And most likely it's not carrying an MEU on it. It's probably a skeleton crew up on the ship there and just NASA recovery personnel. They're carrying a bunch of rigid inflatable boats, or RIBs for short. You saw that on the split view. And those will help assist with recovery operations. They are carrying Navy divers, some Navy diver personnel, and Navy SNR, search and rescue personnel as well. What does EJ stand for? Eric Johnson, Space Administration.
Houston integrity for toilet configure for return.
You're not going to see the re-entry 95. It's too far offshore.
Go ahead.
We have an empty canister. Can you confirm that I don't need to do steps 1.2 to 1.4?
Checking.
Full Navy complement. That would be the right way to say it. No Marines
And
on board.
Christina, we concur. You do not need to perform the steps you listed.
Yeah, that's a better way to say that.
Thanks, Jackie.
We hear the boom on re-entry. No, Sunflower, it's way too far offshore. I mean, maybe if the conditions are right, you might be able to hear it in San Diego, but even if you could, it would be a very small audible thump. You wouldn't be able to hear it. You'd barely hear it comparatively to like background noise. Well, we won't get any recording from inside the capsule. We might be able to get some views, but for 6 minutes during re-entry, we're not going to be able to get anything. Do they record from inside? Yeah, we will get footage after the capsule. Ooh, they took some bandwidth away from the cameras. We'll get footage on board from the inside when they come back down. Yeah, Orion has, dude, even this camera right here, it's all recording in high def. There we go. They allotted more bandwidth. See how the picture got clearer? Okay, what's up? So when a craft goes through re-entry, guys, so what happens during re-entry? The capsule is going to come in and it's going to hit the atmosphere. The atmosphere, this is air. It's got nitrogen and oxygen in it, right? Even all the way up there where the capsule's coming into land. What's going to happen is air is going to start hitting the heat shield. When air hits the heat shield, it's going to start compressing. When that air compresses, it gets so ridiculously hot because when you compress gases, stuff gets hotter per the ideal gas law, right? When that air gets hotter, it's going to ionize. It'll rip apart. The capsule is going so fast that it rips apart the air that hits it. The collision is so hardcore, it rips air molecules apart. When that happens, when the air molecules get ripped apart, you get dissociation and ionization. And what that does is make plasma. And that plasma makes kind of a shell around the capsule, and it's hard to get radio signals through that. Thank you.
Halfway here, I realized I didn't grab your bag of chips. Do you want them, or?
Please.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you. Food. So the plasma prevents, you can't broadcast a signal through a sheet of plasma. That's not a thing. Got the supply drop. Is this PowerPoint something could be shared? It's a NASA document, and yeah, I'll share it in both chats. So yeah, you can't, so the technical way to say it is that you can't get a signal through the bow shock. That's not a thing. And the recompression makes it tough to get a signal in backwards as well. Yeah, Mob Farmer. I don't know. I don't think he's here. When they re-enter, are they just sitting in the seats? Or are they fidgeting with controls and stuff? The re-entry is automatic, Try Danielson. It's controlled by the computers, but Reed has the controls. He has his hands on the controls just in case. If he sees a scenario where you might need to take control of the capsule, or not might, where you do need to take control of the capsule, he will. But that's most likely not going to happen. It's there as a better to have it and not need it than need it than not have it scenario. When will Orion separate? About 3 hours from now in change, probably a little bit more. How did the heat shield do on Artemis 1? It did okay, Clockwork, but they needed to it needs a redesign. This is the same heat shield as Artemis 1. And they're going to fly it on, they're flying this on a they're flying this on a slightly different trajectory to make sure that the same things that happened to the Artemis 1 heat shield don't happen to this one. Are those tornadoes? No. Those are atmospheric systems. They do that. Stuff swirls around on Earth. Yeah. If it swirls around too much, then it can become a cyclone, a hurricane, stuff like that. Do the Apollo astronauts do manual reentry? Not to my knowledge, Mason. Maybe once as a test, but I don't think so. I know they did that with the shuttle. Joe Engel and Richard Truly on STS-2 flew a manual reentry the whole way down, which is pretty hardcore. That's pretty cool. They got Columbia home on manual, which is... All right. Hey, Pale. What's up, dude? How likely do you think any of these astronauts will be on Artemis 3? They probably won't be on a subsequent mission. We probably won't see Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy on Artemis 3 or even Artemis 4. Maybe. I mean, it's possible. But what Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor are going to do is really, now they're going to train people for Orion. They're going to train other crews to do this. That's what they did during Apollo. If you sent a crew up for a test flight, for some of the Apollo test flights, so like that would be Apollo 8, 9, and 10, right? They ended up getting data on how the stuff flies, and then they handed off that data to the Apollo 11 and 12 crews. And then we started seeing repeat crews by the time Apollo 13 came around. Thank you very much.
Love you. Have fun.
All right.
Enjoy your food.
Thanks, baby. I love you. My wife brought me food. Very nice. Does the heat shield get used up? An ablative heat shield is a one-time use thing. It'll need to be replaced. But Orion itself, the capsule is reusable. You just got to replace the heat shield and a couple of other components. Is Artemis 2 near Tidris? No, they're above Tidris right now. They're not going to get a signal with it for a little while. But you guys remember when they were out at the moon, the speed was like 900 miles an hour? And it wasn't really moving? Look at it now. And as they get closer to Earth, that speed's going to pick up. Earth's gravity is going to pull them in. They're going to keep accelerating because the gravitational pull gets stronger once you get near the planet. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to stop real quick. I'm going to grab a meal. Yeah, I'm just going to take couple minutes here, eat some food, and then I will be back. All right. Once again, we're about 4 hours. Actually, we're 4 hours on the dot to Splashdown from now. This is Eric Johnson, Mission Control, with a brief loss of signal. I'll be back in a moment.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 21 hours, 38 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. On board, all is quiet, as it is here in Mission Control, with everything moving along in trip hammer fashion, in good shape, all of Integrity's systems in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego couldn't be better. A forecast of go conditions with winds of just 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, ideal conditions for the recovery of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen following their splashdown, which is just 3 hours and 53 minutes from now. The next major milestone coming up in 3 hours and 19 minutes, that will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module that has performed perfectly during the course of the flight. The service module separation from the crew module scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. Just 4 minutes later, there will be a slight maneuver, a raise burn as it is called. This will tilt the aft end of the crew module upward ever so slightly in one final opportunity to refine the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, as Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point called entry interface. That is at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, or some 16 minutes after the raised burn itself. All of these events will be happening fairly rapidly as we move over the next few hours toward a splashdown of the crew and a completion of a mission that will have totaled 694,481 miles from launch to splashdown.
Houston, integrity for timeline.
Christina, we're with you.
Hey, Jackie. You guys okay if we start entry checklist 30 minutes early?
Checking.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
At the Federal Reserve, a coin press broke down, but they can't find out why. The mechanic says, "It just doesn't make any sense."
And integrity Houston for entry checklist. We are ready for you to begin 18.0.1 entry checklist, steps 1 through 6.
Copy. We're go entry checklist 1 through 6. Thanks.
And step 3 for GPS can be skipped. GPS has been powered and it still looks good.
Copy. Step 3 is a skip.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 50 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. The crew is completing the configuration of the crew cabin. Soon they'll be breaking out their launch and entry suits in preparation for donning those suits and conducting leak checks as we get a bit further along in the entry preparation time frame. Meanwhile, we're looking forward to the next major milestone. That will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 3 hours and 7 minutes from now. That's scheduled to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 minutes after that, we'll conduct a raise burn. This will be about a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second. That will adjust the angle of attack of the vehicle by gently tipping the aft end of Integrity higher, if you will, like sitting in a reclining chair and basically leaning back a bit. This angle of attack adjustment is specifically designed and pre-planned to enter the Earth's atmosphere at entry interface later this evening at the proper angle to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield. It's worth mentioning once again that the difference between this entry and the uncrewed entry of Artemis 1 is that on Artemis 1, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which involved an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, and then we lofted back out of the atmosphere briefly, then dipped back in a second time before splashing down in the Pacific. After the flight, the post-flight inspection and video analysis showed that there was an area of mechanical char liberation that was not expected. And so after extensive analysis and the review of an independent review team, it was determined to adjust the entry profile for Artemis 2, minimizing the range of entry from 3,178 nautical miles to a distance of just 1,775 nautical miles across the Pacific. So instead of 20 minutes of exposure to heating effects, today we're going to only encounter 13.5 minutes of heat loads on the vehicle. Our intended splashdown target is about 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. It will be about 13.5 minutes from the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time to the point of splashdown at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time. In that brief 13.5 minute period, peak heating on the vehicle should be about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat to be repelled by Integrity's heat shield, as it is for any vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere that has a crew on board. The crew should be experiencing a G load on their bodies of about 3.9 Gs at peak loads on the crew members, feeling the tug of Earth's gravity for the first time in 9 days. We will decelerate from a speed of 23,839 miles an hour just after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes in duration to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour, all that happening in rapid-fire succession. Splashdown now 3 hours and 36 minutes from now, 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. The USS John P. Murtha is on station. Some of the airborne assets, helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft are taking off in sequential fashion from the deck of the ship. These are imagery assets the actual Navy recovery helicopters that will hoist the crew out of the front porch, inflatable raft that will be erected alongside the hatchway to Integrity. And there's a live view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. It is a bit overcast. We do expect those clouds to lift a bit over the next few hours. We should have some broken and scattered clouds. It won't be crystal clear blue skies out there in the Pacific, but the weather is go and forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. The Navy helicopters will be hovering over the spacecraft once it is powered down and once it is guaranteed to be uprighted through the inflation of the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags that will take place shortly after splashdown. The Navy divers and a Navy flight surgeon will pull alongside the spacecraft to begin the process of erecting the front porch. Then they will open up the hatch and begin to extract the crew members one by one. They'll have an opportunity to get their land legs back a bit before they're hoisted one by one in harnesses.
Oh, dude, this is cool.
Up inside the 2 awaiting helicopters. They'll be hoisted up in alternating fashion. So there'll be two crew members for each helicopter for the short ride back to the Murtha. Once they arrive on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams.
Oh, that's cool. Look.
The post-flight medical evaluation of these crew members as they complete their mission around the moon and back to Earth.
Oh, come on! No! Who did that? Crap! Who's directing this? I have no running water out here, Adam. That's why. Yeah, maybe if I go away, they'll bring it back. Ready? Well, that didn't work. So, cool thing, guys. If we
After
just
splashdown,
jump back to it real quick. See how the guys have different color shirts on? Those are different jobs on anything that receives aircraft, be it helicopters or fixed wing, right? So, the blue guys are plane handlers, red guys are ordnance, green is maintenance, yellow is the the aircraft director, white is the like QC, basically. They're called landing signal officers. And if there's purple, they're called grapes. They're in charge of fuel. Red is ordnance. Yeah, all the different guys with different colored shirts have different jobs on the deck. The reason why they wear different colored shirts so it's easy to see who's doing what. Why is red there? I don't know. What's blue? Plane handlers. They're the ones that move planes around on the deck. If the weather deteriorates, what is the typical contingency? They can fly the capsule to different recovery areas on the track, Nix. They can either slow down or they can slow down or they can speed up during reentry. Are the people there not afraid of life? I don't know what that means. No, these are different than Star Trek red shirts. Red shirts are the ordnance guys. Well, yeah. Is it paused? Yeah. Just wanted to show that. I think that's cool. I think you get a different amount of points based on the color if you knock them over. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's a good point.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed. Couple of questions for you. We realized we didn't give you an explicit thumbs up to perform step 1.2 for the flight path angle hash mark update, so we wanted to confirm that you did in fact perform the set EI FPA limits procedure. And secondly, we want your opinion on the in and out CMIS caution. Is that something that will be distracting such that we should inhibit it.
Flowers are back in mission control. That's right.
Okay, we are going to go execute 1.2. We had skipped that, and we would prefer to inhibit the CMIS caution on board.
Okay, we copy, and just to close the loop on that, that will mean on flight.landing you would not have a yellow or down arrow indication if that does stay below the threshold.
Here, you know what? I want to see what that looked like at the beginning of the day.
And that is totally fine.
So that's what it was.
Raft called a front porch.
That's what it was at the beginning of the day. And that's what it, oh my goodness. Oh, we're coming in fast, dudes. Mission elapsed time, 8 days, 22 hours, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Currently, the crew is reconfiguring the cabin. They're moving everything around, getting the seats, tray and seat back in the upright and locked position. And then once the cabin is configured for entry, that's when they put the suits on, do a suit leak check, and then we're in. Yeah, Frey, it's pretty crazy. I saw your email, Mark. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, you didn't need to do that. I'll have to look. PD Rasta, what's up, dude? Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Mark might be a bunch of prints from the NSF shop. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Give me 1 second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Give me 1 second. Mark, I'm just getting on that real quick. Hey, Oxlos, 52-month resub. Nova with the 20 bits. Cool. All right. Sorry, I just need to send another email. Dude, it's been done. Yep. Guys, we're about 2 hours and 20 minutes away from, actually, it's more like 2 hours, 30 minutes away from Splashdown here. Hey, Nix, tier 1, 6 months in advance, 73 total. Thank you very much. Oxsauce had a 52 in there. Is this live? It looks a little far away still. Yeah, Zyklin, as you get closer to Earth when you come back from the moon, you're constantly accelerating. The reason why you're constantly accelerating is because the closer you get to Earth, the more the gravitational acceleration. So they're going to be accelerating all the way to entry interface, but it's going to it's not exponential. What did we say before? A derivative? I forget. They're going to keep getting faster and faster and faster and faster, and the last leg of the journey will take the least amount of time because gravity's pulling them in. He's tired. Yeah, Jester, I've been doing this a good while. It's not logarithmic. I said it was logarithmic before. It's not logarithmic. Delta V is logarithmic. It's integral. I forget. So point is that they're gonna be accelerating all the way to entry interface. So this last leg of the journey is going to take the least amount of time. So it does look, excuse me, it does look like Earth is still far away, but in the next 2 hours they'll be on the ground. My first sub only to say keep it up. Thanks, Petey. Thanks, Nasson, man. Can you explain it? Explain how a planet has gravitational pull. Yeah, G-Class, for your kids. So something that has higher mass, so something that is more of something, has more gravitational pull. The moon is 1/6 the size and mass of Earth, so it has 1/6 the gravitational pull. The sun has more gravitational pull than everything, so the sun's trying to pull everything towards it. That's why we go around the sun. This is just Isaac Newton's, and actually it's more Kepler than anything, but for the kids, yeah. Now, just the bigger something is, the more gravitational pull it's going to have.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Actually, yeah, the bigger, for the kids, dude, that's probably the better way to say it. Yeah, Count, I've been awake for a long time, dude. Math and me, I should probably just stop doing math in public for the rest of the stream. I'm usually a little sharper than this. Now explain calculus. Yeah, see, that's what I'm not gonna do. Your weight is lighter if the moon is pulling you up. Not really. Not really. The moon doesn't have enough gravitational pull to pull you all the way out there. The only way it does is when you get near it. I just wanted to shout you out, man. Your streams are amazing and very educational. Thanks, Benno. Appreciate you, dude. Harvester, G equals M1 times M2 times G divided by
Houston, integrity
R squared.
for toilet deactivation.
There you go. Thanks, Harv.
Integrity. Jackie had to step off for a second. Go ahead for toilet.
So, okay, no toilet. Screw that. So, Harv, you explained it better than me, dude. Yeah, my brain's toasted. Acceleration is pretty much constant at 1g. Velocity is linear. Velocity is linear to acceleration. Position is exponential. There you go. Yeah. Harv, you're way smarter than I am, dude. The formula can be expressed as G equals M1 times M2 times G divided by R squared. There you go. Go ahead for toilet. No, please don't make that a sub alert. Please. I'll just take the toilet as powered, waste tank primed.
Hey, Jackie, we see a Delta V tote on our display of 9.9, which is fairly close to the 8.5 on the entry pad, but our TIGO on the display is 44 seconds, and the entry pad estimated 19 seconds. Can you all take a look at that for us?
I'm saying to the start of entry activities, Perry. Splashdown is...
Hey, Reed, good catch. The explanation there is that Delta V is about what we expect update-wise, but the TIGO calculation is not understanding that you will not have the SM when you burn
NASA
CM
should
rays.
reserve a
So
spot
it's
for you
doing
in
a different
hosting
math
the next
calculation there.
launches. Your work throughout this journey was phenomenal.
I remember
Thank
that
you
class
again and again,
in
buddy.
November of 2023 in Building 5 on the third floor. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate you, man. Why 13-minute re-entry instead of 20?
This is Mission Control, Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman inquiring.
So they can modulate their reentry. They probably shortened up the reentry just a little bit to come down in the place that have the calmest seas. So once again, fellas, like or ladies and gentlemen that are watching, fellas and fellettes in the words of Vice Grip. So you can change that. They can fly the capsule. It's not like just you hit entry interface and it's like, okay, hope we make it near the ground. You can steer the capsule. They can modulate the angle of attack of the heat shield. So they can change the angle of the heat shield relative to incoming velocity, right? Relative to the direction of flight in this diagram. They do that by stowing all the weight in one side of the capsule. That moves the capsule's center of gravity to one side. Center of gravity in something that's flying through the air always wants to fly first. So if you have a center of gravity bias towards one side of your capsule, it's going to want to fly over there first, but it's not going to because of all the air that gets compressed up against the heat shield. It's going to want to do this, right? But it's not because the air is pushing up against it down here. Because of this, if you roll the capsule, right? So if the capsule's like this, like it's in the picture, right? If you roll that capsule, what it's going to do is change the angle of attack of your heat shield relative to your direction of flight. So they can steer the thing. That's if you've heard Rob Navius say that they can roll the capsule left and roll the capsule right and, do turns with the capsule. Yeah, they can slow down. What they're basically doing, like once again, if the heat shield's like this, you're trying to skip off the atmosphere. So you can either use the heat shield as a wing or flip the capsule 180 degrees and you can use it as an air brake to fall out of the sky. Because they can modulate their downrange landing site, right, by changing the angle of attack of the heat shield, they can steer the capsule down. And what they're going to do is steer it down into a point somewhere along this line, wherever the calmest waters are. You have a kind of a nominal area over here where you can land. So they're taking weather forecasts here, and they're going to find the calmest area, and then they're going to commit to that. There you go. That's part of what the Return Trajectory Correction 3 burn was all about. Making sure that they dialed in their trajectory to make sure the capsule comes down in calm waters. Because they can steer that thing during reentry. Now, don't get me wrong. When I say they can steer it, I mean, when Orion comes through reentry, it's going to come through reentry automatically. The computers will do the steering for you. Now, what that looks like is something like this. Now, this is not a live shot. This is not anything like that. This is from Orion's first mission, EFT-1, back in 2014. So you see, they roll the capsule, and by rolling the capsule, you can steer it in by changing the angle of attack on your heat shield. That's what this looks like. What you're seeing right there, why the flames are going dit, 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 why that's going on is them using the roll control thrusters, and what you're seeing is the outgassing from the rockets that are being used to roll the capsule. They're interacting with your shear layer and your bow shock. That's why you see the flames changing shape, because they're firing the RCS. There's RCS interaction between, well, when the thrusters fire and the shock. That's why the flames change. But why is entry time changed? Why is this happen? Why, what if there's not calm water? Oh, they could just change where they come down. You can just, anywhere along that track, dude, is going to basically there's got to be calm water somewhere, right? That was actually one of the big things for this mission. Like the big things for a commit criteria for launching this. Yes, launching it like a week and a half ago was to more or less make sure that there was going to be no storms in the area of the recovery zone. Because while they can, you can move the capsule a little bit downrange or you can move it a little bit uprange of your original planned landing site, right? What you can't do is if there's a storm in that area is land it at all, but you have to commit to a landing. Once they did the TLI burn, they were committed to landing this capsule near San Diego. The TLI burn was on day 3, or no, day 2? 2, 3? You get the idea. It was early in the mission. Dude, the whole thing's been a blur at this point. So one of the launch commit criteria things is making sure, one of the launch commit criteria is basically, okay, let's launch this thing, is making sure there's going to be no storms in the area where the capsule's going to come down, at least within a nominal area. But yeah, that's why their descent time is slightly changing, maybe from a diagram that you've previously seen, or, you know, why they're doing the return trajectory correction, or why commit criteria, recovery condition commit criteria was important for this, for the launch. Like, if you're going to send it up there, once you send it up there, it's coming down. You best be making sure that it comes down in the spot where the crews are, where the recovery ships are. And also, you best be making that there's no storms in the area either. Yeah, just a little bit of food for thought, because they're coming down. You don't have a choice at this point. It's coming down. You better hope the weatherman, the aerospace meteorologists in the area are better than my local weatherman. My local weatherman's like, it might rain. I don't know, dude. What am I, the weatherman? And I'm like, yeah, you are. Please get it right next time. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Oh, hey, weather guy, what's up? So reentry operations are going to begin around 7:30. So that is in about an hour and a half. The whole shebang bang, suiting up, jettisoning the service module, right, doing the raise burn, and then going through reentry will culminate in a splashdown at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 3 hours and 14 minutes from right now. How much more delta V would they need to circularize in orbit? Orion probably has somewhere in the ballpark of like 800 to 700 meters a second of delta V left orbital mechanic. You'd need way more than that. Probably. How much delta V is a TLI, a high energy TLI burn? I forget. My ability to be able to recall stuff is going away. I'm getting exhausted. What I was saying, I think it's 3,000, Laz. I think you're right. Somebody asked me like how I'm feeling a little bit earlier. I'm okay. I'm awake and I'm sharp, but I'm really exhausted. I've streamed the whole thing, guys, and even when I'm sleeping, the stream is running. And dude, what I attributed that to, like, I know people are going to say, so what? The stream's running. It'll be fine. If you've live streamed before, leaving a live stream unattended is like nerve wracking. I attribute it to like, if you went outside of your house, went and started your car and then went back to sleep, right? It's like, you know, if your car was running all night, like it might be fine, but you never know, right? That's the only amount of sleep that I've gotten. Like I've been sleeping with one eye open this entire week. So like I've noticed that I have my ability to recall and my ability to do math has not gotten better as we get further into this mission, dude. I'm usually way better than this, I tell you. Splashdown is after sunset. It'll be splashing down at 5:07 p.m. Pacific time, Pilk. It'll be in the daytime there. 336.6 meters a second left in the ESM. So yeah, they're nowhere near close being able to recircularize. How much cross range do you achieve with a capsule? Not as much as the shuttle, dude. I'd say maybe 50 nautical miles in either direction at best. Yeah, Amanda, they came. I didn't tell them to be here. I just appreciate their company.
Integrity Houston for a post-RTC3 tracking update.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, the post-RTC3 tracking looks great. So good, in fact, that if we got to CM rays and did not yet have GPS acquisition, we would still be go for CM rays from that perspective. And so overall, I can confirm the post-RTC3 trajectory is within EI limits.
right, Jackie, we love that. That says a lot about our FIDO folks in this vehicle.
This is Mission Control Houston. A tip of the hat from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen to the flight dynamics folks and the guidance, navigation, and control officer. The RTC-3 burn that was conducted just over 2 hours ago, which was basically a final fine-tuning of the trajectory of integrity.
Fido is the flight dynamics officer. That's the guy in charge with the capsule moving around in space.
We are dead on the center line down the corridor. And the crew module raise burn that is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time and which will be conducted is only required to lift the aft end of the vehicle ever so slightly by a degree or two to improve the angle of attack of the spacecraft as it enters the atmosphere, mitigating peak heating effects on the heat shield for integrity. But our trajectory is dead set, right on the money, right down the pike, heading for a splashdown 3 hours and 10 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Isn't it? Okay, my brain is fried at this point. Is it pipe or pike? Isn't pike a fish? What? Is it pike or pike? Turnpike? I think it's pipe. In StarCraft, they say in the pipe, 5x5, but they could say in the pike. I don't know. Pike is in turnpike. All right, that makes sense. Referencing turnpike. Oh, okay, pike like for highway. Yeah, I know. I'm from Massachusetts. Everybody calls it the Mass Pike. If you call it I-90, it's an easy way to know you're not from here, right? Like, I'm sorry, just the way you said it, it's like, oh yeah, we are following the fish, and I'm like, huh? Mass Pike, dude. Oh yeah, he's freaking. The traffic's terrible on it in Newton Center. Sucks right by the Crown Plaza. The traffic there always sucks. It backs up onto the exit ramp, guy. Freaking terrible. It's not from StarCraft. It's from Alien. No, it's from StarCraft. But they're probably referencing Alien. No, they say that in StarCraft, dude. Freaking wicked smart guy. Do the crew enter survival mode? What does that mean? What is survival mode? Did you just litter? Yeah. In the pipe, 5x5. Dude, I always said they say pipe. Am I stupid? I don't know. Is it always been pike? I don't know. I don't know at this point. Yeah, Grenadiers, for real. Can you explain why Challenger didn't come back? Yes, I can, Frosty. And dude, if you want to discuss it after Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor are back down on the ground, I'm more than happy to do it. I will not talk about rapid unplanned disassemblies when there is a crew about to re-enter from the moon. I'm not doing that, dude. Does that make sense? I think that's fair. Hell no. We're not doing that. After they're all down and on terra firma, sure. Anytime you want, dude. No way. All right, that's fair. Yeah, if you stick around after re-entry, we can talk about it. But yeah, not right now. No. The space gods are a thing, and they are very cruel if you're not careful. Like that. No. I try to not speak like that, Nader, on stream. It's not because I'm ashamed of where I'm from. I tell everybody where I'm from. But it's more to be... I try to speak in a clear and concise voice, a news voice, right? I try to talk that way so in case people are watching where English is not their first language, they can understand me. When I explain stuff, I talk slow on purpose. Reorienting the solar array wings here. Yeah, it's for the Canadians. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Code switch to Bostonian. No, Chupon, to be honest with you, I grew up in the suburbs, dude. My accent, I have like a hint of accent. I don't, it's not thick. It's not, when I do the impression, it's over exaggerated. But like I said, I grew up just outside the city. I'm not actually from the city. The city in like kind of the north and south shores of Boston, that's where the accent is a lot. Like I live on the South Shore nowadays. Everybody down here talks like that. I'm the one that doesn't, which is all right. It's definitely in the pipe. All that's in the pike is whatever it ate in some roe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Red. Is this real and is this real? Why is there no light on the dark side of Earth? Well, Duck, there's a sun that's on one side of the Earth, and the light tends to not shine during the nighttime, dude. That's nighttime. If you're talking about like city lights and stuff, this camera, dude, is a GoPro. It's a GoPro Hero 4. That's what they have mounted to the solar array wings. It's not good enough to be able to get you a picture like that, dude. It's like, you know, you could use a DSLR to take a picture of something, right? Or you could use your phone camera, which is still good, but it's not going to get you the result of a nice camera. Long story short, this is a wide angle. Like if I'm on a photography nerd for a second, this is a really wide angle that can only support so much exposure. So you're not going to see the lights, but there's plenty of footage out there of being able to see the lights, like from the ISS and stuff. Oh yeah, you could see that easily. I have a question. Where do they go to the bathroom? There is a toilet on board, Frosty. The drainage system has been acting up the entire mission. So sometimes you'll hear them say, hey, you good for the toilet? I actually got a sound clip of this. Listen to this, dude. This is my favorite sound clip that I've heard from NASA ever. Ready?
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
I'm making that a stream alert after this, dude. Yep. That is the funniest thing. That and so on this mission, they read Jeremy, Christina, and Victor. They let them bring up iPhones. They have iPhones and they have Surface tablets. And some of the funniest mission control loops that I've ever heard is mission control trying to troubleshoot Reed Wiseman, the commander of this mission's tablet, because Outlook isn't syncing when you're 250,000 miles away. I'm dead serious. We listened to that conversation on stream. Like, have you tried clearing the cache? Over. Have you tried deleting cookies? Yeah, if you just force to delete cookies via step 1.1. I'm like, dude, this is not happening. Mission control tech support, dude. It's the weirdest thing ever. And then there's the whole bubble wrap thing. Maybe the bubble wrap thing will play. Ready? Maybe it'll go.
Copy.
Bubble wrap, nominal. That something is wrong with that soundbite, but I'll check into it. But yeah, they had bubble wrap on board because they had batteries inside of the bubble wrap to make sure that they don't hit anything like on the way up. And Reed was like, oh yeah, I've stowed the bubble wrap correctly. And then mission control was like, copy, bubble wrap, nominal. So yeah, we've gotten some fantastic sound clips out of this. What else do we have? There's a bunch of good stuff here. Einray, thanks for the raid. I have a question. Is that the front or is it the side of the ship that we're seeing? Just wondering. So Georgia, this is the back part of Orion. You're looking at, this camera is mounted on the solar arrays. Orion has 4 of them. If you look, there's 4 solar arrays here. And then the back of the capsule, and that's where the camera is. So one of the cameras is kind of like right here. These solar arrays actually have little actuator motors on them. They have a motor and they can also twist. So they can do this or they can move forward and back, right? That's to be able to point them at the sun no matter what orientation is the capsule is in. The solar panel works better when it's pointed at the sun. I know, weird, right? So these things can move back and forth. So Orion can take selfies if it needs to. The mission control can use that to inspect stuff if they need to. But what we're looking at here is a shot that's, nope, not from there. Come on, NASA eyes, don't do that again. Give me one moment. What you're looking at is a shot from this solar array right there, looking at Earth. See that? Boop. There you go. Why is it wiggling? It's wiggling because the crew is putting their spacesuits on right now. Or at least they're doing something in the capsule that's causing it to shake back and forth. I'm going to guess spacesuits, but, you know, you should have seen it when they had the exercise. Well, not the exercise bike. They had they have a rowing machine on Orion, so you could work out during the coast out to the moon. When they were working the rowing machine, the whole solar panel was moving back and forth. I wouldn't want to do that, Patrick. Might get a little messy. So they're falling towards the bright side of the Earth. Do they do an orbit loop or they go straight down? Nope, straight in. They're going to be landing over here somewhere. See where that hole in the clouds is? That's where they're going. It is a direct descent. Here, I can show you a side profile of what that looks like. So they're going to hit the atmosphere at about 40,000 feet. That's, for the metric folks, that's a good ways above 100 kilometers. Right? Once they get down to 20,000 feet, or give or take, it's not an exact thing because, yeah, I know feet and miles are not intuitive. I get it. This is like 60 kilometers, give or take. They're going to loft the vehicle and then level off the capsule and then steer it down into its recovery area. This whole thing is going to happen in about 13 minutes. The reentry is going to happen, entry interface, so when they're at over 100 kilometers, it's going to be right here. And then they're going to loft right around here. And then they're going to try to come down, well, not try to, they're going to come down somewhere over here. This whole thing from Hawaii to San Diego takes 13 minutes. Anybody that's ever flown out there, made this flight, that's not a short flight. But the capsule's going way faster than an airplane because it fell all the way from the altitude of the moon. They're not going to skip. They're just going to loft the trajectory, Donatrax. They're not going to skip because they were worried about gases getting trapped in the heat shield during the skip. If you fly on the straight loft and don't skip off the atmosphere, you can control the amount of gas introduced into the heat shield. I hope we get good re-entry video. Yep. Adam, it's going to get a little difficult for me, man. What's up? They should connect the rowing machine to a dynamo and use it to recharge the batteries. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to suspect that someone has probably thought of that, dude, but they haven't done it because this is a prototype capsule. Like, this is the first time people are on board. It's probably not. We'll say it's not feature complete and call it a day. How long is the communications blackout? So, Scott, during re-entry, out of those 13 minutes, 6 minutes, we will be out of contact with the capsule. Yeah, exactly, Ronnie. They probably didn't put a generator on there from the exercise machine because it's heavy. Mass is at a premium on a spacecraft, guys. It's got to be and it's not weight, because remember, you're in microgravity. Weight has nothing to do with it. Weight has nothing to do with it, Marty. It's all about mass.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The less rocket that you have on your rocket and the more fuel you have on the rocket, the further the rocket can go. And let's say some of the fuel requirements to do these burns to get out to the moon requires less rocket to be on your rocket. Does that make sense? That formula can be expressed above. That one up there. dV, specific impulse times gravity, natural log initial over final mass. That's the delta V formula. That's how spacecraft range is measured. It's not about how far you can go in distance. It's about how fast you can go. And if you want to go faster, just like a race car, less rocket on your rocket, more fuel on your rocket means you can go further. So mass is always at a premium. That's why I like spaceships, because I like going fast, right? I like going fast. And, you know, most things that we launch around the Earth are going fast and turning left, and I like things that go fast and turn left. You think I'm kidding?
Houston integrity com check from seat 1.
Entry interface, Hunter, is going. Entry interface to Splash is critical.
Seat 1, have you loud and clear coming down on both OE1 and 2? How me on 1?
Service module will detach before...
Got you loud and clear on 1, Jackie. We're going to stay in this config on both 1 and 2, and Reed and Victor are in our seats, slowly proceeding along.
Okay, we copy, and just to confirm, that means that you've got the bulk of your suits donned, is that correct?
They have not switched to Tidris yet, Rarest.
Just for Reed and Victor, A-firm. We're not gloved, not helmeted yet.
Copy all. Thanks.
Okay, so they're putting their suits on right now. How long until they land? Splashdown is targeting 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. It's 5:12 Eastern Time. So 2 hours and 52 minutes from now, they'll be back down on the ground. Are they scared at entry? No. I mean, TJ, like, here's the thing, dude. Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor know what's going on here. You know, they understand what's going on, right? You know the risks involved. If you know and you understand the risks, and the spacecraft entry envelope is understood.
Integrity BFS is configured for entry with outputs inhibited. And a reminder, when you get to step 9.3, use your separate instance of 18.3.101 to save off the time. 45
minutes before splashdown, Jack.
100%. Thanks.
Now, why are they putting on suits? They put on spacesuits in case of cabin depressurization during re-entry. That's an extremely rare thing, but just in case, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Now, these flight suits they're the orange suits. They're painted like pumpkins on purpose. So if the crew does come down and they need to be recovered at sea, not near the recovery site, the suits are bright orange and you can see them. You'll see them when they have them on.
Go at throttle up.
Yeah, like I said, cabin depress during reentry is very unlikely. That's not a thing, but once again, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Now, those spacesuits basically have a plug, a pneumatic tube that they can plug right into the ship's life support systems.
Houston, integrity comm check from C2.
Vic with the comm check from second seat.
Victor, have you loud and clear? I'm coming up on 1. How me?
Yeah. Jackie, I have you loud and clear on 1.
You are loud and clear on 2, Jackie.
Has anyone ever been saved by the pressure suits? Not off the top of my head, King. I don't think so. But like I said, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Yeah, Bert, but I don't want to talk about that here. A lot, just like airplanes, a lot of spacecraft rules are written in blood, just like planes, right? Same thing. You learn from the mistakes. If you don't learn from the mistakes, you're going to repeat them. It's the same thing as airplane safety. Those suits are there because you never know. Don't roll the dice with spaceflight. Don't let Murphy's Law do its thing. So for the uninitiated, Murphy's Law states what can go wrong will go wrong. So, right? The one time you could launch it 1,000 times with suits on, and the one time you go to launch with no suits is when you're going to have a problem. Don't tempt the space gods. No bad vibes. They said someone will open the capsule and pull them out one by one. So May, that's in an ideal scenario. You ideally don't want to put a lot of stress on your body when you come back from space. Getting down back into the grav well is going to beat you up a little bit. In a off-nominal scenario, the crew can get out. They can get out, but you gotta take it easy, right? So in an ideal rescue scenario, Navy divers and Navy search and rescue will just help them get out of the capsule. You'll see. Yeah, look at that blue marble. It's pretty sweet, right? She's beast, dude. Almost there. Yep. Hey, Akabidi, what's up, dude? Does anyone know how long until service module separation? Yes. So, Splashdown is targeting 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. It's right behind my head, so it's not doing any good. All right, so service module separation will happen up here, 7:25. About 45 minutes, give or take, before that. 42 minutes before Splashdown. There we go. So that is in about 2 hours from now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. There really is some oblate spheroid stuff going on there. At least it appears, though. But yeah, it's I think that just might be the GoPro. Oh gosh, we disappeared. Oh no, we disappeared, guys. We're gone. Oh wait, we're back. Some of us are. Okay, we're all back. All right, we're good. All right, we're good. Sorry, we blinked out of existence there for a second. Where'd it go? What do you mean it moved? Hey, Cyberlink, 11-month resub. Why did you Thanos us? I didn't do that. Yes, I did. Snap the... See? Mine doesn't work. I don't have the thing with the things in it. I don't know what it's called. My wife knows this. That's her area of expertise. I can tell her, like, that's not my area of expertise. I can tell you how dilithium crystals work, okay? Like, that's my area of expertise. Doesn't do nothing. The Infinity Gauntlet, that's what it is, yeah. No, 95. She doesn't say that. It's Pike. Are you sure? What did you do for work before streaming? If you tag at EJSA, I could see it a lot better. You don't need to type in caps, dude. Infinity Gains, what's up, dude? I'm self-taught when it comes to engineering, guys. I've been...
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Darog, the fat. The 5 subs. Thank you very much. I'm self-taught. I've been streaming for 15 years about space. And I never stopped learning. So I got a lot of people fooled. You know, the suit, you know... Look like I know what's going on, but I mean, I do to an extent, but also like.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
You mother. No, you didn't. I know where you work. Okay, I know where you work, Orson. Thanks, man. That was 100. That was 100 pack of subs right there. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Oh god, there's 20 more. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do with... Spacecraft's running real good. Felt like I was on a spaceship. I don't know what to do with my hands. Yeah, car's running real good. It's basically the best day of my life, just rolling around Daytona like a bald eagle. Thanks, guys. I appreciate all the support. Yeah, Cardin, it's something, dude. It's something. Oh, okay. Make Maddie with H2 with subs. Oh my goodness, it's going off over there on Twitch. That's bananas. YouTube chat, save me.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Charlos with 100 bits. PJ with 100 bits. Cruleon gifted 10 subs. Thank you. Live Dingus with the prime sub. Thanks, man. Thanks, Dingus. First moon mission of your life is about to wrap. How do you feel about it? We discuss emotions when the crew's back on the ground. I'm all business until then. Nice, Ronnie. That's cool.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Thanks for all the support, guys. Yeah, I'm all business here. I'm all about explaining it. I'm all about telling you.
This is space. I'm in space.
Telling you what's going on. We'll discuss emotions when they're back down on the ground, dude. That's what Rick Henfling said, the flight director said in the freaking mini day with 50 cents.
This is space. Goodness. I'm in space.
That's what Rick Henfling said in the presser yesterday. The emotions are for when the flight's over. Rick and Bobby, I don't know what to do with my hands. Muffin B, thank you.
This is space. I'm in space.
I'm 50 gifted as it say. I must be doing a good job, Trunmo. Natch with 5. Jeez. Mob Farmer had 200 bits in there too. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. It's going off in here, Pants. I'm telling you. I don't know what to do with my hands anymore. I'm just... Cards running real good. Spacecraft running real good. Felt like I was on a spaceship. Chat, I'll be the magic man, and you be El Diablo. I think it's Spanish for like a fighting chicken or something. Yeah, with claws, you know, in the beak. Sorry. Round umbilical carrier plate gifted a membership over on YouTube. Thank you. Hey. No problem, Hunter. I got you. Focus on the mission. I'm trying, man. What do you want me to do? I can't say thank you enough. Like, oh my God, Oscog. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. It's going off, dudes.
This is space. I'm in space.
Brandon gifted 5 over on YouTube. Thank you.
This is space.
I guess we're in space. Scooby Jim. Dash the guy. Thank you for all the bits. Oscog, thank you for the coverage. Seriously, like, pleasure's all on this side of the screen, dude. It's been fun. Let's get through the mission, but I will say, up until this point, it's been great. This has been fun. It warms my heart that this many people are into this. Because, yeah, they're...
This is space. I'm in space.
Ask anybody that's been a spaceflight fan for a long time. There are people out there that have been been into space and liked it longer than I've been alive. There are ups and downs. No, that's not a pun. There are times where it sucks to be a spaceflight fan. There are times when it rules being a spaceflight fan. And this is one of those times. This is one of the latter. This is excellent. And I'm so happy that people are into this, and I'm so happy that I could share it with you. You know? It is cool. It is cool. It's a good time. This is fun. This is the ultimate exploration.
This is space. I'm in space.
This is what we're meant to do. We should be doing this more. You know? Hey, thank you for all the support, man. I've lost track of the counter. T-Dave, I saw a message in there. Before this all ends, I want to thank you for the coverage and the mission. Definitely brought back memories. We may not have been the Apollo generation, but the shuttle and the Artemis generation is here at Astra. Absolutely, man. Yeah, Creation, something like that.
This is space. I'm in space.
Well, thanks for the entire broadcast and commentary. I learned a lot. Greetings from Poland. Dziękuję. Dobry vaj.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I really enjoyed these last 10 days. Thanks, Bay. Where will the service module land? Will it be recovered? It's gonna burn up, Trunks. There's only the real only thing that can survive hitting the atmosphere at 24,000 miles an hour is the capsule with the heat shield. Service module is gonna go kaput.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And you could warn it if only you spoke Jovitos. Mikey with the sub. Pruin with the bits. Thanks, man. When notifications off to focus. We're a good ways out, dude.
This is space.
There's
I'm in
not
space.
much going on right now. The crew's just putting on their suits. We're at mission elapsed time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
8 days, 22 hours, 51 minutes, 12 seconds. Drunar gifted a sub over on YouTube. The bits are still going off over there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Shirley. You know, good for you. The Javitos don't know you like I know you, Belak. Belak. It said they call him Belosh. It's a good movie. You should watch it. Toast, you can't get the badge here. That's on NASA's official stream, which should be firing up soon. If you guys, once again, guys, if you want to get a badge, go over to the NASA stream, watch them for an hour, or or just watch them. I don't really like. If you want to go watch the NASA stream, if my voice is annoying, go do it. But if if I was gonna get that badge, I'd head over there when they start up soon. We're gonna watch the re-entry cartoon. Too hot. It's probably.
This is space. I'm in space.
We're kind of into the terminal phase here. I don't want to.
Houston integrity.
Watch it right now.
12, 13, 14, and 15 are complete.
Thank you for all the education. Thank you.
Jeremy, Houston copies. Thank you.
Thanks, Baboon. Your voice annoying? Impossible. Yeah, just in case. I'm sure somebody might. Jeez, Lego Mans. That was 5,000 bits. Education and insight. I've loved watching your streams these past days. It's my pleasure, dude. Seriously. I can't say that enough. I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but if I could, I'd thank every single person watching both of the streams right now individually. Like, the best I could do is just say thank you. You know what I mean? It brings me great joy doing this. This is fun. I love it. I can't get enough of it, and you can be dang sure we'll be back for Artemis 3, 4, and 5 at the very least. Yeah, Bim, I think we're going to play some KSP on Monday. I think that would be fair. John Madden. Rise Against Gravity with €5 over in the YouTube stream. Living in you stream for a week. Least I can do. Thanks, man. Thank you. The fact that they are still that far from space and splashing down tonight is wild. Well, like I said, when you get closer to Earth, the gravity's going to pull on you more. You're going to keep accelerating until you hit the atmosphere. So even though they're like still a far distance away, right? That distance is not going to take nearly as much time. Say like they're 50,000 miles up right now. That last 50,000 is not going to take nearly the same amount of time as the 50,000 that they just reversed.
Discovery,
right?
go at throttle up.
MGP, what's up, man? 63-month resub. I don't know how it's going to be the days without your stream during the day. You've become a good companion in the past 10 days. Good job. Helder, honestly, I consider it very flattering when I don't know if this is necessarily the case with you, but I consider it very flattering if I'm someone's background noise. All right? So, look, I don't really plug or promote myself too much. I prefer to let the content do its thing, and I'm just kind of an addition to it that makes it better, right? Or worse, depending on your opinion. With that being said, dude, I try to stream about 50 hours a week. Monday through Friday, I'm usually here. So if you do need background noise in the future about spaceflight, I got you, man. Now, next week, I can't guarantee I'm going to be here the whole time because this, but when I get back into the swing of things of being on a regular schedule, yeah, I'll be here, man. I'll be here and ready to talk about space whenever you want. What, do you usually stream for so long? Blue Lavender, I've been streaming 50 hours a week, 10-hour streams, 50 hours a week since 2015. I believe in hard work. I believe in doing a good job. And I believe in being here. Being here is thing one of streaming. If you're not here, that is opportunity missed to have people click on your stream. The crew Halo project has not been finished just yet. King, buy KSP1, don't buy KSP2. Absolutely, absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 22 hours, 55 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2
Rob
mission.
will tell you now. I'll shut up for a second.
On board the vehicle, The 4 crew members, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Jeremy Hansen and Christina Cook are suiting up in their Orion crew survival suits, the launch and entry suits that they also wore during their launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st. Once the crew is all suited up, they'll conduct a series of leak checks to make sure that they have good suit integrity, aboard integrity, before they strap themselves into their seats for the final phase of this mission that will culminate with a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours and 35 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, about 2.5 hours before sunset, southwest of San Diego. And the suits are in the process of being leak checked at the present time. We'll relay all that to you in just a few moments. Right now, integrity is just about 20,000 nautical miles from the Earth, continuing to accelerate towards the next major milestone, which will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 2 hours and 1 minute from now. That separation maneuver, pyrotechnically, will occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by a raise burn, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to induce a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, slightly raising up the aft end of the vehicle to improve its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and in the process mitigates the peak heating effects on the heat shield of the vehicle.
Nice, Creeper.
Out in the splashdown zone, out in the Pacific Ocean, the weather is forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center. Winds of just about 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet, which should be ideal for the recovery forces that are being deployed from the USS John Murtha to recover the crew, extract them, hoist them into 2 Navy helicopters, and fly them back to the deck of the Murtha to be brought into medical bay for post-splashdown medical checks. We now have a report from the environmental systems officer here that we have good suit leak checks. All 4 suits have passed the leak check, so we are in good shape here for entry and splashdown coming up just over 2.5 hours from now. One data point, just an update on some numbers that we've just received from Flight Dynamics, and these are unofficial and will not become official until post-flight. We now anticipate that the maximum speed that Integrity will encounter as it enters the Earth's atmosphere will be right around the same time as we enter a communications blackout of 6 minutes in duration. We're expecting Integrity's peak speed at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, and at that point, the vehicle should be traveling at 24,661.21 miles per hour, which will be just 130 miles short.
So close!
In velocity of the record that was set back in 1969 by the Apollo 10 crew, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young.
You're so close to the speed record. Crap!
The moon. Once again, that peak speed expected to be reached just a few seconds after the start of entry interface, as the vehicle plummets back into the Earth's atmosphere. The peak speed expected to be reached at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time. And that peak speed now estimated by Flight Dynamics to be 24,661.21 miles per hour, which equates to about Mach 33.
Houston Integrity, seat 1 and 2, leak check complete. Also, we powered up the AGA, and it's giving us a CO2 alarm at 4.4.
Oh, that 4.4 is in HG. So...
We copy leak check. We saw it as well. And copy CO2 at 4.4. We are discussing.
That's the CO2
We
quantity.
also on the AGA have a bit A of 16. We've seen that in the past. Should go away.
And Reed, is the AGA been powered for 5 minutes yet, or are we still in that wait period?
We are in the wait period. We expect that bit will go away.
We copy, and that bit can also indicate that we cannot trust the other values, so we'll check back with you after the 5 minutes on the CO2 level.
Affirm.
Okay, so the atmospheric gas analyzer was reading a high CO2. 4.4% in HG means that this is a rounded number. It's napkin math, and my math processor up here is not doing very well. I'd say that's like 1.2, 1.3% of the cabin is CO2. That's okay. If you get up to 1.5, you're going to start having problems. What's the speed of this spacecraft? Currently, Orion is traveling at 14,501 kilometers an hour, or 9,000 miles an hour. They're 22,000 miles off the surface, or 36,000 kilometers off the surface here. Pressure suits have oxygen, absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time of 8 days, 23 hours, 2 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. While we have a moment here, just an opportunity to run down some of the chronological highlights that lie ahead over the next 2.5 hours before Integrity splashes down in the Pacific Ocean. Coming up at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will begin a simulcast of NASA Plus coverage that will accompany our 24/7 YouTube coverage that we have been providing ever since we began the mission with the tanking of the Space Launch System at the Kennedy Space Center for launch back on April 1st.
Houston, Integrity, we are complete through steps 18. Seats 3 and 4 are yet to suit, obviously.
I don't know, Cardin. I don't know if the AJ-10 has moved because of the software problem.
Jeremy, we copy. You completed 16 through 18, and confirm for us whether you needed any adjustments of CIAS in step 17.
I don't know what CIAS is.
Negative. All the settings were still in their launch config.
Houston copies.
Yeah. Silent, that's a good point. You can see Earth reflecting on the solar panel.
Once again, with the leak checks having been successfully completed on the 4 launch and entry suits for the crew members on board Integrity, once again, we'll begin our NASA Plus coverage as a simulcast to our 24/7 YouTube coverage in less than an hour at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., we're going to hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System as Integrity continues to approach the Earth. Currently, Integrity is less than 20,000 nautical miles from its destination and a splashdown in the Pacific. We will separate the European service module from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. And just 4 minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, a 19-second burn of the Integrity thrusters to slightly tilt the vehicle's orientation upward, with the aft end being tilted upward. That will also change the velocity by 9.9 feet per second and complete the orientation of the vehicle for its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface, where we reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and where most of the dynamic operations will then begin. Entry interface is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, where Integrity will be at an altitude of 400,000 feet above the Earth. traveling at about 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Just 10 seconds, just a few seconds later, about 24 seconds later, we'll enter a 6-minute communications blackout at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. That communications blackout will be due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization of the interaction of the velocity of integrity with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. So the communications blackout, to last about 6 minutes in duration, will start 24 seconds after entry interface. At 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m., we'll reach our peak velocity. This is an estimation from Flight Dynamics. We should be reaching a peak velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, or somewhere around Mach 33. This will fall about 130 miles per hour short of the speed record set by the Apollo 10 command module, the Charlie Brown, during the Apollo 10 mission of Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young back in the spring of 1969.
They're so close to the speed record. They're 130 miles an hour off, or what is that, 220 kph off.
Once
the fastest
the communications blackout ends, which is expected.
No, he doesn't, Alex. Apollo 10 launched in spring. Apollo 11
just a few
launched in
seconds
summer.
Before 7 p.m. Central Time, 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time, we will be at an altitude of 157,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean. And at that point, we should be traveling at about 13,300 feet per second with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, first to the left, allowing integrity to bank to the left. These are computer-commanded, not crew-commanded, but computer-commanded roll reversals to bank the vehicle first to the left, then to the right. That bleeds off excess energy and helps to reduce the speed and the heating effects on the vehicle during the final phase of flight. Starting at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll begin the series of chute deployments. In all, there are 11 parachutes associated with this mission. The first 3 will pull off the forward bay cover from the top of the vehicle. The forward bay cover chutes are 3. That'll be followed by the deployment of the drogue chutes at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Then 3 pilot parachutes will pull the main parachutes, 3 of them, from the forward bay cover. The forward bay housing all of the parachutes at the very top of Orion. The main chute deploy is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. The vehicle will have slowed to just a very glacial speed of 198 miles per hour, feet per second, I should say, at that point, at an altitude of 5,400 feet above the Pacific Ocean. The splashdown velocity, of course, will be 0. 19 miles an hour is the velocity that the crew will feel under the 3 main parachutes as they splash down in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. So a number of major milestones lie ahead. Splashdown time is currently estimated at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That will conclude a total traveling distance from launch to splashdown of 694,481 statute miles. We're just 1 hour and 48 minutes away now from crew module, service module separation. The crew has donned their launch and entry suits. They've conducted leak checks. Everything is in order, and the weather is go at the splashdown site. Some of the flying assets that will collect imagery of the descent of Integrity towards Splashdown have already been deployed from the deck of the USS John Murtha. The actual recovery team members will be deployed in helicopters and fast boats a bit later on as we approach Splashdown and, of course, after Splashdown itself. Once the vehicle splashes down, we'll be deploying the 5 inflatable airbags at the top of the vehicle with helium. That will ensure that the vehicle is upright throughout the course of the recovery operations. The team here in Mission Control will check all of the systems on Integrity, make sure that we are not leaking any toxic gases from the spacecraft, and that will be the signal for the start of the power down of Integrity systems and the ability of the first members of the recovery team to approach the vehicle to set up the inflatable life raft called the front porch, which will be used to bring the crew members out of the vehicle into that front porch one by one after the hatch is open to Integrity. We expect the extraction of the crew to be some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown, which would be about 30 to 45 minutes after the vehicle is powered down.
I don't like talking over Rob. Rob does great commentary, so I agree, Talon, yeah. What would they do if there were rough seas? So Whitey, actually, some of the launch commit criteria for this, like launching a week and a half ago, was making sure that there were no storms in the area, dude. So how do they prevent it? Watch the Weather Channel, dude. Now, you obviously can't be super accurate. If you're meteorologists in New England, you're never accurate, right?
Integrity, Houston, we are ready for another CO2 reading on the AGA.
Hold on. So they can change it. They can move it around, but it's launch commit criteria, dude.
It is 5.1.
That's...
Houston copies. And Reed, earlier I did misspeak. The CO2 reading specifically would not have been affected by that particular bit.
Okay, sounds good. We just know we're in an ARS suit, and that's very likely contributing to that.
Guys, the reason why the CO2 level's going up is because putting on the suit...
We concur.
Putting on the suit is a very labor-intensive task, especially with the orthostatic garment that they have on. They have a compression suit on. So you have a compression suit on, you have your space suit on. Try to put a space suit on over that. It's hard to move in the compression suit. The reason why they have a compression suit is so when they get back down, they'll be able to move around in the grav well on terra firma a little bit easier. So putting that on and then putting the space suit on over that is a labor-intensive thing. So they're breathing more because it's a lot of work. That's why they're seeing increased CO2 right now. It's just the HVAC systems on Orion so ECLIS, the environmental control and life support systems, should compensate. Like they should be able to deal with it. Yeah, everything is good, but it is trending upwards, but everything is okay. They are over Australia right now, yeah. Of course, Moolah. Your must be full of alphabet soup. No. It's full of Cheerios. The head's not full of alphabet soup, it's full of Cheerios. You know why? It's just going, oh. With crunch berries. Oh, my favorite. What time are they doing service module separation? About an hour and a half. When do they egress from the suits? When they're back on the John Murtha.
Integrity Houston for CO2.
Solar panel array movement. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Look at that, man. What a
What
view.
we'd like to do is open the ARS ISO valve to mix the cabin and suit loop air for the time being. And we would just need a call from you all when Christina and Jeremy are getting in their seats and are a few minutes out from leak checks, and we'll get that back into a good config for you to start the next leak checks.
Yeah, I know, Bren. When we saw it this morning, Earth was about this big on the screen. Now it's about this big on my screen. So it went from that to that.
Hey, Jackie, that's a reasonably good idea. Can we just hang on that for a little bit and see how we're doing?
Dude, wait, hold up, look. That's the Opcom sensor.
Yep, up to you. We will wait. Let us know if you'd like that cabin air mixing.
That's the Opcom sensor. That they've been beaming.
Is there a CO2 number where you guys would advise that?
They've been beaming stuff back to the planet using that thing. It's a little laser turret. Stop touching it. Hi.
Reed, we would not want to go above 7.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let us monitor it for just a couple minutes here.
Yeah, it's a turret. Like it can go like this and it can move up and down. That's the Opcom sensor. So they've been beaming data back through an optical sensor. That's how we got pictures from the moon with that thing right there. Yeah, Insomnia, we'll see. So they're at 5. Mission Control says they don't want above 7.
Houston, cabin entry config is complete, and Christina and Jeremy are about to start suit on.
Excellent on cabin config, and copy suit down.
Cabin config is good.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity indicating that following the successful leak checks on the 4 launch and entry suits, the crew will begin to actually don those suits now, and then they'll climb into their respective seats, both on the flight deck and the mid deck of the Integrity, in preparation for crew module service module separation that's scheduled 1 hour and 40 minutes from now.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Are they using thrusters to move their position or gyros? They use thrusters to change the orientation of the capsule, but the solar array wings have motors, Mach. They have motors. The solar arrays can move forward, they can move backward, or they can twist, so they can point them into the sun no matter what direction the capsule is pointed.
Integrity, Houston, for entry checklist. Your CMSM SEP ATP is set to go.
Discovery,
we see that on the PFD, Jackie.
Is the CO2 a serious
And
problem?
the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control to Reed Wiseman, indicating that the pyros are armed for crew module service module separation coming up 1 hour 38 minutes 52 seconds from now. Integrity now squarely facing the planet Earth, 17,600 nautical miles away, headed for a splashdown 2 hours 12 minutes from now. All of the recovery assets, the helicopters, the Navy P-3s, the para-rescue divers, they're all in place, ready to recover this crew following splashdown. And again, the chronology after splashdown will call for the flight control team here in Houston to assess integrity systems, make sure no toxic gases are leaking from the spacecraft, And first order of business will be the command to inflate the crew module uprighting system bags, the 5 inflatable airbags that will be inflated with helium to maintain its upright position as it bobs in the Pacific before the recovery forces reach the crew. About 15 minutes after splashdown is when we expect the green light to be given to power down integrity systems, at which point the recovery teams will begin to make their way toward the vehicle to set up that inflatable life raft called the front porch, buttressed alongside the spacecraft. That will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch and the extraction of the crew members, one by one, into that raft, giving them a chance to get their land legs back as they feel the first sensations of Earth's gravity in 9 days,
Thomas,
and their high-speed return to Earth, with their peak speed reaching some 24,061 miles an hour.
24,661. So when is the actual splashdown? Splashdown's in about 2 hours, but I guarantee you, if you keep the stream open, it's gonna, those 2 hours are gonna evaporate. They have a little bit of heightened CO2 levels in the capsule right now. That's just because they were working on putting their suits all together, putting their suits on with a compression garment on. Other than that, we're really not tracking any issues. 2 hours will ablate away. That's right. No, Zimbowski, not at all. What will we talk about when we can't talk about broken toilets anymore? There's plenty of funny stuff going on like that in the space, throughout the space program, dude. Don't worry. You saw somebody there having beans. Spicy green beans is one of the things they can eat. We saw Jeremy eating spicy green beans yesterday. Hi, new here. How do I get the NASA badge? You get it on the NASA stream, guys. Hidden Rachel, thank you for the stream and the amazing mission. I've been pretty bummed since the Gateway pause, since that's what I've mostly been working on for 8 years. But the enthusiasm and excitement of everyone here is bringing me so much joy. Rachel, it sucks. I'm bumming about the EUS too. But I have a feeling the EUS and ML2 aren't going anywhere. Can't speak so much to Gateway, but yeah. Hey, they're using the PPE for something, and you know they're going to use the Halo module somewhere. So I'm glad the stream and this mission is, you know what, Rachel? I'm glad that this is bringing joy to people's hearts too.
This is space.
I always tell people being a spaceflight fan has its ups and downs. And no, that's not a pun because they go up there and come back down. There are times when it really sucks. Right now is not one of those times. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Yep. I found your channel today. That sucks, but better late than never. Liggsy, I'm glad you like it. Yeah. Question about Splashdown. Is it considered a potentially difficult, dangerous part of the mission in your opinion? Entry is the hard part, Code. Entry is the hard part. But, yeah, we're not there yet, so just sit back, relax, and enjoy the view, guys. This is the calm before the storm.
Houston, Christina's got an amazing view of home planet out the side hatch window, and it's lighting up the cabin, and it's just a great blue hue to it. It's beautiful.
That is amazing. When you kicked us out of the cabin, we turned on one of the SAW cameras and also had the Earth's reflection on one of the arrays. It was very cool.
Oh, man, that is amazing.
How fast are they going right now?
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman reveling about the view of the Earth from a distance of less than 17,000 nautical miles now.
The cabin audio cable and boom mic are in F3 large stowed.
We copy.
The view that Reed Wiseman is describing is the view you're looking at right now as the Earth grows larger in the field of view with each passing moment. We're about 29 minutes away from the start of the NASA Plus coverage, joining our 24/7 YouTube coverage as a simulcast for the remainder of the evening through the time the crew is on the deck of the USS Mertha and in medical bay. So we'll be looking forward to additional reports and other video coverage from the deck of the USS John Mertha and other assets in the splashdown zone as we continue towards splashdown and the return of Integrity's astronauts 2 hours and 5 minutes from now.
Otto's on the fritz, dude. That freaking capture card is like every time I go full screen. So how much harder are the orbital mechanics for bringing a ship back from the moon to dock with a station? You need about 3,800 meters a second change in velocity to be able to do something like that. If they still had the ICPS attached, yeah, they might be able to do it. But the problem with the ICPS is that it's using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Hydrolox will burn, it'll boil off, guys. The cryogenic propellants don't last long in direct sunlight. They boil. And then it just turns to gas, and you have no propellant. That's why the Orion service module, the European service module, is using that MON25 stuff and monomethylhydrazine SCJ, because that stuff doesn't decompose. It doesn't go bad. It doesn't boil off. It just sits there in its tank and is happy. That's the same type of fuel we used for the Apollo CSM and the lander. Because when you're dealing with cold propellants, like the cryopropellants, like if I don't know if you got how new some of you guys are to rockets. You've ever seen a rocket go off, a bunch of ice comes off. It's because they're using cryopropellants. Cryopropellants give you a lot of energy. You get a lot of kick out of them. But the problem is they don't last very long. They have a very low shelf life once you get up into space. That's a big problem to solve in the future if we're going to go back to the moon and, have a moon base that we send people to relatively routinely. Yeah, MON25 and MMH are a hypergolic propellant. They can sit in their tanks and they don't care. They don't boil off. They won't freeze because it's some weird forever chemical. It won't evaporate. It won't do nothing. It'll just sit in its tank until you tell it to do something.
A couple of minor updates,
and when they hit each other,
a second or so for some of the key activities that will be coming up. Flight Dynamics providing us with some updated information. The start of the blackout period, just a 1 second change. It's going to be estimated now at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. The duration remains 6 minutes. That blackout will end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. all Central Time. We expect to begin entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. At 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. And 1 second difference now in our splashdown time. If everything unfolds the way we believe it will. Splashdown now scheduled at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time. 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time. 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. At the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego.
So Orion's trajectory looks like this. It's going this way, and it's going to come down over here somewhere. Think of it like an arc. It's going to go over here, and then it's going to come down over there. California's over there somewhere. They did reorient the solar panels, so this is a slightly confusing view. Earth's North Pole is over here. The South Pole is over there. Australia is right here in the clouds somewhere. So like Japan is right here and Siberia is right here. Alaska is over there somewhere. And then the west coast of the US is on the horizon over here. So California is somewhere right there. That's where they're aiming, and then Mexico is over here. Ricky, they probably will.
And one other update, the latest weather forecast from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group passed on to Flight Director Rick Henfling, calls for the clouds in the splashdown zone to be in the process of dissipating.
Good news.
The winds are somewhat reduced, now just 6 knots. The wave height's still less than 4 feet. All go forecast.
Clean recovery conditions, guys. It's clearing out of the recovery area. We're good. Right now, Orion's approaching 10,000 miles an hour, or about 16,000 kilometers an hour. Distance
so
is
once again, the stage is set.
Miles, or 29,000 kilometers.
As integrity continues its inexorable march toward a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours from now.
I see it, Pilk. Thank you.
16,000 nautical miles away from the Earth. We are just 1 hour and 26 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, followed by a raise burn to tilt the aft end of the vehicle up ever so slightly and improve its angle of attack into the Earth's atmosphere as a mitigating action to reduce heat loads on the heat shield of the vehicle. This is all pre-planned, pre-flight. There's no differentiation between what we had designed this mission to do. We are expecting to reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at entry interface and 400,000 feet above the planet 1 hour and 45 minutes from now.
So I see a lot of people asking this question. I'm just going to mute the feed for just a moment. A lot of people asking, like, well, what if the weather wasn't bad? Well, guys, launch commit criteria. So if you rewind back to when this mission launched, which honestly, that was only a week and a half ago. That feels like it was a month ago. Like, a lot has happened since. Part of the go commit criteria for launching the vehicle up into space is to make sure that there's no storms in the vicinity of the recovery area. Now, you're not going to be able to predicting the weather like a week and a half out is a little bit on the difficult side, but obviously you're going to be able to see if there's no storm near that's going to be in that general direction, right? You're going to be able to tell that the recovery forecasting. 5.5, we're still good on board. Okay, CO2 is not going up anymore. It's leveled off. That's good news. Sorry, I just needed to see that. So guys, that was part of the launch commit criteria to make sure that there's no storms in the area. Now, with that being said, there's still a gigantic landing area that they can target, and they can steer the capsule to either fly further downrange or closer uprange, right? You can land basically anywhere in this area. And that is a wide swath of land right there, or sea, I should say. Just find the area with the calmest waters and go. But good weather forecasting as part of your launch commit criteria here shows that the prime recovery area, the area that they targeted when they lifted off, is the right call. We got about 4 feet of surf, which is nothing. That might as well be calm waters, and very, very, very low winds. Winds are what make not entirely. Tides have a lot to do with it too. Wind is a primary concern for making waves. It depending on which way the wind is blowing relative to the tide going in or out can create bigger surf. So yeah, just something to consider. This right there was one of their biggest things to launching this thing on the 1st. So 10 days ago. That was one of their biggest commit criteria. They talked about that in the pre-flight presser. I actually learned a ton about it. They said in that press conference that was that is tantamount to like being able to see the far side of the moon. If they have to launch and it was in a window where the Oriental crater was covered, like was dark, so be it. The recovery conditions are way more important than taking pictures on the moon, because what are the pictures worth if you can't come home, right? So that was higher on the list of priorities to launch this thing than actually seeing the stupid moon when you got near it. Yeah, so I see a lot of people ask that question. I just thought I'd address it real quick. While I was saying that, they talked about the CO2 levels. CO2 levels are leveling off at 5.5% in HG. That's fine. It's no longer trending upward. We're good. Stupid moon. How dare you be dark when we get near you? No, it wasn't this time. The moon mooned us. Well, the far side mooned us. Or did we moon? You know what I mean. Jared's on the ship. Cool sci-fi. Moon's like, hey, I'm not stupid. Yeah, okay, yeah, the moon's pretty cool. We like the moon. Blue screen is just a signal handover, guys. Everything's good. EJ, can you recap every problem they've had since flyby? I didn't understand the helium leak problem. I know it got fixed. Tib, they were having problems with their Mon 25 helium pressurant. So the service module uses hypergolic fluid or hypergolic fuels. So it's Mon 25, which is mixed oxides of nitrogen. It's a mix between nitric oxide and nitrogen tetroxide. And then the fuel tank is monomethyl hydrazine, right? They use helium to pressurize those tanks, right? To pressurize the manifolds that go to the thrusters so the RCS works. One of the valves from the helium tank, from the helium 1 tank to the Mon 25 tank inside of what's called a pressure control actuator, one of the valves was leaking. It was leaking helium. Helium leaks for the same exact reason why hydrogen leaks. It's a pesky thing because it's so damn tiny. So one of the valves, when they opened and closed it in the Mon 25 helium to Mon 25 pressure control assembly, didn't seat correctly again, and it started leaking helium into the Mon 25 tank. Now, that's not a big deal. It was just a little bit. But they did have to do a little bit of troubleshooting through flight day 8 and flight day 9 about that pressure control assembly to get it to work right. It is working fine, and it was no threat to the mission at all. The reason why is because downstream of that pressure control assembly, there was enough pressure inside of the Mon 25 tanks and the manifolds that go to the thrusters to be able to do the entire mission. So instead of introducing more pressure in to be able to fire the thrusters for longer, the amount of pressure that was in the system was enough to do the RTC-2 and the RTC-3 burn. So there's really no threat to the mission here. However, they had to do some troubleshooting with this.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
They had to do some troubleshooting because you're not getting the service module back. I need water.
Read. With this time to EI, we expect you're about to be stepping into steps 9 and 10 in the entry checklist. In step 10 for the SIP switch config, there are no deltas.
No deltas to step 10. Copy all.
No changes to step 10, whatever it is. That's good news. Tib, does that help? We don't know the length of the Artemis 4 mission yet, Max. The red stripes that we see in the video, is that caused by radiation? It's background noise code. Yeah. When they're in low bitrate mode, yeah, background noise starts to screw up the signal. Yes, long story short. Being 800 plus miles offshore means Rook either got a ride on the Sea Stallion or an Osprey. Yeah. Why are your ears ringing? Oh, that's the sounds of space, Delirious. No, I haven't heard about a jet route. Where are they at now? Well, they're approaching Earth, and yeah, I said Australia was over here, but that dang sure looks like the outback to me. Yep, there's the Sunshine Coast. Melbourne's down here, Sydney's over there. Adelaide's in the clouds right now. Darwin exists. Perth, it's still early morning. See that? Wave, dudes. You're on camera. Darwin exists. Was that not a astute observation, like a description of Darwin? It's there. Every Australian tells me, I'm like, hey, what about Darwin? They're like, oh, yeah, it's there. I'm like, yeah, I don't know what that means, but all right. Do you think that the GS2 explosion will delay Blue Moon? I think they were testing Ator, if you really want my honest opinion. But we can talk more about that when this isn't going on, guys. Like, look, I know Starship is doing some testing. Like, I know SpaceX is ramping up for the Block 3 Starship flight, etc., etc. I know it. I know that Blue Origin posted pictures of the new stage. I know the guy that took the picture. He's a good buddy of mine. I don't want to talk about none of that. This is what I want to talk about. Because I don't think I need to say anymore. What a beast mode of a planet that is. That's pretty cool, right? Thanks, Electric. Stop showing where you live. Oh, sorry. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. That's our planet, baby. That's our home. How much could they still change their trajectory with thrusters? Heiki, it's a foregone conclusion. Not much at this point, dude. The closer you get, the harder, because you're going faster. You speed up when you get closer, right? The closer you get, dude, the harder it's going to be to change direction because you're going faster. Think about it like if you were driving down the highway and you needed to make an immediate turn, right? You'd have to slow down first. They don't have enough fuel to slow down. So you're committed at this point, dude. They're coming down whether you like it or not. Your trajectory correction is nah. Now, don't get me wrong. They have a little bit of leeway during entry. The computers can steer the capsule, right, to account for just being like maybe a little bit off, like if the wind's blowing too hard or something. But yeah, that's about it, dude. They're coming down. You're committed at this point. You're on final approach, so to speak. +1 ad for the entire world. Yep. If you ever got to go to Earth one day, what would you do? Chaotic, I'd be happy with doing what these guys did. Just to fly by the moon. That would be good enough for me. I mean, I'm not picky. Just getting up there. I don't know. What would I do if I'm up there? Probably stare out the window. It'd probably be like that, if you ever rode the bus to school when you were a kid, like the kid that gets pushed up against the window and has his face plugged up against the window, like, ha! Oh, look at all the things I can see. Like, they'd be like, EJ, you got to come do work. And I'd be like, no, Imagine going to space and only getting it out. Oh, that would suck. Cessna, that would suck. Countdown, please.
This is Mission Control, Houston.
Listen.
Once again, a great view of the planet Earth from Integrity from one of the solar array wing cameras. Now just 14,000 nautical miles from Splashdown. Splashdown schedule for 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. At a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean, where the USS John Murtha is on station and where recovery team assets are being deployed to the predicted splashdown site to complete the mission of Integrity's astronauts and their lunar flyby. With the Earth growing larger in the field of view, the next major milestone, just 1 hour and 13 minutes from now, will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module.
Houston copies.
The separation of the crew module will set the stage just 3.5 minutes later.
One question.
Go ahead.
When I was looking at the BFS SEP, it was the exact same time as our predicted SM SEP. Can you just confirm we don't need that to be a touch later?
Why are they sideways? They point the tail of the vehicle. They put the engines into the sun, dude. It's to charge the solar panels more.
And Reed, matching is expected. That's when the sequence will begin for that whole SEP config.
Outstanding. Thank you for the verification.
So they point the solar panels into the sun.
Here in Mission Control in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Capcom Jackie Mahaffey confirming some of the timeline activities with Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the vehicle. The crew has suited up in its launch and entry suits, ready to begin the critical phase of this mission. Their homecoming to a high-speed entry and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific. Once again, the next major milestone, 1 hour, 11 minutes from now, the separation of the crew module from the European service module as Artemis's astronauts head home to complete this historic flight.
And the panels rotate. The panels can move forward, they can move back, and they can rotate, yes. Mm-hmm. You can see the panel in the top left up there. That one's rotated. Get rotated, idiot. Or solar panel. Look at that shot, dude. Look at that marble. That's nice. That's nice. I would love to see this someday. That'd be really cool. We're going to get a live feed from Orion after separation. Amber, it's really about connection pending. Let's see. We'll see what happens. You know, it's not necessarily that you can't get a signal, right? It's really, we don't necessarily know how the antennas or anything is going to do with Orion with people on it going through re-entry. We didn't really get much of a signal from Artemis 1 when it came in. But maybe they've upgraded it since. So I don't know. It depends. We'll see. I'm sure NASA has a trick up their sleeve. It's at the South Pole. Antarctica is down here, guys. Antarctica's over here. You can see Australia right there. Right? That's the outback right there. Tasmania's down here. Melbourne's right there. Sydney's up there. Sunshine Coast here. You're looking at the east coast of Australia and then south coast. So like Adelaide would be over here. Perth is still in the dark. Per my last explanation, Darwin exists. It exists. New Zealand's over there somewhere. You can actually maybe just kind of see the Northern Island. I think that's it over there. I think. Best view of the skies from above. Yep, yep. Darwin is a nice city. Yeah. I've never been, Rivergum. Why does the trim look so flimsy? I don't know what that means. Flimsy? The solar panels are designed to just flap around, dude. That's kind of normal. They do that. Where is Old Zealand? Old Zealand is the Netherlands, guys. Technically. Hello? Ooh, press conference. Great. Old Zealand is underwater. That's Atlantis, is it not? Darwin's a good place. A lot of World War II history there. I believe that. Port Moresby too, but I know that's not Australia, but it was Australia. Oh, I know all about that, Paul. Claustrophobic? No, I'm good. You can have a press conference, chat, you know, as a treat. Oh, this is for NASA Plus to join into? Oh, they're starting their NASA Plus Yeah, they're starting the NASA Plus conference, which is, yeah. AV650 CC1. Where's the tone? I missed the tone. All right. I just in case this happens, I got you. We are saved. There's a place called Humpty Doo near Darwin. That sounds made up. Are you screwing with me? Where's the life support sound? Oh, I got that too. So it was you all along. No, that's the signal lock, man. I told you. See my mod's message in chat, guys. Shattermaid's message. If you want to get that NASA badge, today's probably the last day to do it. Major Muff. Welcome to Mission Control. Go with throttle up. Nice go. Can't believe it's almost over. Yeah, Hoop. It's been fun. It's been a privilege. Do you have KSP tutorials for newbies? Outcast, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that when Monday rolls around, I'm probably gonna need to do a little bit of tutorials for some folks. Don't worry. I don't really have like tutorial VODs. I mean, I did at one point, but they got deleted in the Twitch VOD apocalypse. So I have a feeling we're gonna need to do new tutorials. So if you want live interaction like this, Monday and Tuesday. No math, please. No, you don't need to know math to play Kerbal. I mean, it helps, but you don't need to. How will future satellite constellations make these entry maneuvers? Will they make these entry maneuvers more dangerous? Well, that has to do with what's called space situational awareness. Long story short, as long as we're tracking it, should be fine. I've played Children of a Dead Earth before, Zedrenar. Not on stream though. I main Kerbal Space Program. That's my thing. What's that sound? I'm nervous. What is this?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That is the sound of the life support systems on Orion from one of the PAO events during the mission. You're listening to the HVAC systems. I could just switch it back to the tone, if you want. How are collisions with other satellites avoided? Space situational awareness. So, guys, if you guys wonder what the Space Force does, that's what the Space Force does. Space Force is two prime things when it comes to stuff going on in space: is space situational awareness and space debris mitigation. That's like their founding thing. SDM and SSA. Know where every satellite is, and use that knowledge to avoid to have satellites not crash into each other. What does that involve? That involves Space Force deltas, or squadrons, basically. That's what the Space Force calls them. They're called deltas. That involves observation deltas. So somewhere out there, there's some people that work for the Space Force that just sit and look through a telescope all day and map all the Starlink satellites up there, or where the ISS is, or where every satellite is. The Space Force can track debris down to about 30 centimeter. They can track whatever, and knowing where all that debris is helps with a better launch forecast. That beep is hurting me. Bye. It's been going on the entire stream, but all right.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up. To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
Hold on a second. All right, shut that off.
A couple of changes to weather.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
First of all, in
Here we go.
Inches mercury.
Oh, do not tell me this is through one channel.
That's 14.71 psi.
Nope. I'll go back to the official cast. Nope, we're not doing that.
To the moon.
Uh-uh.
Today at this hour, you are looking live at our planet from the Integrity spacecraft, heading for a splashdown
we're not doing that.
in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego just 1
hell
hour
no.
and 35 minutes from now. And good day from the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space
up,
Center
Rob?
in Houston, where the entry flight control team is on duty at this hour, led by Flight Director Rick Henfling, joined on console with the voice you'll hear talking to the crew throughout the course of the day. That is Jackie Mahaffey, second from your left. Everything has gone extremely well as we are closing in on the return of Artemis's astronauts from their flight around the moon and historic lunar flyby that will culminate with that splashdown in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego just 1 hour and 35 minutes from now.
And with that, it's a good entry pad, and we can continue in the procedure.
Integrity.
You're looking at a live view inside Integrity. Reed Wiseman on the left doing a fist bump with pilot Victor Glover on the right, and down in the middeck area just below their feet, suited up in their launch and entry suits, are mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. A number of milestones yet to unfold before splashdown just over an hour and a half from now. Earlier today, the crew woke up at about 10:30.
All right, I'm going to fast forward us. Just going to make sure we're all caught up. See, yeah, we were a little bit behind. Mr. Gasket, welcome to Mission Control. Mr. Rear Gasket. Exhaust Gasket, welcome to Mission Control. Oh, don't do that to me, man. You can throw me a curveball. That's pretty funny. Aft Gasket. Oh.
Houston copies.
The next major milestone on the route home.
Fully zipped, and they're working on EBS and then seating up.
Not sure, Tally. Jeff, welcome to Mission Control. Your son Joseph says hi.
Thanks for
Hello,
the status.
Joseph.
Jackie Mahaffey talking to Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity. The spacecraft now about 12,000 nautical miles from the Earth's surface. The next major milestone on tap for the crew will be the handover of communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. The Deep Space Network came into play after the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd that propelled Integrity toward its lunar flyby. We'll be back on the TDRS network here in about 41 minutes. Following that, the next activity will be the pyrotechnic separation of the crew module from the European service module. That is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, followed 4 minutes later by one final critical maneuver. That will be a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters in what is called the crew module raise burn. Now, what that does is it basically acts. If you were sitting in a reclining chair, you'd basically tilt yourself back. It raises the aft end of Integrity ever so slightly, and that is the final opportunity for us to fine-tune the angle of attack of Integrity through the area of peak heating at entry interface. That will come a bit later on, about an hour and 18 minutes from now. So after the raise burn, we will be in the final orientation that will minimize any peak heating on the heat shield of integrity, and prior to the time the crew enters the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Entry interface. This is the critical time where the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Just 24 seconds after entering the Earth's atmosphere, we will experience a communications blackout expected to last 6 minutes in duration. This is planned, and it is caused by the interaction of the velocity of integrity with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. There will be a buildup of plasma around the vehicle, and that ionization will prevent any communications with the crew and any receipt of data by flight controllers here in Mission Control. That blackout is scheduled to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, a 6-minute blackout that will end, if all goes as planned, at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. At that point, we expect to regain communications with the crew and a reacquisition of data through the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. We will have a series of roll maneuvers. These are computer commanded that will roll the vehicle slightly to the left, then back to the right. That will bleed off excess energy as we begin our peak period of velocity. We expect to reach a maximum velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, equivalent to about Mach 33 times the speed of sound, shortly after we enter that blackout period. Once we exit the blackout period, of course, we're in the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere, and then we get set up for the parachute deployment sequence. First, the deployment of 3 forward bay cover chutes that will pull essentially the top forward bay cover off the very top of the Integrity vehicle. That will be followed by the deployment of drogue chutes, and then the final deployment of a series of 3 main parachutes at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. From that point on, it is about 3 minutes or so until splashdown. Splashdown scheduled at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time at a gentle speed of 19 miles an hour. So just to give you some perspective, at the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere, we're traveling somewhere around Mach 32. We will splash down at a speed of about 19 miles an hour. The G-forces that will build on the crew members inside Integrity will build to about 3.9 Gs. That is what is expected and what they have trained for and what the spacecraft is designed to support.
So a lot of you guys are wondering why the two artificial horizons on the capsule are in different orientations. One is oriented to the Earth's ground. It's oriented to Earth's horizon. The other one, as far as I can tell, I think Victor's is oriented to
the latest weather forecast out in the recovery zone.
The other one, as far as I can tell, seems to be oriented to Orion's orbital plane. Which means if you kind of looked at its orbit, right, and you made that into a line, right, of its orbit, that line is that horizon, I think. I'm not sure. It's definitely what's called a different reference frame, but we'll see.
Hey there, Rob. Yeah, welcome to the bow of the USS John Murtha. This is where we will report out live updates from the ship as NASA and the U.S. military work to recover our Artemis 2 astronauts in just about an hour and a half. How exciting. Now, right now, as you can see, we are out in the Pacific Ocean. We are just west of San Diego. We're actually staged about 6.5 miles away from where we expect Orion to splash down. And then we will incrementally move closer. So at the time of splashdown, we'll be about 5 miles away, and then we will move to 3.2 miles away. At that point, we'll pause, make sure that all the debris that might be coming down with Orion, because basically some parts of like the parachute system, they're jettisoned off Orion during descent. So we'll just want to make sure that those all land in the water and that we are safe to move even closer. So we will make sure that we can move a little closer, and at that point we will move to a mile away from Orion. And at that point the ship will circle the capsule while NASA and Navy recovery forces work to get our astronauts out, and we should have great views of the bow from here. But also we have a ton of cameras all around the ship. For example, we actually have some cameras right to the left of me here on the bow. These are very strong, stabilized cameras. We can really get up close to make sure that we are sharing all the images we have available to you. We also will have some views from above. We actually have 5 planes providing live views of Splashdown today. In fact, some of those aerial assets just took off from San Diego minutes ago. And then actually here on the flight deck, you see 4 helicopters, the 2 in the back. Those will take off in about 30 minutes from now, also with live cameras. So again, lots and lots of imagery that we hope to share with you today. And then those 2 helos in the front, those 2 will pluck the crew out of the water and fly them back to our ship. Now, the combined team here on the ship, more than 550 people, left San Diego 4 days ago, and since then I've watched different teams train every day, rehearse, final preps to make sure that they're ready for today. So to give us more of an update about how recovery is going on right now, why don't we turn over to Paul here, Paul Serpinski. He is the Assistant Artemis Recovery Director. Great to have you here, Paul.
Great to be here. Thanks.
Absolutely. So you just left the landing forces operations center here on the ship. How are we looking for recovery?
Right now, it's looking great. When I left, they were just about to get into weather briefing with Mission Control Center in Houston. But listening to the loops this morning and everything that's been going on, the reentry trajectory correction burn, the return trajectory correction burn went great. They were right down the money, right on the money, right down the middle where they should be coming back. Our forces here are teams out in the water. All our boats are launched or will be imminently. So yeah, it's just coming along great.
Yeah. It's really nice to see. We did see some of those boats float behind us. We were hoping to give you a live view, but of course they floated right out of the camera shot as you came to us. But so basically the team right now here on the ship, basically like monitoring mode, but really things will pick up about 15 minutes after splashdown.
Yeah, so a couple minutes before splashdown, things start happening really, really fast. Some events during the re-entry, they're maybe a second or two apart, and so it just takes a whole lot of effort and a lot of updates back and forth between us and Houston to try to keep track of everything that's happening, all in real time. And then after splashdown, that's when the recovery team really kicks into high gear. We have our boat teams, our boat crews going out, our divers doing hazardous assessments as they get progressively closer to the capsule, making sure it's safe for all of our people to go in, and it's also safe for the astronauts to come out, because really at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, is we're to make sure that the astronauts get home safe after their tremendous journey to the moon and back. But then also we have, like you mentioned on a minute ago, all of our imagery helicopters are taking imagery, camera shots of it as it's coming in all the way through splashdown. I mean, they'll see it as soon as it crosses the horizon, all the way to the ocean here.
And then afterwards, we have to recover actually Orion to bring it into the well deck of the ship.
Absolutely, yeah. And so once the astronauts are safe on board, then those same dive teams are going to transition into securing the capsule. They'll position some equipment around it to kind of facilitate that. The ship will move into position. We'll attach a really big winch line to it, and then a bunch of tending lines. We'll pull the capsule around behind the ship and then start to slowly bring it in. And then, Orion comes in, goes hard down, and everyone cheers.
Yeah,
great day.
Great day, exactly. Lots to coordinate, a lot to manage. Basically planning for this recovery, Artemis 2 recovery, started a month after Artemis 1 launched. That was the uncrewed test flight of the Space Launch System rocket, as well as the Orion spacecraft. That was November 2022, a month later, all the planning for this. How does it feel to be so close to welcoming our friends, our astronauts home?
I mean, for the whole team, I walked around the ship this morning just kind of visiting with a lot of people, a lot of groups, and just kind of get the feel of them. And everyone has that same kind of mentality. Everyone's excited. Everyone's thrilled to see all that work that we've been doing, like you said, for the last 3 years, since right after the last one came back till now. And some people even further back. Some of them go back a decade or more. So everyone is just excited, and they're ready. They're really ready for this, and just to be able to see our crew come back, that's going to be a thrill for everyone.
How are you feeling? Are you ready? Is this something you ever thought you'd be doing?
I'm ready. I'm excited. This has been the pinnacle of my career so far. It really has. I've seen a lot of firsts, a lot of lasts, but I can't think of ever topping seeing the first crew to go to the moon and back in 50 years, and to be here and be a part of that. And it's just a tremendous privilege. And I'm, on behalf of the whole team, like, I'm thrilled, and so are all of us. We're ready.
Yeah, I definitely think that those words really embody how everybody on the ship is feeling. So thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate you being here. And so, Rob, we'll toss it back to you again. We will continue to join you with live updates from the ship as much as possible.
Thank you, Megan. Back here at the Johnson Space Center, the entry team of flight controllers looking over the shoulders of Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover there on the flight deck of Integrity, and again, just below their feet in the mid-deck area, if you will, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. They're in the final review of their entry procedures and all of the activities that will follow here very shortly in trip hammer fashion. We should note that after splashdown occurs, the flight control team here in Houston will be monitoring the orientation of the Integrity spacecraft. We are expecting it to splash down upright in what is called the Stable 1 configuration, with the top of the spacecraft pointed upward. Stable 2 would indicate that it is upside down in the water. Regardless of the orientation, there will be 5 inflatable airbags called the CMOOS system. That's the acronym for Crew Module Uprighting System.
We are suit on complete.
Houston copies.
Reed Wiseman acknowledging that the final steps in suit donning are now complete for the crew. Checks have been completed earlier. The CMOOS system, those 5 inflatable airbags, will be inflated with helium. Those airbags will ensure that the vehicle remains upright. While that activity is going on, the flight control team here will be checking the systems on Integrity, also making sure that there's no leakage of toxic gas from the spacecraft. It should take about 15 minutes from splashdown to the power down of all of the systems on Integrity. And at that point, assuming everything is in a nominal fashion, then the green light will be given for the Navy recovery teams to begin to make their way closer to Integrity to begin the erection of a large inflatable life raft called a front porch that will be buttressed up alongside the hatchway to the spacecraft. That life raft will be used to bring the crew members out of this vehicle once the hatch is open, one by one. They'll get their land legs back after 9 days of weightlessness before they're put in harnesses to be hoisted one by one in sequential fashion, in an alternating fashion, to the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead.
Houston Integrity for a status.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Seats 3 and 4 are connecting umbilicals. We're going to be stepping into leak check soon. 1 and 2 will be seated. 3 and 4 will be free float, and we'll configure EPROC accordingly.
Houston copies all.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Reed Wiseman talking about the current procedures with the suiting of the crew members and subsequent leak checks, a final leak check for all 4 crew members. Everything is actually running a few minutes ahead of schedule. So once the life raft is inflated next to the Integrity spacecraft and the recovery teams have arrived alongside of the vehicle, the hatch will be open and the crew members will be brought outside into that front porch, as it is called, one by one. They then will be hoisted into the hovering helos overhead, and those helos then will turn around once the 4 crew members are on board, 2 for each helicopter, and will head back to the ship. That should be about a 10 to 15 minute transit. Once the helicopters land on the deck of the USS John Murtha, the crew members will be exiting those helicopters and brought into medical bay on the deck on the ship itself for comprehensive medical exams. They will spend a period of time yet to be determined on board the USS John Murtha before they are flown by helicopter to the shore in San Diego, to the San Diego Naval Air Station, and ultimately will board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. Just to recap some of the key times that are coming up. We are expecting the separation of the crew module from the service module just 43 minutes from now. That is expected to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by the crew module raise burn, the use of Integrity's thrusters one final time in a 19-second burn to slightly tilt the vehicle up into the correct orientation or angle of attack to ensure that it enters the Earth's atmosphere at the right angle, if you will. That will help deflect the buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield. This was a deliberate move, a change in the procedures from the Artemis 1 mission that resulted in unexpected char loss on the Avcoat heat shield that had not been intended based on the entry trajectory for the Artemis 1 mission. What we're doing is we deliberately changed the trajectory of the entry from a skip entry that was about a 3,000-mile transit across the Pacific Ocean. We are expecting now from entry interface to the point of splashdown to have a range of just 1,701 nautical miles, and that in of itself will reduce the exposure time of heating on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Once the raise burn is complete, then the stage is set for entry interface at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time. That means that Integrity will be entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at about 34,882 feet per second, heading for its splashdown site off the coast of San Diego, as you just heard from Megan Cruz on the deck of the USS John Murtha. Splashdown once again under those three main parachutes is expected at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. The actual total distance traveled for Integrity from launch to splashdown is estimated at 694,481 statute miles. Now that includes the first high elliptical Earth orbit following launch that enabled Integrity to move to 43,000 miles above the Earth at its apogee and enabling a 24-hour period of systems checkouts before the flight control team here and the mission management team gave approval for Integrity to conduct its translunar injection that propelled it on its way to the moon and its historic lunar flyby. So the total distance we expect this vehicle to have traveled at splashdown, 694,481 statute miles. With everything proceeding on track and on time aboard Integrity, the vehicle system's in excellent shape as the Earth grows larger in the field of view. Let's go back to the USS John Murtha and Megan Cruz, who is standing by.
Hey, yeah, Rob, welcome back. Again, we are out in the Pacific Ocean, staged just about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion to splash down now in just over an hour. How exciting. And the weather, awesome conditions here. I know you see some wind blowing around my hair, but really nothing to speak of when it comes to having to recover our astronauts, as well as no waves here, really. So yeah, we're expecting a really great day. Also, hopefully, some really great views. You can see behind me that some of the clouds are starting to break up, so that's really exciting. And now, of course, this ship has a lot of people ready and excited to welcome our crew back home, including Dr. Rick Schuring here. He is a NASA flight surgeon. Great to have you here, Rick.
You too, Megan. It is a blessing to be out here this day with our teams. We've trained 3 years for this nonstop with the U.S. Navy and along with EGS, and we've so looked forward to this day. And you know, just by God's grace, everything's parting, the skies and everything. The crew's doing great. Looking forward to come back and our teams are ready. So this is one of those days you've dreamt about, and now it's finally here, and we're ready, and just thankful to be a part of it.
Yeah, and you play a really integral role. When was the last time you spoke to the crew, and how are they feeling in this last hour before Splashdown?
Sure. Yeah, so the crew woke up, when they splashed down, they will have woken up about 8.5 hours ago. Me and my fellow crew surgeons, Doctors Chris Haas and Rafi Kumjian from the Canadian Space Agency, spoke with them about 6.5 hours ago, just to double check on how they were doing, if there's any medical issues, how they slept, and then kind of go over their landing day protocol for the medications, for what we call a fluid load, to try to replace some of the fluid and electrolytes that they've lost with just a normal space adaptation. Once they got to space, they kind of have to replace some of that fluid to help them with the whole landing kind of readaptation to 1G, which they haven't done for the last 10 days. And then just kind of let them know how things are going to play out, out with the open water teams all the way until we finally get to the med deck. So they were very pumped up, very hurried though. They had a lot of cabin configuration, a lot of things to get ready. So they're excited, but also very focused on the job that they had to do. So we've trained a long time for this, and we're ready.
And you said some medications. I mean, those are kind of just to mitigate the effects of, obviously, they're more than 695,000-mile journey back to Earth. It's just like anti-nausea medication, right?
Yeah, exactly, Megan. The astronauts are very healthy, fortunately, and even when they come back in reentry, the human system is very kind of dynamic. It has to readapt very quickly, and one of the most common responses they get is just some stomach awareness, to some nausea, even to some vomiting. And with our crews that land out in Karagana, the Soyuz crews or our SpaceX crews, they all kind of experience the same thing. This will be the first time we're landing in water since December 1972, and I worked with all the Apollo astronauts years ago, and they all told me that landing in the water, especially in the Pacific, can be very provocative. So we take steps to give them medicines to really mitigate some of that nausea, vomiting, help them feel a little bit better, and also sometimes just use a little anti-inflammatory medicine just to help with coming back to 1 Earth or 1G. The effects of microgravity, especially as you age and you have a little arthritis, you feel great in microgravity, and everyone kind of curses coming back to the ground like, oh dang, 1G, but so that helps a little bit. But for the most part, the main thing is just replacing that fluid and then trying to help them with that transition back to 1G, and then we're ready to go.
Yeah, and their health is assessed almost immediately after they splash down.
Yeah, so we have Dr. Jesse Wang, and we have our independent duty corpsmen, who are the Navy version of paramedics, extremely highly trained, highly experienced Navy medics and divers, who will go out there, open the capsule about 28 minutes after splashdown, and do the first initial assessment. So Jesse and his team will go out there and look at each crew, kind of do their assessments, get vital signs, report back to Drs. Haas and Kumji and I back in the med bay, let them know how they're doing, and then if they've got the normal kind of space adaptation kind of things, we expect that they're good to go on that. If anything didn't go the way we want, they're all prepared for that as well. And Jesse and his team, I mean, this is their full-time job, taking care of sailors and folks who might be injured. We don't expect any injuries, but coming back, going 25,000 miles an hour down to 20 miles an hour is still a dynamic process. I've heard it described as kind of like a car crash, and then the crew will be ready to go, and Jesse and his team will make that transition to get them out to the front porch, do assessments on them again, call it to our med bay, and then once we have that and they're all good to go and the crew's feeling okay, we'll hoist them up in the helos. It's about a 3-minute flight back to the flight deck, and that's where me and the astronaut chief, Scott Tingle, will actually meet them. I'll get eyes on them, make sure they're all good, just take very slow transitions, and then one by one we'll either get them out with the SMTs, the SAR med techs, under each arm, just kind of just walk them very slowly to med bay, which actually helps them acclimate back to 1G. Or if they really don't have their sea legs back yet, then we might put them in what we call a stair chair, which will be right behind them, and then just very slowly kind of get them back into med bay to start our full assessments with the team.
Yeah, so a really great team here to support them as soon as they get back, and also all throughout the mission, of course. You talked a little bit about this, but obviously, we have seen astronauts return from the International Space Station for over 25 years, so we kind of know that journey, how it affects the body. But yes, we're talking about humans returning from the moon for the first time since 1972. How is this different from your perspective?
So it's different in one very significant respect with On Apollo, for exercise, they had something called the Apollo Exergenia, which was basically just a little canister with some ropes, and they would have some resistance and kind of do that. And the Apollo astronauts really liked that. They liked the ability to exercise, because you decondition from a musculoskeletal standpoint, you lose your strength and your stamina very quickly. We had something called the Orion flywheel, which was able to impart much greater loads in terms of resistance, so they're able to do squats, deadlifts, different things, not dissimilar to what the ISS astronauts do, but with a lot less room to do it. Mm-hmm. And they also did rowing activities for cardiovascular health, and the crews loved it. But for the lunar crews, the future lunar crews, maintaining that physical conditioning, which our astronaut strength conditioning rehabilitation specialists, affectionately known as the ACERs, back in Houston, really work hard to get them in the best shape they're going to, have to be in to get to the moon. That device hopefully will maintain that. And Apollo only had about a 4.3-day journey to the moon. Our astronauts are going to have about a 10 to 14-day journey. Right. So maintaining that physical fitness, that strength and stamina is going to be crucial for the success of being able to do those very physically demanding lunar EVAs. Right. So we're very excited about what the astronauts have said about the device and what they have to say about the role exercise plays, going to the moon. And also the mental benefit.
Sure.
They just really like sweating, breaking the sweat, and actually just feeling like they're just getting a workout.
Right.
So
thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate it. I know they're going to be in good hands, so we'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much.
Megan, thanks for the time.
Back to you, Rob.
Okay, Megan, back here in Mission Control in Houston. Everything is moving along in order. This view of Reed Wiseman on the left, Victor Glover on the right. We have good suit leak checks. Everything aboard integrity is in excellent.
Guys, I'm not trying to freak out. I just like listening, but I'm just locked in. I'm listening for information. This is a tough part of the mission, man. This is a hard part. So, but I'm freaking out a little bit now from Ed Iota's 100 subs, dude. Holy crap. Thank you.
Integrity.
Thank you very much.
Just under a minute till your GPS maneuver initiates, and both GPS units look eager to acquire.
Outstanding. Seats 3 and 4 are working on seat strap in now.
Houston copies.
Once again, as we've
been told to say hi to William and Charlotte. That's niece and nephew of mine. William and Charlotte, how you doing? The Earth's coming up real quick, isn't it?
Affirmative.
Copy.
Crew module, service module separation scheduled just 31 minutes from now. The key point of interest, of course, will be the performance of Integrity's heat shield during its high-speed entry back into Earth and the peak heating that is expected around the spacecraft of some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. On Artemis 1, as I think most folks know by now, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to bleed off some energy. Then we skipped out of the atmosphere and dipped back into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific. But after the mission was over with, we noticed unexpected liberation of some of the charring effects on the heat shield known as AVCOAT. Before the flight, we had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to get a perspective on what this all means and how the mission was redesigned to try to protect Integrity's heat shield to a higher extent. Let's take a look at that interview.
Ricky.
Returning from the moon is a lot different than deorbiting from low Earth orbit. When we return from the moon, we expect to achieve velocities upwards of 36,000 feet per second. And in order to slow down to a nice, graceful splashdown in the Pacific Ocean, the flight crew is going to experience between 3 and 4 times the force of Earth's gravity. On Artemis 1, pressure buildup inside the char layer of the heat shield resulted in the char losses we saw. NASA established a Tiger team whose job was to investigate the cause of the problem and then make recommendations on how to fly the Artemis 2 mission safely and successfully. And so for Artemis 2, we are going to fly a profile that ensures the spacecraft will not see that same type of pressure profile. And so the char losses seen on Artemis 2 will not be like the ones that we saw on Artemis 1.
Rick Henfling indicated that the orientation of the spacecraft and the shortening of the distance of transit to the splashdown zone from the point of entry interface when we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, which will be coming up at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, should do the trick in minimizing the deleterious forces against that heat shield that were noticed on the Artemis 1 mission.
We think we see a beautiful sunrise over the west coast of Australia.
Yeah, baby.
We copy.
Commander Reed Wiseman reveling in his final hour in space on this mission as Integrity is passing over the southwest coast of Australia now at an altitude of some 7,600 nautical miles. That will begin the southwest and northeasterly transit across the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the highlights and some of the...
Man, they really aren't giving me a chance to say anything, guys. I'm just kind of sitting here. They keep cutting from movie to movie to movie to movie. I'm like, all right, in interview to movie, I'm just kind of here. I'm sorry, yeah, they're not giving me much of a chance to talk. But, yeah, they're, we are about 30 minutes out till service module separation and about an hour from landing.
2 feet per second at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Just 24 seconds after entry interface, we will begin a blackout period of 6 minutes in duration at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Now,
no, I didn't.
About 10 seconds after the blackout period begins, we are expected to reach peak speed, which would be 24,661 miles an hour. That'll be about 103 miles an hour short of the velocity record set by the Apollo 10 astronauts, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, when they returned from the moon on the Apollo 10 mission in 1969. That blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes in duration. At 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll reach our peak heating period of about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees while we're in a communications blackout from Integrity and its astronauts. That blackout should end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, at which point we expect to regain communications with the crew. Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room will be talking to the crew, calling them, and we'll await a response from the crew as they come out of that blackout period. And at that point, their altitude will be just 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,000 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. From that point on, the next key series of events will be the deployment of a series of parachutes that we discussed before. First, the forward bay cover chute deploy that will pull the forward bay cover away from the top of Integrity, followed by
Does this melon farmer have a GoPro? Reed would shoot the re-entry. He would GoPro the re-entry. This guy. Oh, yeah, I gotta control this thing. No. I gotta get the GoPro. That's the commander,
miles an hour, and that will begin the recovery operations that you just heard Megan Cruz discuss with her folks on the USS John Murtha.
Let's go.
All of Integrity's systems in great shape. The crew is suited up. Leak checks complete as we stand by for the next major milestone, which will be the crew module service module separation just 24.5 minutes from now.
Okay, well, I can get a word in, guys. It's been fun. It's been fun, man. This has been a good time. We'll celebrate more when they're back down, but before we get to EI and everything, I just wanted to say that if you've been following the whole time, well, I appreciate you. If you're just popping in now, I appreciate you too. Thank you for watching. So we're just gonna sit back, relax, and enjoy this here. Let's see what happens.
And just to show you, as Rick Shearing, the flight surgeon, alluded to in his interview with Megan Cruz, all of this happens to decelerate the vehicle from traveling around Mach 33 to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. All of that happening in just 13 and a half minutes. But the vehicle and the parachutes are all designed to support all of that, so we'll be standing by to report all that to you in sequential fashion as these milestones are ticked off and as we hear from the crew during its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and ultimately when they emerge from the blackout period, and at that point we'll be just minutes away from splashdown.
Why is there a blackout?
So with all of those
the blackout comes from the ionized gases that are associated with atmospheric reentry. The capsule's going so fast when it hits the atmosphere, guys, that it's going to start compressing gases up against the heat shield. It's going to compress those gases so ridiculously hard that they start to rip apart. Artemis is going to come in. The Artemis 2 Orion Integrity is going to come in so fast it'll start ripping air apart. When air gets ripped apart, it ionizes. When it ionizes, it turns to plasma. Trying to get a signal through that plasma, that it leaves a wake of plasma. It's not exactly like this because plasma is not liquid, but if you picture a boat going through the water, it leaves a wake. Plasma leaves a wake. It's tough to transmit a signal through that wake. And by tough, I mean nigh impossible.
The Earth's atmosphere for their 13.5-minute plunge back into the atmosphere for splashdown.
If we get onboards, guys, you'll see it. You'll see it in the windows. The windows will start glowing orange.
11 balloon, right?
Will the capsule be recovered? There's people on board. I certainly hope so.
The excitement is really building here on the ship. I'm watching right now one of the weather balloons being lofted up from the ship. Again, weather balloons very important for us to make sure that we are tracking the right kind of weather and also the data that's needed for what's called our Sasquatch.
So I see a lot of people saying like, oh, well, SpaceX did it. Oh, well, SpaceX did it. Well, the thing is that Starship is an entirely different shape going through reentry. The wake that it leaves is a little bit different. With capsules, because of their gumdrop shape, you get a recompression off the back, the capsule. You get a recompression for the nerds. I know you get a recompression with a Starship or a space shuttle coming in as well. But that recompression is not as bad on Starship because of it's a different shape. And it's definitely not the same on the space shuttle. So what SpaceX does is when that thing is coming in, there's a Starlink that's behind it on orbit, and they can get the signal in because the wake is a different shape, right? With a pod, you don't really have that. It's tough to get a signal through to a pod. Even Dragon, guys, when Dragon comes back, there's still a loss of signal. That doesn't happen so much with Starship, right, for the test flights. But because we're dealing with a pod here, you're going to get recompression. The wake kind of collapses in behind the capsule. It's going to be tough to get a signal in if we do get one at all.
Our priority is always safety.
I'm in space.
As the commanding officer, I take that as one of my primary roles here on board. Mission accomplishment is important, safety always. So my day really has, I would say my message to the crew has sort of changed over the past 24 hours. As we're leading up to today, we've been building up the excitement and motivating the team for the training that we've executed. But really over the past 24 hours, now I'm trying to get us to slow down a little bit. Trust our training, right? Don't believe all the hype. Don't believe everything that's going on. Just let's trust what we've done to get to this point. And if we do that, we'll be successful today.
Mm-hmm. And also part of the big success is obviously the coordination between NASA and the U.S. military. How does it feel being able to support the human space program we have?
Yeah, I mean, since 1959 with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, the history between NASA and the Navy has been in lockstep. But like any other skill, if you don't practice it regularly, that skill atrophies. So we've had a few decades off from that. But, over the past 4 or 5 years, really with this ship over the past year, we've
NASA, please. NASA
constantly trained and working for this moment right here. Building up the hype, but to get to this point today, to be able to trust in all the training we've done. We've worked with, working with NASA, the Air Force, the medical team, dive team. you want to talk about high-performance organizations coming together, working in unison. We are seeing that here on board the USS John P. Murtha, and I can't be more proud of all the work everyone's doing.
Jones.
Yeah, you had some great words this morning saying just that. That it's really nice to see everybody working together and so excited. I mean, you just became the commanding officer of this ship back in February. How does it personally feel for you to be a part of this historic moment today?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'd say any opportunity to command any warship in the United States Navy is a tremendous honor, is a pinnacle of any naval officer's career. That being said, as my change of command was approaching, and I realized that Artemis was going to be in the window here, to say that I'm humbled and honored to be here is an understatement. What really just excites me is the opportunity to see this crew, who has been training so hard over the past year plus, come together. It is what inspires me. Listening to NASA and the ownership and pride they take, they make my crew better. I think we're making NASA better together. That synergy is something that I'm happy to see and hopefully take forward with me in my career.
Yeah, it's all about partnerships. We couldn't do it without you, and we couldn't have gotten to the moon without our international partners as well. So thank you so much, Captain. It was really great to have you here today.
Thanks, Megan.
Awesome. All right, Rob, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Back here in Mission Control in Houston. We just had a quick view of the crew. We'll get that view back, and there they are again. Here in Mission Control, the entry team of flight controllers.
Skipper was jonesing, man. You see that? He was ready to go. He's like, oh, yeah, I want to do this. This is going to be sick. See that? Skipper was jonesing, dude. All right, I'm going to fast forward us, make sure we're caught up to speed here. Yeah, the Canberra's up there, I know. The WB-57. There's plenty of planes. I mean, even if we can't get an onboard view, guys, we should be able to get some views of
integrity as it barrels.
We should be able to get some views, images of the reentry from planes and stuff.
5,700 nautical miles from Splashdown. Just one other quick note about the comparison from the Artemis 1 entry profile to the Artemis 2 entry profile, and how that is serving as a extra layer of protection for Integrity's heat shield. The Artemis 1 entry had an entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles, a very long down track, and a very longer period of exposure to heat loads than we're experiencing tonight. It also had that skip entry profile that we discussed earlier, dipping into the Earth's atmosphere, then back out, then back in. It was about 20 minutes of exposure.
Integrity, Houston, comm check on TDRS.
Jackie, we have it loud and clear on TDRS.
It's a weather balloon.
We have you the same.
And there's one of the weather balloons being deployed from the USS John P. Murtha.
Get the F-22s. It's a balloon. Shoot it down. That was a joke.
So the Artemis 1 entry had the vehicle.
Any update on GPS? We haven't seen it track in yet.
Nice, Nova.
Reed, we are watching. We are starting to get into the window where they may start acquiring, so should be within the next 10 minutes.
Can I hand over?
Okay, sounds good. We're holding at step 17 and getting ready for CMRCS hot fire.
Everybody uses balloons to check the weather before launch.
And that exchange indicating that we are expecting to acquire data from the GPS system on board. That'll be a navigational tool that will basically tell Integrity's computers that they're on track down the center line of the corridor for the entry interface that will lead them to their splashdown point. Once again, the Artemis 1 entry exposed the heat shield for about 20 minutes of peak heating. For Artemis 2, we're going to reach a downtrack distance of 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface with just 14 minutes of duration. And it's basically a different angle of attack, a little bit steeper angle of attack that will protect the heat shield from excessive heat loads. So that is the difference between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, all designed into this mission to gather data, to protect the heat shield, since the Artemis 3 mission and beyond will have a different designed heat shield that will allow that skip entry type of profile to be resumed for all of the future missions coming back from the south pole of the moon when we initiate lunar landings. So we've handed over to the tracking and data relay satellite system. That's where we'll have communications for the rest of the flight. Just to give you some time hacks here, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, and just 17 minutes away from the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will basically be the final fine-tuning of the angle of attack for integrity.
So we have Judd Friedling. He was the Ascent flight director. That's Rick Henfling right there. He is the Descent flight director. He's running the show right now. This is Jackie Mahaffey right here. She's the capsule communicator. She's being assisted by NASA astronaut Stan Love. He flew on the space shuttle on the STS-122 mission. What are they separating visually? Beppy, so if you look, Orion's made up of two big components.
And once again,
the SM
a
and the
dueling
crew
box
module.
view of some of the assets that are involved in recovery operations today. The
integrity, cabin configured, all crew suited and seated.
That's
Houston, copies.
That confirmation from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity.
Ship is that?
As you see the assets being deployed to the splashdown zone. At the time of splashdown, we expect the John P. Murtha to be about 5 miles away from Integrity, keeping a safe distance until we are sure that the vehicle is in the water and upright, and that it is in a good configuration system-wide for the recovery teams to begin to approach the vehicle to erect that inflatable raft.
2 minutes to CM RCS warm-up hot fire.
We're ready.
That call from spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey indicating that we're 2 minutes away from a quick burst of the reaction control system. Thrusters, that will be a hot fire test prior to the separation of the crew module from the service module. The European service module has performed flawlessly throughout this flight. Everything, all the burns that had been prescribed for that service module have been executed on time and without a problem. There is the European flight control room that has overseen the manufacturing, the design of the European service module. They deserve quite a bit of credit on this mission for not only propelling.
So service module separation, guys, is in the next it's actually 13 minutes out. I'll run ads right before it, so we will try not to show pre-rolls on Twitch as best as we can during re-entry. I hate ads. I don't like them at all, but if I can control it in any way, shape, or form, I will. So we're going to run an ad here probably in the next 10 minutes. And I'll try my best to give you guys uninterrupted entry so nobody gets an ad during Splashdown. It's landing near San Diego. Flying over Eastern Australia here. If you're in Melbourne or Sydney, look up, say hi. That's cool, W. Right on.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
What you're looking at is a computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity. Currently traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
There you go. Grease that sucker. Well, he got a little bit of wind, but he's going to bring it down. There we go. Good job.
Integrity traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
For the prop cautions, we're taking a look.
Copy that.
Now just about 5,100 miles from Earth. Splashdown scheduled 43 minutes from now. We're just 9.5 minutes away from the crew module, service module separation.
You guys remember an hour ago when they were going 10,000 miles an hour and they were 50,000 miles away from Earth? Remember that? Comes up on you real quick. Comes up real fast.
We
it's just,
are
boom, you're there.
confirming.
Integrity, we are assessing details, but so far looks like a good hot fire.
Okay, thruster hot fire was good.
Looks good on board, Jackie. Thank you.
Read copies
And
good.
Jackie Mahaffey took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say that we had a good hot fire test of the thrusters in advance of the crew module, service module separation that's coming up just 8.5 minutes from now.
So there's additional thrusters on Orion that aren't on the service module. See these things right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They just hot fired those to make sure that the thrusters on this thing work before they jettison the service module. Now, once again, we have two parts here. Anything that's white is the service module. Anything that's gray is the crew module, or CM for short. So it's CM and SM. Okay? When they go for service module separation, it will lose this part. So it loses the solar panels and all the propulsion systems here. All that's left is the crew module with Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor in, and the heat shield that's back here. But that hot fire was these thrusters to make sure that they work. You need those to steer during re-entry. How do you test without adjusting the orbit? Gary, you're too close. You're too close to Earth for thruster hot firing to make any changes. It's not going to perturb your trajectory in any way, shape, or form at this point. You're going too fast in one direction.
For the crew module, service module separation.
Assuming it didn't work, what would be done? They tested the thrusters yesterday, dude, so you wouldn't even get to
We're
this
now
point.
inside 41 minutes until splashdown.
This is Space.
Integrity
I'm in
Houston,
space.
we have confirmed a good CMRCS hot fire.
See?
And although we are not seeing GPS acquired yet, you can skip the troubleshooting steps in 157 for now.
Service module burns up, guys. It's one-time use.
That GPS discussion indicating that we will be acquiring.
How do they ensure separation that can't damage the heat shield? Well, those CMRCS thrusters that we were just talking about, after they separate, they're going to do basically a separation maneuver to make sure they get away from the service module and the heat shield. You'll see.
Of 24,661.21 miles an hour.
One of the last times you're going to see that service module. So, bon voyage. Thank you. Thank you to all the European.
We're confirming.
All the ESA people in the European Space Agency for building that thing. It did good.
The Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here in Mission Control confirming that we have good lock on GPS data. We are on a communications link now through the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. Now, following splashdown, we're going to lose that link and go to what's called a VLDR, a very low data rate communications link, so that we can talk to the crew inside Integrity as they are on the water.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
We got GPS lock. Everything's good.
We
do too.
This is Space.
Especially
I'm in
GPS
space.
1 is accepting in nav channels
Thanks,
1 and 3.
guys. All right, dudes. So I'm gonna shut off. I'm gonna shut off the sub notifier and alerters. So if you pop in with a sub from here on out, I appreciate it. But I want to listen to the crew. I don't want to make sure we miss anything from here on out. This is a critical phase in the mission, and it really has to go right. And I'm gonna be listening so I can explain if anything goes weird.
We have now armed the pyros for the crew module, service module separation.
Okay, this is happening. We're also going to run the ads. I'll see you on the other side so you get re-entry uninterrupted. On YouTube, sorry, nothing I can do.
Once again, just 10 seconds after entry interface, we will see Integrity reaching its peak speed of 24,661.21 miles per hour. That will be just seconds before we begin a 6-minute blackout period.
Integrity, Houston. Your vehicle is in a good config for CMSM SEP. and go for CM raise.
Houston, we see the same on board and copy go for CM raise.
Few minutes to set.
That CM raise referred to as the slight firing of 19 seconds by Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, a slight nudge of the aft end of the vehicle so that it's tilted a bit upward, providing the final angle of attack as the vehicle enters the Earth's atmosphere. This being the mitigating factor that will reduce heat loads on the heat shield as we reach a point downrange from the start of entry interface, some 1,701 nautical miles to the splashdown site.
All right, Brendan, here we go.
Integrity systems in excellent shape. We are currently 3,300 nautical miles left in this mission. Splashdown scheduled 36 minutes, 39 seconds from now.
Integrity Houston, for the 2 enabled prop cautions, what happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be set pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
We concur with suppress, not inhibit. Thank you.
Type parameters. That's, yeah, okay. All right. The rate of pressurization.
That exchange between Jackie Mahaffey.
The rate of pressurization when they went to fire the thrusters was a little different between each thruster. They think because it's just a conservative parameter, so it flashed a master caution. Reed and Jackie Mahaffey, the capsule communicator, and so Reed, the commander, both agree that don't inhibit, just it's going to flash a master caution, but that is well known and understood behavior. That's a big deal that they're in concurrence. That's good. That's a good sign.
Now, coming up on about 90 seconds till the crew module, service module separation.
Here we go. Buckle up. It looks like
all quiet here in Mission Control as we enter the most critical phase of the completion of this flight. All of the preparatory activities leading up to the vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere just 21 minutes from now. Coming up on 1 minute.
60 seconds.
Mark, 1 minute till crew module, service module separation.
Game face from here on out, guys. Longest 60 seconds ever. There we go. Clean set.
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation. And a great view, albeit momentarily.
Oh.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from Integrity. A job well done.
Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Okay. Flashing warnings for
Integrity.
It's flashing warnings for service module components that are no longer attached. So we're good. Is that all P? No,
So with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission. Next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
Good GPS 2.
Second redundant GPS is locked.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity to put it in the right angle, if you will, the angle of attack that it will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere.
Service module.
Entry interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away. This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation. Just 2,800 miles from Earth.
The graphic doesn't show service module separation. The graphic doesn't show it, guys. So what?
Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side and the solar rays and the NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
And we have completed the maneuver to the raise burn orientation, 1 minute away from the raise burn.
So the raise burn is just going to modify the trajectory just a little bit. It's going to get them away from the service module so it doesn't come near them during entry. And it's going to put Orion on this revised flight trajectory so the heat shield will not char. We're in the in-game. Come on. What happens to the service module? The service module will burn up. Capsule orientation on the mission control screen.
And the crew module raise burn is underway, a 19-second firing of the thrusters, and we have a completion of the burn.
Raise burn is nominal. No.
Integrity, good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Good. You're going to find no piece of that service module. It'll vaporize.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
It's a boat, Admiral.
We copy.
Read copies good. Sea Kraken, I will never honestly say.
So for those who are watching the series of events coming up,
just please.
We will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere 14 minutes, 45 seconds from now. 6:53 and 30 seconds is what is pegged for entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at approximately 34,800 feet per second, range to touchdown or splashdown 1,701 nautical miles. 24 seconds after entry interface, we will enter a 6-minute blackout period in which we will lose communications with the crew. This is expected due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle. That's an ionization effect due to the collision, if you will, of the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. That 6-minute blackout is expected to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. During
friction,
that period
man.
of time,
it's compression.
We
Stop
will
calling
reach
it
our
friction.
peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer
rubbing
right
against
now.
the
Will come
atmosphere.
just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect that blackout period to end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7 minutes, at which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
Shh.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
Okay. So this is the heads-up display that's on the capsule. That is the information that Reed sees on his display. That's the orientation of the capsule on X, Y, and Z. That's what's called a ground track up here. That's a shot on the aft deck on the John P. Murtha. The 2 SH-60s are ready to go.
The parachute deployment sequence.
These cameras right here are shots of the other 2 SH-60s that are in the area. Those are the recovery planes. This is timeline over here. I'm not sure what this is over here. But that's the heads-up display on Orion. That's its heading right there. That's capsule orientation. Right now the capsule's upside down. Remember what I told you guys about leaving the heat shield angled relative to incoming velocity. They want to enter like this. So if you look, the capsule is oriented upright. You can see from the artificial horizon that she's up. Okay? You can also see on this telemetry-driven animation over here, you could see when the RCS is firing, there will just be a little flash on that telemetry-driven animation.
Deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter. Each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed.
We're about 10 minutes away from entry interface here. Once entry interface happens, you should start to see this thing roll. They'll start to roll. When they roll, their angle of attack relative, there's some RCS firing. Their angle of attack relative, see, there it is. It looks like they're going to roll a little bit before main entry interface, but the capsule is rolling relative to the horizon. They're going to use that to change the angle of attack on the heat shield. See? There it is. They said they might lose communications during the 180 roll here because of the position of Orion's 4-phased array antennas on the crew module. It looks like we still got a good signal here.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second. Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles.
So you see, when they rolled it right side up, did you see the angle of attack changed? They were pointed downwards. There's an onboard. We're starting. Oh no, that's the reflection. Okay, that's just Victor. I'm amazed we actually got a picture. This is a picture looking out Orion's windows.
Integrity, Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
There we go. Entry interface, 180 roll
Let's
attitude.
get on board, Jackie.
Of course, time on.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows.
Yeah, Equilex.
We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed.
At entry interface, what you should start seeing, guys, here is the recompression that happens from the bow shock. All right. So you're going to see something like this. The recompression is where the turbulent air coming off of the capsule and the ionized air that turns into plasma recombines. You're going to get recompression. You're going to see 2 layers of it. You'll see one higher and one lower. Oh, man.
You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window.
Does Reed still have his damn GoPro? Dude, he has his GoPro. Oh, that's going to be the gnarliest
the
footage,
conditions
dude.
remain go.
He has this sticking the GoPro
Just
out the window.
A few clouds,
yes.
Scattered clouds. Winds
Did you see it?
knots.
Did you see the reflection?
Wave heights just about 4 feet. A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Entry interface in 7 minutes. What's that white dot? I am not sure.
Integrity, back in EI attitude.
It might be the service module, dudes. I can't tell. It's hard to say. If it starts moving up, it's the service module.
We see the same on board, Jackie.
Call from Reed there. We still got radio. We still got radio signal.
On board, Jackie.
I think that might actually be the moon. See you on the other side, Dred.
Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Houston copies.
Okay, we're as good as we're going to be, guys.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS.
Where's the moon? Oh, damn, it is. It is the moon. Well, that's pretty cool. That's the moon. That's pretty special, dude.
And Houston, in instruction 509, we are not below 0.2.
I don't know what that means. Entry interface in 6 minutes.
Integrity, no action required.
Integrity.
Read copies. Mission control, Jackie Mahaffey says no action is required. It's pretty cool, Bob.
Now 6 minutes away from entry interface. We will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Ranged splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles. And once again, just a reminder, some 24 seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew during a 6-minute blackout period when a plasma shield will build up around the spacecraft due to the ionization, due to heating effects.
So what's going to happen is they're going to start compressing air up against the front of the heat shield. That air is going to get hot. It's going to get so hot under compression from the air coming on because they're coming in so fast that it ionizes. That creates plasma. Plasma comes off of the vehicle in a wake. It's hard to get a radio signal through that. We might But the cool thing is that, the plasma varies. As they get lower in the atmosphere, you're going to get that signal blackout. But there's a point here where we might actually be able to see some of the recompression happening here on this live shot.
Houston concurs.
Your stream is delayed. Okay.
That blackout period to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m.
There you go. I'll fast forward for you. They're in AOA altitude, which is like 15, 20 degrees. How's that for a shot? That's the Pacific Ocean down there. And the moon on the horizon. Come on, guys, bring it on home. 2 minutes to entry interface.
This view from Integrity as it crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface.
Should be approaching top speed here.
16.5 minutes till splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Wild stuff,
and through
right?
parachute deployment.
Pretty cool. What does entry interface mean? That's the point where the atmosphere starts to slow down. Menos, they're still accelerating. When you hit entry interface, it's the point where the capsule starts running into the upper parts of the atmosphere enough to get your velocity to start decreasing.
All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now.
Speeds are...
All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
Just give me a quick refresh here. 33,800. Those are out of date. Those numbers are out of date. Let's go to this. Let's go to the arrow. Yep. 24,140 and accelerating. That's approaching 40,000 kilometers an hour. We're not at EI just yet. Once again, you'll know when we see EI, you'll see recompression. You'll start to
coming
see
up on 1 minute until entry interface.
Over here. 1 minute to EI. EJ logos everywhere. Once again, speed is approaching 40,000 kilometers an hour. 24,000 above 24,000 miles an hour. 11.1 kilometers a second for the space nerds. That's fast.
Mark, 1 minute until entry interface.
Here we go.
1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Read copies. This class is getting pretty close here, guys. Remember, EI, where it is right now, is just a good ways south of Hawaii. So they're over near Hawaii right now, and in 13 minutes, they'll be in San Diego.
10 seconds till entry interface.
Here we go. Once again, we might get some footage of recompression here. We don't know. Recompression is the wake that it leaves from reentry.
And we have crossed the threshold now.
Here we go.
Entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
There we go. We're getting some thruster firings there.
Time to splash down 13 minutes.
There we go.
Seconds.
There it is. There it is. How are we getting this picture? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! There's the recompression. There it is. Oh, all right.
And as
They're
predicted,
in
we've
signal
entered
blackout.
our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
Godspeed.
We're 30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory. And from the G5 aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view of integrity. So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
Here we go.
Four and a half minutes until the end of the blackout period. Time to splashdown, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
You notice the telemetry here is not updating. They can't get a signal out through that plasma wake. Note, if you look at the aft deck of the John Murtha up there, the 2 second SH-60s supporting search and recovery operations have taken off. Yeah, we got no telemetry here, Adam. Watch. This is what you're going to want to watch for. If they reacquire
the
signal
landing
lock,
and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition on integrity.
Good. These will all start updating. The nav ball will change position. You blink and you'll miss it. Just watch. Keep your eyes peeled right here.
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
I'd prefer the mission control shot, Rob. So right now, Reed and Victor looking out the window, they can see the recompression that's happening up here. You can absolutely see it. I've seen onboards before. I've shown you guys onboards. And knowing Reed and Victor, they're probably just like...
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on integrity.
Temp doesn't change.
Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds.
You'll start to see the real big deceleration here. Either that, I'm not sure if the animation can get a signal here. They should be slowing down. What would it sound like in there?
Multiple airborne assets.
Probably about the same as it does any other time.
All have visuals on integrity.
Temperature inside of that capsule is not going to get any hotter, guys. It's the life support systems are on the capsule, so all the HVAC systems there are going to try to keep the temperature right at 75, where the crew has wanted it the entire time, and that's what it's going to. That's basically what it's going to stay. That's how good that heat shield is.
And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals.
Look at this speed now. I really wish you'd show us, Rob. The data's
We're
updated.
Still in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew.
How many Gs? 3.5 Gs sustained.
We're standing by for communications from the crew.
Give me the
we
juice.
should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now.
Is your ear hot? No. The headphones are keeping it nice and cool.
We are now processing data from Integrity. Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
Here we go. There's a shot on the WB-57. And it's gone. Getting updated. We're getting updated telemetry. There it is. She's updating. She's doing the S turns, just as discussed. We're getting telemetry. We get nominal RCS firings right there. Come on, baby. Bring it on home.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views.
They're trying.
of Integrity.
That's good news, getting the telemetry
Still waiting
update.
to establish
It's a little
voice
patchy,
communication.
though. Come on.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Yeah! Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
All right, we're not out of the woods
no
yet.
Action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman.
All right, now it's just the shoots.
For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Come on, baby.
Passing 100,000 feet now.
Really wish they'd switch off this camera. You really wish they would do that.
Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
That's a shot from the WB-57. I don't know why it's insisting on trying to give us all epilepsy, but that is the capsule coming through EI. Or not EI. It's coming out of the plasma blackout. Way past entry interface. Sorry, my brain's going a mile a minute. All right. I can't just stop.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
One of their cameras failed.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes. And a view of Integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet.
All right, so we're going to look for some pilot chutes to pull the top ring off to expose the parachute mortars for the drogues in the main chutes. There we go. Something. Capsule seems to be outgassing.
The pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison.
It's the RCS still firing, you're right. Yep. Come on, baby. There we go. We got pilot chutes, ring jettison.
And there go the first series of parachutes.
Drogues.
And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
Hell yeah. All right, now, drogues are going to separate.
2 good drogue chutes.
They're going to separate, and the pilot chutes are going to come out for the main chute.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out.
I just said that.
Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Come on, baby.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
Fighter reports good rates on 2 drogues. The drogue
We
chutes.
see the same on board.
The drogue chutes are there. They're basically like an air brake to be able to stop you at high speed, so you can get to a good speed, to a lower speed to deploy the main chutes. If you try to deploy the main chutes when you're going too fast, they wouldn't reef correctly and they would separate. So the drogues are like a speed brake to slow the capsule down.
Passing through 10,000 feet. Still on drogues.
This is a shot that's on the ship. Or nope, this one's on a plane. There we go. There's the 3 pilot chutes. We got 3 mains out. Chutes reefing.
Main chute deploy.
You better
We're at
reef the
5,000
frick up
feet.
that 3rd chute. Come on, inflate.
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on
There we go! There we go! Yeah!
And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes. Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Good.
Integrity copies.
No downward trend on the hydrazine thruster systems. That's a good sign.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Look at on the infrared shot, guys. Look at how hot the heat shield is. She's pretty hot. There it is. Orion Integrity.
About to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
So remember what I was telling you guys. The capsule has an offset center of gravity. That's why it's kind of tilted, right? And that's why they worry about the capsule flipping over, and that's why surf is such a big deal. Capsule has an offset center of gravity for being able to steer during re-entry. See how the capsule's kind of hanging to one side? Because one side's heavier, and the RCS is still firing. Why is the RCS still firing? You don't need that no more. Yeah, any Kerbal players...
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Any Kerbal players right now that always forget to turn off the RCS during re-entry, well, I guess you're vindicated, dude. The RCS still cooking up there. It might be purging it out. They might be just getting rid of the remaining amounts. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, no, there's 4 souls on board, guys. That's.
Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
This is the sweetest feeling ever, dude. Oh, this feels fantastic.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1.
Stable
we still
1
will
config.
be deploying
CMOOs should still deploy here.
the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
That's history right there, baby. Let's wait. I want to wait until the crew gets on the ship, but that is a huge milestone, dude. One of those chutes didn't reef exactly right away.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds.
Locator
and we're
lights.
configuring for very low data rate.
VLDR config.
Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
Very low data rate.
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Hell yeah.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means.
Thanks, Rochelle.
So
Appreciate
stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
Dude, I have imagined this moment for a very long time, and holy crap, does it feel good. Wow. Seamoos, there's only 4. One Seamoo didn't inflate. Hold on. There's supposed to be 5. Okay, what are Seamoos? They're the orange balls. Okay, there should be 5. There's only 4. Crews on board the John P. Murtha. Pretty happy.
Continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Or they're Kerbals.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
Search and rescue beacon and the radio.
SAR beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
We got all 5 Seamoos.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
Reed's taking out the sat phone. We got 5 balls, chat. Repeat, 5 balls.
So integrity is in great shape. And as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team
My pleasure, Kurlock.
Can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
Those are beacon lights, guys. That's not the RCS. It's too high up on the capsule to be the RCS. The RCS is down by the heat shield. So those are locator lights. The CMRCS is down here. Okay, yeah. No, thanks, Mr. Navy man. They're down here they're at the bottom of the capsule. They're near the water. Okay, they're not at the top. So they have to sniff around, and the reason why they keep talking about toxic gases is because the command module reaction control systems
Integrity
use
back on Earth, following
chemicals.
its historic flyby
sure
of the moon.
They got to make sure they're not leaking because they're harmful to humans.
Remain on this frequency.
Yes.
We copy.
Has it been after 10 days? Cathartic, Dukas.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid. No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process.
So what they're going to do is they're going to bring a raft up to the capsule. They call it the front porch, the Navy divers and Navy corpsmen. So the paramedics and search and rescue are going to come up here. They're going to tie a raft to the capsule, and then they're going to come in on rigid inflatables, put the front porch out, and come on. Ooh, new vice crew. Nice. The capsule's they're gonna open up the capsule, get the crew out, put them onto the raft, and then helicopters will pull them out. They'll extract them on the Seahawks and bring them back to the Mertha. And then Mertha's going to maneuver in position.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have saved the prop system on Integrity.
Can you say again that was very weak and broken?
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
Not yet, Nader. No one's been out at the capsule yet. Hey, inverter. Thanks for
all of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle by a series of 3 parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
Going to keep the capsule on so they can keep in touch with the crew because the search and rescue beacon is not working correctly. I mean, I don't know how much of a technicality that is.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or SAT phone.
The SAT phone might
be
fine.
Stand by. We have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
I'm glad you like it, Kingpin. Glad you like it, guys.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie. We just got the master diver on SAR.
Hey, all right, cool. They're in communicate with the Navy divers. Rigid inflatables should be on the way then. Told you. Yeah, baby.
A good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Cool. Moving up to power down on the timeline because they reestablished contact with the SAR.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
Vic just saying take
the
a
crew
second
on
to
board
make sure
Integrity
we have comms.
coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle.
Short story here. They don't want to power down the capsule, right? They don't want to power down the capsule before they get established contact with these guys. They want to make sure they can get these guys on the radio before they shut the capsule off, because you don't want to put the crew into a scenario where they can't talk to anybody. You always want to maintain in comms until they're egressed out of the vehicle.
Crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly. There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
I tried to call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
Nice, Beansy. Congratulations. Why would you power the capsule off at all? Like, it has batteries. There's no way to generate more power.
Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
No way. No way. There's no... Reed, come on now.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams...
That's absolutely what was happening.
We are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams
probably
are
fired up,
moving
man. I don't blame
towards
them.
the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft.
You know how he didn't respond? He's just, click.
Will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
We won't judge, guys. That guy's been to the moon. We're good. We won't judge him. He's fine.
Integrity Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, all right, cool.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
No, he was using PTT. He's going to restart the radio. Seahawk and the Origin inflatables are in the area. But once again, they don't want to get near the capsule until they have an avenue of communication. That's what's going on here. And that's why they're delaying.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have Mission Control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Cannot reply.
I think he said they can reply now. So once again, crews splash down. They're just making sure they can get in contact with the radios to the Navy guys, because you don't want them to not be able to talk to each other while they're trying to handle the capsule or get the crew out or open the hatch. Hey man, look, if the radios...
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak. but readable. Master diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
Look, if this is the worst part of the mission, I think we're good. But yeah, it's. I'm curious to see how they're going to solve this one. Houston can call them. That's why they're delaying the power down of the capsule so the radios on the capsule can still work. They don't want to have. They're delaying the power down on the Orion capsule because they don't. If they can't talk to mission control, if they power down the capsule, they can't talk to anybody. The capsule's off, right? So you want to make sure that they delay power downs on the Orion before they establish contact with the Navy divers. Can they open the hatch before power down? Yes.
And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
I don't know what NRD is. Seahawk. Don't they have iPhones? Dude, who knows what deep space did to those damn things, dude? And I mean, I don't know if you're going to get a cell signal out there in the middle of the ocean. I'm just saying. NRD, Navy Rescue Divers. Yeah, that's probably what that is. Hey, Lex Edwards, thank you for the 20 over on YouTube, guys. I see all the support over there. Thank you so much.
This is Mission Control, Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Jared's all right.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
We've got everybody. What do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now, and I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending
reusable capsules,
to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime.
Hawks, you see that?
It's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that's, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. we're getting 39, or we're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2. And
really,
at the same
Rev?
time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European Service Module. And you think, in the days leading up to this launch, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis 2, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort, we are returning to the moon, we're doing it to stay, we are building that enduring presence, we are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone, we're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely, and speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
So once again, they haven't begun recovery, guys, because their crew can't radio the NRD, the Navy recovery divers. Something's weird. Something weird's happening with the radios.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Administrator Isaacman. We are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board.
Oh boy, cheers! That's fantastic.
We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down.
Cheers,
and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now,
you did
we
good,
will
Rick.
physically
you did
not
good,
get
man.
off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle.
Well, I'm just going to say this now. So, look, if you're a spaceflight fan, we often look to the past. Apollo 8, Apollo 10, Apollo 11, STS-1, STS-135, DM-2 in more recent memory. We often look to past missions as the missions that break records, the fastest we've gone, the furthest we've gone, the most courageous missions. But we don't need to do that anymore now, do we? We're writing our own history books, guys, now. This mission, this is one people will look back on with the same reverence we look back on with Apollo 8. This is only the beginning. It's just going to get better from here. Okay? We've gone to the moon. We went to the moon in the 60s to prove that we could make the journey. Right? And once again, we can prove it again. Right? And if we can do that, if we can once again send people from the Earth to the moon, there's hope for everyone. Because we can do anything, man. We can do anything. Cheers.
In a variety of different configurations, each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter, before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Did he just say
so
that?
So just to recap, it has been some 26 and a half minutes since the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific. The vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed like a champ all the way down through the Earth's atmosphere. All of the vehicle functions were checked off in excellent trip hammer fashion. The parachutes all deployed as planned. Splashdown occurring at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
That is the coolest thing I've ever seen, man.
And after a bit of a tussle to try to establish a communications link with the recovery team, we were finally able to run through the procedures for the powering down of the vehicle. We've handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, and the recovery team will be approaching the vehicle shortly to erect the inflatable raft called the front porch before opening the hatch to Integrity to bring the crew members onto that raft before they're hoisted onto two Navy helicopters, two crew members for each helicopter, before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Okay, crew's moving in now. We still don't know if they have radio contact. I don't know. I've been drinking. Excuse me. Thanks, Sweeky. It was awesome, isn't it? Who's coming out first? Christina will be the first one extracted because her seat's closest to the hatch. Thank you for all the support, guys. I appreciate it. I'm just keeping the alerter muted. I was just... What a day, dude. What a week. I'm just enjoying myself over here with my whiskey. It's the best, Too Hot. This NASA missions are the best ever, dude. I wouldn't trade this for nothing. Thanks for being here and explaining. My pleasure. Look at that capsule, dude. She's in good condition, man. That's not bad, dude. It's got a lot of the tape still on it, dude. That's not bad. The backside of it, though, watch. This side's gonna not have tape on it. That side's gonna be very hot. Thanks for covering the mission. No problem, Amadeo. What are they waiting for now? So the last time we checked, Orion's crew could not hail the Navy diving team. The Navy diving team is not going to approach that capsule until they can contact the crew. But I do believe they said that Rob Navius said that they powered down Orion. So no, I really hope they got those radios working, because yeah. But if you're wondering where the coverage goes from here, guys, we're not packing up shop here until they're out of the ship, until they're out on the ship, until NASA pretty much ends their coverage, dude. Thanks for the education. Absolutely, guys. Why not approach it? If I had to guess at this point, that guy's probably sniffing for hydrazine. Not with his nose, with a gas analyzer. You just got to make sure that some of the toxic propellants that Orion uses, which are great for space flight thrusters but bad for humans, you want to make sure they don't have a leak. Amaze. Statement.
This is Mission Control, Houston. After talking to the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time.
It's awesome, Wiz. This is what I live for, dude. I've been dreaming about this moment for a long time.
That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
What a ride. Hey, well, what was that? I saw it. It was a longer message. Thank you, as
Once
always.
again, from Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m.
support,
Central
guys.
Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
You've been excited to keep up the good twerk. No, it's torque. It's torque, Fred. I told you. They don't. It's torque. They torque things. Torque. Damn it.
Reports from the Pacific indicate that the recovery team, in communications with the crew aboard Integrity, that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft called the front porch.
It'll be awesome, Doc, when it happens. Regular. I don't think this is the maple stuff. Nope, just regular. This is Knob Creek Small Batch Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey from Claremont, Kentucky. This is my go-to.
Again, no issues with Integrity. The vehicle is powered down.
Yeah, baby.
All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific, but we will not
Here we go.
stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that
No, not that other name, guys.
inflatable raft, the front porch is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For two crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted.
All right, we know that they're going to be hoisted by helicopters. So this dude over here, these guys in this rigid inflatable are sniffing around for hydrazine. You can see one guy has a gas detector on the starboard side of the rib. Once he gives the all clear, that's when they can move in. What he's been doing is concentric circles, getting closer and closer every time, right, to make sure that there's no gas in the area. Once again, the propellants that Orion uses on the command module RCS is not, it's really good for a propellant up there, but it's toxic to humans. The Apollo Soyuz test project, they had a leak and they didn't detect it and people got sick and almost died. Don't want that. That's bad. So they're sniffing. See? They're sniffing around, and they'll get closer and closer and closer. And when they deem the capsule all safe, that's when they'll start breaking out the recovery crews here. Once again, crew powered down the capsule. If they power down the capsule, that means they're talking to the divers. You never want to put yourself into a scenario here where you don't have radio contact with somebody. If you power down the capsule, you don't have contact with mission control, right? But if you power down the capsule before you hail them on the radio, then you don't have any communication. You don't want that. You always want to have the crew be able to communicate in this kind of scenario. So once these guys give the all clear, they are in communication with the crew. Once they get the all clear, that's when the big boat's going to come in and they're going to start the egress operations. See, those guys are sniffing. Those aren't selfie sticks. They're sniffing around for hydrazine. They're sniffing around the thrusters. CMRCS has 6 ports. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 over there. They're sniffing. They're the sniffers. Once again, what you're looking at is a shot of the Artemis II crew and Orion Integrity coming back from a 9-day trip around the moon and back. First time anyone has been out in the lunar sphere of influence since December of 1972. They were out at the moon on Monday. Can you believe that? What is being powered down? It's the same type of thing that the same power down as if you turn the car off, dude. You shut battery power to the computer.
This is Mission
just like an
Control,
airplane
Houston.
or a car.
Once
Same thing.
again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery.
Now, why do they power down the capsule? Well, first of all, the capsule might be charged. Are you guys familiar with how Formula One cars work? How you don't touch the Formula One car when it's on, except if you're trying to get out, or et cetera, et cetera. Same idea. You don't want like static electricity shock computers or something during egress operations or anything like that. Shut the computers off. The hatch is mechanical, right? So right now Reed took the keys, turned it to the off position because he had contact with the Navy divers. They're just doing a final hydrazine sniff, and then they can begin egress operations.
John P. Murtha.
John P. Murtha.
If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Right on, Fluffy. What a day, dude. My inbox is destroyed. The lights are beacons, guys. They're a locator light. I don't want it to end. I'm staying here until their end. We're staying here until the end, chat. We're staying here until the end. And yeah, they backed up a little bit. We'll see what's going on here. No problem, Cloud. Has there been any splashdown at night? Yeah, we've watched SpaceX bring capsules down in the night, of course. They'll have to drag me out of here. That's right. You hear? Push-ups until they get out. No, not in the suit, dude. Not in the suit. No, Yard. What are your plans after all this? Well, give me a couple of days to recoup, dudes, and then Monday probably. But I got some plans next week that are going to mean I'm going to be away for a little bit. Don't worry. I'm going somewhere. You'll like it. I should be able to double stream it too. The moon? I wish.
Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific.
The DSN line is still there because I think the dish might still be transmitting, but I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Who's in contact with the recovery team that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07.
Why couldn't he say constructed?
And as you can see, the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of Integrity.
Normally, I don't allow.
This
I don't,
includes
I don't
Navy
deal with
divers,
this on
a
the
Navy
chat,
flight
but
surgeon,
It's fine. Okay.
And other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process.
Absolutely, man. Here we go. How far off the splashdown target? Not at all, Blark. They were right on the money. Dumpster Diner. Thank you for the amazing and relentless coverage. Question though, for Artemis 3, could you do the whole thing in a Zoidberg voice? Oh no, I cannot, my friend. I'm sorry. I think I might actually go more insane than I already am if I do.
At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape.
Well, I haven't changed the heat shield for Artemis 3. You're going to need the skip trajectory for coming back from the polar regions of the moon.
Yes.
Yes. No. Yes. Maybe. Yes. Yes. My man. Looking good. That was 10,000 bits on the notifier. Yuruki Karasawa. Arigato. Arigato. Karasawa-sama. Ohayo gozaimasu. Kanpai. God, bits in there too. Can you give a Cronkite wrap up? Once again, we have entered into the final frontier. We have moved people back out to the moon. Just like space programs of yesteryear, we will be moving into a new era of knowledge and understanding. Kanpai, Ije-san. Hi. Kanpai. All right. Thanks for the French community here. Cheers. Right on, Scott is.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts.
I'm not doing push-ups in the suit, man. Leave me alone.
One by one,
can I watch this? Can I enjoy this, please?
Spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Can we watch them open the door, please?
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats.
Hey, where does this hatch go?
As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now.
Oh, 40 people. That's neat. Those are the Megan's on the ship. Hey, Star-Lord, thank you for covering the mission. Absolutely, dudes. Absolutely. Cheers. Cheers, Hibiki. Arsenio Hall. Woo, woo, woo. I heard it too, Greg. You hear that as well? That's what I heard.
First order of business.
Oh, that guy almost fell.
Is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as
there we go. He's working side hatch. All right.
Basically, just to make sure that.
Quiet. Okay, so he's got to work the hatch mechanism. There, unlike when they ingress into the capsule, there's no inner and outer hatch. The outer hatch, guys, was on the launch abort system. The launch abort system was jettisoned after liftoff. So there's only one hatch. So he's got to work the mechanism there. How does the mechanism work? You usually just undo it with a ratchet. I mean, but every one of them is a little bit different. Is this the widest capsule? Orion's big, Led Gary. It's a big capsule. Yep. We need more guys on that boat. Yeah. They will de-torque the door. That's big for a lunar capsule. Let me put it that way. It's way bigger than the CSM. The CSM could fit inside of that thing almost. What's the stat on the diameter of Orion versus Apollo? Apollo is 5 meter wide. And the CSM is not that. The CSM is way smaller. Yeah. The Orion's 5 meter wide. The CSM is 3.9 meters wide. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean. It could fit in. The CSM could like fit inside of there. Hey, Rob, what's up, man? Scrotinator at 1,000 bits too. I'll turn the alerter back on, dudes. Thank you. Hey, there we go. There we go. Hatch is open.
In mission control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship.
You need American units. The Apollo CSM is 12.8. Orion is closer to like 18. It's big. It's a big capsule.
Integrity is open.
Dude, I'm telling you, Apollo was like if you and 3 of your buddies, if you wanted to hang around with 3 of your buddies in a janitor's closet for 3 weeks, that's what the Apollo CSM was like.
It's away.
Houston, Tranquility Base here.
Plenty of people on the boat here.
Thank you for getting me interested in spaceflight before this mission. It has been a real blessing to share this experience with you and the entire community. I can't wait to watch more of these.
Dude, Dean, I'm hungry. I'm hungry for the next one, man. We need Artemis 3. We need that. We need.
Oh! This is space. I'm in space.
Jeez, man. Holy cow, man.
In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing
packs
them.
Everywhere. Thanks, Daryl. Why do they need to be heli-lifted? Can't they ride back on the ribs? The helicopters are there just in case of a contingency emergency. And I'll be 100% honest with you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why ride in a rib when you could ride in the Seahawk? If you had the choice between riding in a rigid inflatable boat or a Black Hawk helicopter,
this is space. I'm in space.
I'm taking the helicopter, dude. Hey, Dino, thank you very much. Take a boot. 44-month resub. Long story short, the Navy has more toys.
This is space. I'm in space.
Jeez. Thanks, guys.
Onto Orion, building that front porch.
Why don't they have a capsule scoop up the ship? Well, that's what they're going to do. They just want to get the astronauts out.
Parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here.
Yeah, we ain't stopping until Orion's in the well deck, dude. YouTube needs notifications too. Yeah, Rochelle, after this. I got to figure out a way to get that all to work. Sleepy Skype. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you.
And so as we wait for
the 5th balloon went in.
NASA
It was good.
To get their assessment of the crew inside of
Half
Orion.
head.
Why don't we talk
Thank you for that
about
Prime sub. So they got the hatch open here. Now they're gonna put a raft up in front of the hatch to prepare for crew egress, excuse me. Do you use OBS or Mel? OBS.
Time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from Integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing
SpaceX
by
wishes
for
they had a
the
recovery force
erection
like
of
this,
that
son.
inflatable
They wish.
Raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle.
Time for alert
That
chaos
will
again.
enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters.
Yeah. Rob's just saying the same thing over and over again. So yeah, they got to get a raft that they put in front of the door called the front porch, and they're going to use that to get the crew out, and then helicopters are going to come in and egress the crew. They're going to pull them up on a tether. It's going to be pretty sick. I mean, most of Florida showed up for DM2. Yeah, that's a good point.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, Mozzie, 3-month resub. Easy Co. How thick are the walls of Orion? It's billet aluminum, so
Discovery,
I don't
go
know.
at throttle up.
It's billet aluminum stringers, so I'd say at its thinnest, it's probably about that, and thickest probably about a little bit bigger than that. It's not. You don't need a big. The walls. It's not a submarine, guys. You got to remember, like up in space, you have the vacuum, which is no pressure, and then you have the inside of the spacecraft. They were giving AGA readings the entire mission. It's 15 psi. 15 pounds per square inch differential is nothing. You don't need a lot of material between you and the vacuum, to be 100% honest. But you have to. It's not all things considered. You got to worry about like debris hitting the capsule and stuff. So they do make them a little bit thicker, but you honestly don't need much. This is how you Wumbo max. That's right. We are Wumbo maxing, dude. So once again, guys, what you're watching here is Reed Wiseman, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist 1 Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist 2 Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency have just come back. The capsule splashed down. They came through re-entry from a 10-day excursion out to the moon and back. Did they land? No, they just did a flyby, but this is a shakedown for the Orion capsule to make sure that the capsule is performing well. And I'd say that capsule being there, completing a successful mission, I'd say it did pretty good. Once again, the reason why we're sitting here just watching this thing float out in the middle of the ocean is because this is the first time that humans have been beyond low Earth orbit and into the lunar sphere of influence since 1972. See? December 19th, 1972. He just said it. What's up with the caller? I'm sweating, dude. I'm sweating my balls off here. We got 2 Navy divers in the water. Robert Williams with $10 super chat over there. Thank you.
Flight controllers here to have a full 24
Train
hours
ride's fun.
to evaluate
the
the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before.
Did I also stream the 1972 landing? In my dreams, yes. Yes, I did.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Rob, 7-month resub. What's up, dude? What is the lander going to look like? So SpaceX is working on one lander and Blue Origin's working on another. Tundra Gaming, thank you very much. And then River Turtle with 1972 bits. The lander, if you type into your search engine of choice, you type Starship HLS. That's Hotel Lima Sierra. Whoa, tilt. Starship HLS is the name of the lander, and Blue Moon Mark II is the name of Blue's lander. We got Navy divers in the water. At least I think we do. That's the parachute over there. How much for the bits? The little chat. Sell them to me. Sell me your bits. Could they swim in the orange suits? The orange suits act as a flotation device, dude.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Watched your Splashdown coverage with my mum Liz, who got to watch all the Apollo missions. She absolutely loves your enthusiasm.
I live for this stuff.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
But the landers were scheduled to use the landers for Artemis 4. Artemis 3 is a test of the landers in low Earth orbit to make sure that you can dock, to make sure Orion can dock to them and everything works. And then Artemis 4 in 2028, we go. Artemis 3 is in 2027. And I know people are going to say, 2027? Guys, it's only 8 months away. It's not a long time in spaceflight. And knowing Jared Isaacman, it might be even sooner. Who knows? How much for the capsule? The little balls. Sell them to me. Sell me your side hatch. Sorry. I'll stop. Okay, I won't stop. Jeez. Did I see something on your suit jacket lining? No, did you? I don't got anything there. My pockets are empty, dude. So, guys, like I said, I've been waiting for the lunar mission, for this lunar mission for a long time. I'm savoring this, all of it. I don't want this to stop. So I'm just going to sit here and... Oh no, there goes the signal lock noise. No, it's gone. Hey, Hunter, thanks for the 5. Hats off to my friends who also had something that worked there. You're the best, and I'll work with you again, okay? I don't like it, but you can see the hatch is open. It looks like we got people in the capsule. That the reflection inside of the capsule should be Christina's seat.
With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft, known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew. Let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
I really wish you wouldn't do that.
This is space. So you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it, and then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion, and then this will be secure to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically after they set up this stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle.
What were they clapping for, Rob? What were they clapping for, Rob? Don't cut the audio!
A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. But we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition.
Hey, Andy.
Eagle has landed.
Just popping in to say cheers, old friend. Always great coverage.
Thanks, man. They got Bingo with his... He really likes saying that, doesn't he?
Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz.
I'm going to shut the alerter off for a little bit. Thank you for all the support, guys. I appreciate every one of you.
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops. Again, the operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad.
So, you know, there's this big ship. There's this big ship that you could tow it to where you don't have to worry about this.
You can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside, there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers.
Looks like they got a tow
all
line
with medical
on her.
training, each assigned to an astronaut each.
8, Bob. 8? I got 8 different people in my capsule.
Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000 mile journey around the moon. If you think you get car sick.
Basic.
Again, 6 boats out there.
All right, Green.
Lots of gear with them.
So guys, I'm going to disable the pre-roll stuff here, okay? So you guys don't get ads. I'm going to run another one right now just for the people that don't sub. Like, I don't care if you sub or not. I appreciate it if you do, but it's not expected. So I'll run ads so you guys can see this uninterrupted for a little while, okay?
Of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams again.
What's all that? Are those oxygen?
Trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew
I'm sorry
to get out of Orion.
I'd prefer to make less money. I'm not even kidding.
They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now.
Do we know what happened to the small booster that the capsule separated?
And then they will connect
before,
the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch.
Well, guys, if you remember, the first time you do this with the real thing, you gotta chill. Even DM2 took a while for them to egress, guys. I mean, SpaceX has done 11 recoveries. Actually, it's more like 15 because of the Axiom missions. So this is the first time they're going to go a little bit slow, and it looks like the currents are killing them a little bit. But this is an opportunity to learn when they get the next Orion back.
Audio loops, that's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean.
Kroger, that's real. Kroger, that's real, dude. The second we decide to be like, all right, we're good, that's when they'll egress.
Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch.
There it is.
So that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch
Both
get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2.
Really, London? Did the Mets show it at Citi Field?
Okay. And the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from
That's
the
awesome.
undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green.
Good. This is the only time I'm going to say this, but the Mets put the capsule splashdown on the Jumbotron at Citi Field. This is the only time I will ever say this. How about the Mets? How about them Mets? Let's go Mets. That's pretty good, man. That's the only time I will ever say that, and you're never going to hear me say it again.
Saying we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now.
I'm a Red Sox fan, dude, but also, here's.
Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which
A restricted
we're expecting
maneuvering
to be
herpaderp
Christina.
is in effect.
And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship.
You know, dudes, when I do commentary on launches, there's sometimes where I just shut up. You just don't need to say as much. You know? You just don't need to say as much. Like, I didn't need to say nothing during reentry. I just said yeehaw and a couple of other things, you know? Like, and I never shut up. But there are times where you don't need to say nothing. Just do it. Just watch.
The crew would have to move through more of the ship.
I think I
This
said
way the
yeehaw.
Helo,
What did I don't
the
even
Helos will give
remember.
a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts.
No, Reed is the last one out of the capsule, Les. A few moments later.
Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams.
It's the whiskey. No,
Clouds have dissipated for a clear view
I've been streaming since
from the
last
bow
Wednesday.
of the recovery ship here.
That might have something to do with it. A few weeks later. Commander leaving last. So the egress order is Christina, then Victor, then Jeremy, then Reed. That's just the order of the seats that are closest to the hatch. Reed's seat is furthest from the hatch. Looks like they rigid inflatable 2 up there has the porch, and the Navy divers are getting ready to inflate the stabilizer ring.
You about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago.
Beard, it's damn nice to
they
see
have
this
to
again,
first-
dude. It feels, guys, now that they're down, I was going to say this. I didn't want to say it during the mission, but it came up a couple of times. This feels like we're righting the ship, so to speak. And I love the space shuttle. I love that thing, but this feels like righting the ship. Beard, you're absolutely right. It's good to see this again. This feels right. You know what I mean? Maybe there was a time a little while ago where I would have said like, oh, SLS is not reusable and that sucks or something like that. No. I'm good, dude. I want 100 more of those things. You could spend as many of those as you want. I don't really care. I want more of this. I don't care if the capsule's the only thing that comes back. That doesn't bother me. Because when you get down to it and when you get down to seeing the mission, you see that going to the moon, sending somebody all the way out there, at least for now, while we're relearning how to do it, that's useful. It's a useful thing. So, you know, in the same way that the Saturn V's, you know, went on to Valhalla, right? You know, trading an SLS core for what you see on the screen. I'm good with that, man. I'm good with it. I'm fine with it. Because I frankly never knew how this would feel. I've never seen this before. I don't know what it's like. I don't know. I've never seen the rush that it is. I've never felt the rush of a capsule coming back from on a trans-Earth injection trajectory from the moon. I've never seen that. But now that I have that context, one, I see why people would always tell me, like when I went off about the shuttle, they'd be like, "Nah, Apollo's better." I understand now. That makes a lot of sense. I want more of this. We need to do more of this. One of these should be ready to one of these should be teed up and ready to go, and by the summertime, man. Well, we need to do more of this. I see the context now, and you know, I knew Apollo 8 was a ballsy mission, but this now I think I'd like to think that I have some context in that regard. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely insane. Like, you know, as Zero Spacer, I love the space shuttle. I love it. I love that thing because that's what I grew up with. That's the NASA that I know, or that I knew, let's say. But seeing this, oh man, oh no, I like this better. Helicopter.
When like there are flight operations happening.
It looks like they got stabilizer out, porch is out, so we should be seeing crew egress here momentarily. I know, Jack. It's pretty impressive, dude. The porch is constructed. We are donning the porch. Did you get my tip? Briggsy, I have the alerts disabled right now. But what did you do? You proposed to your girlfriend right on touchdown as we are big NASA fans. We love watching the streams and we thank you for being amazing. And guess what? She said yes. Oh, congratulations, man. Nice, Briggsy. Congratulations to you from everyone here at the Eric Johnson Space Administration. We say congratulations. That's great, dude. That was a good time. Good time to do that. Good for you.
It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so.
Congratulations, man. It's a day. It's just a day of W's, dude. Day of winning. Like I said, guys, you can see the Navy divers walking around Orion right there. It gives you a good idea how big the capsule actually is. That's a pretty hefty piece of equipment right there. Once again, for a vehicle that goes out and looks around the moon, it's pretty good, dude.
And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see
Briggsy,
a much
YouTube
larger
chat says congrats
area.
too. Winning. Tiger blood. Winning.
And so once the crew get out
it's
of
an older
Orion,
mean blue, but it checks out.
they can stretch their legs a little bit.
Time to get the next bottle. You're falling behind.
Get some fresh air.
No.
And enjoy this.
I wonder what Buzz is thinking.
Beautiful day here.
I hope he
on their home planet.
Wherever he is, whatever he's doing, I hope he appreciates this.
It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar.
Yeah, Bob, it's a little bit different, right?
And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion.
Dude, I have like 30 messages. Cheers. It's also my sister's birthday today, so happy birthday. This one is for you. My cat's birthday.
All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally.
Yeah, she's watching right now.
Meaning as expected.
God damn it, Jason, really? You come out of the woodwork, dude? What the hell? What?
Again, all this activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew.
Shoot, I'll put the alert back on. That's fine.
And then they'll be
Thanks,
back here on
guys.
the
Thank
ship.
you for all the support. All right, do we got egress? Should be pulling them out now.
Okay.
Chain Gun, you were 3 months
Saw a
old during
thumbs up
Apollo 17 to experience this latest moon mission live
from
on
one
the
of the
channel. It's been
personnel on the
awesome.
front porch.
Hell yeah, Bob.
It looks like
Appreciate
they are
you, man.
now getting ready to
Here we go. Christina coming out.
deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready.
It's just Navy divers, Tip.
This is space. I'm in space.
It's the medical dog. They sent the medical guys in there. Imagine how smart you have to be a Navy diver medic. Like, you just, yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure those people are pretty smart. You know what I mean? Yeah, Farron. Yeah, we've learned a little bit. Yeah. Tori Bruno congratulated on X and wrote that his daughter had worked on Orion. All right. That's cool. They are everywhere. That's right. Can I buy a front porch from Home Depot? It's the Navy's, Grabby. It's probably not. It's probably expensive, whatever it is. Loving the suit and tie. Keep up the great work. Really happy
This is
for
Mission
you.
Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the
Show us! Show us, Rob!
Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says, "Welcome home, Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth."
awesome.
all of
Zoom the
that
camera out.
jubilation,
Come on.
Part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
Why don't they just crane the capsule up like dragons? This is the way we did it during Apollo, so they're just going to keep doing, they just do what works, dude. Yeah, Crow, you're probably right. This little maneuver cost us 53 years. NASA, probably. Well. I want to see them celebrating, man. I want to see Rick throwing a kegger in there. Let's go. Rob, come on. Is it 21st century?
Once again here in Mission Control.
Yeah!
Of the Artemis Flight Control Room.
Thanks,
known
guys.
As the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room.
Rob is the only
and
guy
now
sitting at
is
desk.
the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to
Rick's
share
over there.
in the jubilation.
Amit's there.
Following the success.
Amit Shrathia's there. He's the second in charge at NASA. You know why he was invited in there? Because Amit was a flight director for a long time. He was a flight director for the ISS.
And ultimately, they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of Flight Dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego.
Orion's good. We like Orion. We should have more of these. We should make more of them. We need more of these. We need more Orions. Yeah. Isn't there a playbook for how Apollo was successful? What do you mean? Yeah. I've decided
And the
Orion's
initial,
a monster.
You can hear it.
There we go.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of Integrity.
Hey, Christina's standing upright. All right, let's go. Yeah, Lockheed don't miss, baby. Lockheed don't miss. That capsule is great. What a machine.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted.
So anybody that's wearing orange, there we go. There's Victor. Victor's out. Christina's out. She's sitting on the raft.
We now have two crew members out.
It's my boat. They have Dramamine? I'm pretty sure Victor and Reed don't care. They're Navy aviators. They don't care. Christina, though, I hope so. Maybe. I don't know.
Two
Christina,
crew
Jeremy.
members out, two to
Can't
go.
say. Yeah, John, I'll look, guys, you're linking videos, you look at this, like, I don't care. We'll look up that stuff later, dude. I'm not just, I don't care, dude.
We're
Look on the
about
screen,
1 hour
bro.
from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
That's right, Rochelle. We're just enjoying a moment. Seahawk. There we go. There's Jeremy. Jeremy is out of integrity.
Crew member number 3 now out.
It's actually a Nighthawk. It's a Night Sea
And
black.
now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship. Bobbing in the Pacific under almost ideal conditions. Integrity spanned 694,000 miles.
Absolutely, Paul.
During its journey from launch to splashdown.
It's been an honor and a pleasure, guys. This is amazing. I love how the Navy divers are just placing them on the here. You just go over here. Just you stay there. Are the orange suits able to hook up directly to the hoist under the helo? Yes, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they are, Tip. I'm pretty sure they have a hoist mechanism on it. Non-stop coverage. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. This is fantastic.
And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of integrity.
Reed's out. Commander's last off the ship. Yeah. What a freaking W this is! Hell yeah! This is great! Oh, I can't get enough of this!
Once again, all 4 crew members.
That's
now
what I'm
on the
talking
front
about,
porch.
baby.
And the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly.
Party! Yeah, okay. I'll fix the tie next time. Don't worry. Four crew out of the capsule, baby. Oh, this is mint. That's a lot of flight directors, man. Mint. Thanks, Mark. Part 24 will be sleep on the couch. You ain't kidding, dude. Well, we're not done. Crew ain't on the ship yet.
This is Space.
Dark guy.
I'm in space.
Thanks, man. Look at that. 4 crew out of the capsule. Does he need his passport? No, I think he's good. Yeah, we got to get that next rocket lined up, dudes.
This is Mission Control Houston. The mission is over, but the melody lingers on as jubilation continues here in the flight control room. We should be expecting NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
I'm so happy that heat shield worked. That was bugging me, but now we're good, man. We're good. Yeah, Jendo, I had my reservations, but we're good, dude. It performed. I mean, I would like to see that heat shield, but we're good. Imagine all 4 get up and rush in the capsule. Right. That's right, Jeff. Why do all these people not wear GoPros for up close footage? I don't know. Oh my God, Zombies, thanks for the ride. It's pretty fun, isn't it? Space missions rule. There's nothing cooler, dude. It's such a fun ride. It's so fun to keep up with the missions. Something's floating over there. I think that's one of the buoys for the shoots. Nighthawk, you're the man. Thanks for everything. Time for some R&R soon. Well deserved. Mad respect. Yeah, thanks, guys. That I wasn't sure what I was getting into when I said I would stream the whole mission, but I think it's safe to say that over the past 10 days has been some of the best streaming I've ever done. This is... Thanks, guys. Gonna do it for Artemis 4? Oh, yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. A number of flight controllers basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission.
Thanks,
that
guys.
Carried 4 astronauts
take a break.
Around the moon.
Probably take the weekend off.
And the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago. After
this is Space.
I'm
in space.
Descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. It's 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft.
Please thank Brimo
We're
for being
expecting
awesome.
Ahmed Shatria, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship.
Go at throttle up.
Jared, thanks, man. Thank you for all the support, guys. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we'll be back for Artemis 3 and 4 and 5. I'd say this is...
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Hey, Sarah. Thank you. Congrats on the new viewer record again. I wasn't even paying attention, dude.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
I was locked into that damn capsule. You did great. Thanks, Amber. Do you do any edited videos? Yeah, we're working on some stuff. I'm pretty new to your channel. I'd love to see highlights. Yeah, we're gonna cut up. Gonna try to do a highlight reel, the best moments of the mission. Somebody gifted out 5. Bits are going crazy. Thanks, guys. Bleaks, it's been an honor for the whole mission. Absolutely. Someone who's been here from stakeout to now, I'm honored to be here with you. Thanks, Outdoorsman. I appreciate you. Appreciate you guys. I watched for 10 days. Isn't it sick? Thank you so much for the coverage. Grateful you created a community of space nerds. Miko, you were in the right place, dude. This is what we do, helicopter.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What a journey. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and your passion.
Absolutely. Thank you, mate. It's been wonderful. My pleasure, London. Pleasure's all on this side of the stream, guys. You know good and well that if I was in this to make money, I wouldn't, I mean, you guys take very good care of me. I appreciate all of you. And if I could thank everybody here, I would.
This is Mission Control Houston.
But you don't stream for 10 days straight, right? Because you want to make cash. I stream 10 days straight because I love space, and that's why I do this. And I want to show people how cool it is. And it is humbling as hell to know that there's fans out there that are just as gung-ho about this as me. It makes me real happy. It also is really good affirmation that I'm not going insane. So,
Run with Jubilant folks in the Mission Control Houston, as well as engineering, and
they
folks that just want to be here, part
and
of
well
it,
done
as we
on
watch
smashing it, covering the whole
our
mission.
crew get extracted
Bring
from the
on
vehicle.
Artemis
And
3.
my thought is always
Let's
about these teams. The team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out. The team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. We still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so we're hopefully that won't be too long.
does.
I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Mirtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles, that held together tonight, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through. And they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You're damn right, Amit. You are damn right they did.
And in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated.
Thanks, Colin.
Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we're in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most, and every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states, they came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. We do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA has given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis 2, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world, scientists and engineers and artists that have been inspired by this. And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they should come work in the program, because Lord knows we need the help, but even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize they can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
We can do anything.
And one final question. Flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design of this mission and the precision, the pinpoint precision of this vehicle entering that entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved. That when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. And it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last few weeks about, we did this before 53 years ago, and
Feathers down.
I think, it is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's
cool.
gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun, Mueller, what they really, really wanted to do, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live and work in space for a long time.
Yep.
They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right? So we recognized during Apollo that reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and we spent a lot of money on these machines here, even though, but we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called the Space Shuttle, and then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 25 years how to live and work in space, and have been able to develop technologies that can enable exploration. So really, what I think is now, 53 years later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been pleased that we're now ready to actually go back to the moon and go back to stay, because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased
Freaking
here
love
tonight,
Amit.
and
That guy's the
we
best.
really thank you for joining us, Amit. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's assistant.
Think that guy knows what he's talking about? Amit knows what's freaking good, dude. He's the second in charge at NASA, and you know good and well from what he just said that he's a space nutcase. Nobody would go around referencing Apollo systems engineering architecture, as their impetus for doing what they're doing now. Dude, only a space nut would say something like that. That's like something I would say. Not that I'm comparable. I'm just a Twitch streamer. But yep, there we go. One astronaut up.
This is Mission Control Houston, with the crew members now beginning to be hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters. Let's go to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, who will take it from here.
Let's not watch this cool thing that's going on. Yeah. Because helicopter.
Hey, Rob, yeah, back on the bow of the ship here, we are seeing the helicopters circling Orion.
Oh, this is cool,
the
man.
First one there, having just completed picking up the first astronaut.
We need you to jump out of this helicopter and go hug an astronaut until you get back in.
Hovering just 40 feet.
Sure. All right, I'll do that.
Above the front porch, lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there.
Yes, sir. Say less, sir. I got this.
The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach.
Yeah, that guy greased that hover. You see that?
Device.
The other guy kind of went, woohoo,
Look at the power of those blades throwing water out at the center there. The front porch with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialist.
Power of those blades. I know. I saw the space station stuff, guys. I just want to watch this. Okay. There we go.
And here we go. Second astronaut now off the front
porch,
getting hoisted.
That looks like fun. I want to do that.
Helicopter.
That looks like fun. I'd have fun doing that. I'd be like,
That helicopter will now hover just a distance away to give room for the first helicopter to come back and pick up the 3rd astronaut.
All right, let's see if this guy overshoots again. He overshot the first egress.
As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around.
Come on, buddy.
Just want to mention that the President of the United States called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA
what are you doing?
on this history-making moment tonight. Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch.
Yeah, look at those blades.
We will soon see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch.
It's powerful.
Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water.
Blades.
But again, the recovery team determined that a helicopter flight back to the ship here
there we go.
would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon. 3rd astronaut in the air.
Dude, we like
getting hoisted quickly back
into
the first helicopter now.
When I first saw Amit in a press conference when he got to the deputy administrator position, I was like, I wasn't sure. But the more I hear Amit Kshatriya talk, nope, he's the real deal, dude. That guy's the real deal. And now every time I hear him talk, I gain much more respect for that dude.
The flight deck.
He's cool, man. He's the right guy for the job.
And now the only person left on the front porch, Commander Reed Wiseman.
He's the real deal, man.
That second helicopter now making its way back over to the front porch.
Yeah, Sorodin, we're good, man. Sorodin, we're good, dude. All right,
here it comes.
Number 4. You know, Rob handed it over to Megan Cruz because Rob Navius is probably partying with those flight controllers. There we go.
Making its final approach here.
Who's the last one? Is it Reed? I can't tell. Yeah, that's Reed. Oh man, that looks like fun. Oh, I would enjoy the hell out of that. And look, is that Christina in the window? Somebody's wearing orange in there. Oh, that looks like fun, man. I would do that.
Commander Reed Wiseman. Now off the front porch and almost.
Is it Zeno? That looks like fun. I'd do that.
Helicopter.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Both now on
Anybody
their way
want to let me do that? I'd do it. That would be sick. That looks like fun. Yeah, Jim. It looks like fun, dude. I'd be like, you know, out the side. Here we go. I don't know, Gore-Tex. Oh, dude, the tilt.
To see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck.
Please tell me this they keep on this camera to see this thing
people
land on the Mirtha.
On this ship. Excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard.
I'm too old, McGillicuddy. Too old, bud. Oh, that is badass, dude. You know,
watching them now with our own eyes.
I see a lot of people asking, like, oh, why they fly away in the helicopter? Why not just? That's why. You see this picture, man?
The flight deck, which is just across from us, here on the bow.
Yeah, Zeno. Cool. Oh, this is badass, dude.
The first helicopter.
This is sick. Look at this. Slew that thing right in there. Let's go. Oh, that's skills right there. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. On the line. Come on. Come on. Come on. And
wheels down.
Oh, very nice.
Wheels down of the first helicopter.
Very nice.
Carrying 2 of our Artemis 2 crew.
That was very
Pilot
nice.
Victor Glover,
he's right on the center line. That's perfect.
Mission specialist Christina Cook.
Mint. Ding ding. There you go.
Kilo 1 on deck.
They rang the bell, John. Did you hear that?
Again, the mission audio loops.
Ring the bell. That's cool, dude.
Here to communicate with
let's freaking go.
And an announcement just made on the ship. Integrity incoming. 2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew, the other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our imagery and aerial teams for giving us these beautiful views
Dude,
of history.
I will tell you this. And I'm not just trying to blow smoke up the Navy pilots and stuff. Dude, a ship that's underway, not easy to land a helicopter on, especially if there's wind. That's not an easy thing to do. But also, that guy just greased that damn landing. That was perfect. Like, it don't get better than that. Dude, look at some golden hour stuff. Oh, it's sick. It's just badass, man.
Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out.
It's freaking sick. Oh my gosh, I'm nerding the frick out. That's awesome. Yeah, imagine landing a plane. Dude, no. Freaking mad respect. That's not easy. That is not easy to do. All right, 42, bring her in. Bring her in. You got this, homie. Dude, this is great. Look at that.
Flying here by the Navy. As we are seconds away.
Like I said, the ship's moving, dude. You're landing a helicopter on a moving target.
There
we go.
We now have all 4 Artemis II crew members on the USS John P. Murtha.
You have a Discord? Yeah, ! Discord in chat. Look at that, dude.
I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water.
That is freaking badass. Oh, this is so cool.
And on this recovery ship with, again, 550 people on board.
Who is John P. Murtha? He was a senator from Pennsylvania.
Ready to welcome them home. But first, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew...
So once again, crew from the Artemis II mission, the first mission to go out to the moon since 1972, is on the recovery vessel. Now, all right, glossary of terms here. You guys see a bunch of people with different shirts, all right? Blue are the plane handlers, okay? Purple, they're called grapes. That's fuel. Those are the guys that handle the fuel. Green shirts are for arresting gear and personnel. They're the catapulter and resting gear personnel. You're not going to see much green here. Yellow are the aircraft directors. Red are ordnance. Red are the ordnance guys. Brown is the air wing plane captains, and then white are the quality control folks. That's all the people on a flight deck on an American ship. So if you wonder why everybody has different shirts, they all have a different task. Now, why do they wear different shirts? Because the carrier is a very loud carrier. A flight deck, even on the Murtha, on a ship like this, it's a helicopter carrier technically. It gets really, really loud. There's a bunch of helicopters floating around. You can't really talk to anybody, so it pays to be able to see what color shirt somebody is so you know who it is. Oh, that's sick. That is so damn cool.
Very limited personnel here on the flight deck.
Restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
As that third helicopter touches down.
Yeah, baby. Flight 71, yeah, I know, right? Dude, the fourth helicopter was butter. That blending was butter.
The ship is at flight quarters. Stand clear of weather decks, ACO frame 095. Burn no cover stop side. Thrown articles over the side. Hold all trash and garbage on station. Flight quarters.
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see in some of our views a very packed crowd overhead.
Yeah, sounds like Megan.
Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system.
Megan must have set up shop next to one of the speakers on the bow of the ship.
So that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay.
Armex, Navy does some cool stuff, man. I always said the Navy has the best toys. Just saying. Those speakers are loud. Well, yeah, dude, you got to be able to hear it.
Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m.
That was code for clear the hecking well deck.
We are within 2 hours of that.
If you're wondering what the Murtha is a landing platform dock. So LPD is its designation. Its hull number is LPD-26. What this ship does is it's half helicopter carrier, half troop transport. It's designed to carry a Marine Expeditionary Unit and be used for beach assault. So the back half of the ship is an aircraft carrier, well, a helicopter carrier technically. It's not an aircraft carrier. Back half of the ship's a helicopter carrier, like what you see here. And the front half carries a troop complement. But underneath the well deck on these San Antonio class ships, right? Underneath the flight deck is the well deck. Under there, they can put landing craft in. I mean, it would be LCACs or LCACs for short, but we're not doing that today. Down in the well deck, they have Orion. So what they're going to do, they're going to open the well deck and they're going to put the capsule in the well deck. Oh, yep. Shut it down. That'd be pretty cool, Yard. Yeah, this is designed to have the Marines go get funky on a beach somewhere. No, not like that. Yes, like that. Yeah, they could have LCUs or AAVs, yeah. You could have AAVs if you know, your tank is secretly a snail. Oh, he just put the rotor brake on. You see that? See the rotor stop? See the rotor's just... Is the capsule already in? No, the Mirtha is sailing to the capsule right now. It's underway towards the capsule, but it's not, they ain't far, dude. They're gonna get, it's close. It's close to it. So, like, do they go through customs? No, they don't need to do that. They did that as a joke during Apollo. Watch the rotor brakes. Look like they lined them all up. Of course they lined them all up, dude. That's some Navy-tism right there, Bill. You gotta line them all up. What, are you not gonna line them all up? What, are you crazy?
All right,
Bro,
and now here we see pilot Victor...
You got 4 helicopters, like, perfectly symmetrical. The rotors better be freaking lined up, all right? If I'm the skipper on this ship, those rotors better be aligned, all right? I don't give a frick what nobody says. Align the damn things.
Spirits.
Look at Vic.
That familiar
Vic's
smile and laugh from Victor, I can see it
He's
from
just
here.
chilling.
Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way. Just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly.
It's to keep the rotors clear of the side doors. There you
A
go.
photographer taking their pictures. Victor
I'd be
saluting
like, yo, what up?
folks on the flight
I was
deck.
at the moon, you know.
They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them? Because that is what I'm thinking about. Getting the opportunity
what was the
to
pucker
talk
factor
to
during re-entry?
or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to
Look
the
at Vic.
moon.
He's just taking it all in. He's
since
just chilling. He's just like,
1972.
wow, this is pretty neat. Yeah, exactly. Because it's the Navy variant of the UH-60, right? Those blades fold up.
Oh, there we see Christina there, also smiling, finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes. Welcome back. Welcome home.
Amaze. Did you see that?
loudspeaker announcement
No,
on the ship
frickin'
saying,
no.
"Welcome
No
home,
way.
integrity."
No way. Hold up.
Welcome back.
Watch.
Welcome home.
Amaze. Yes!
A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, "Welcome home, integrity."
Nice. We know what that was. That was sick.
Victor in great
I
spirits.
love this crew. This
I
crew
can't see
freaking
who he's
rules,
talking to,
dude.
but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members.
What's on their
Shouting
heads?
from across the flight deck. Congratulations
Helmet.
to
I
one
forget,
another.
guys. What's the name of that helmet? It's the helmet that has like the Picatinny on it, dude. I don't know what it's called. Ops
And
Corps
so now
fast
we
bump.
see some Navy personnel
The fast helmet? Yeah, there you go.
walking up to
I
the
knew- see, I knew
helicopter.
you guys would know.
This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina.
Ruin, what are you saying? The blades are required to be X'd out for securing them down. Ah, there you go. So, Ruin, if you flip the rotor brake, right, on this thing, and I'm saying it like I know where that control is is it up there? I have no idea. Will it lock into the same place every time? Like with the blades crisscrossed, like diagonal like that? Will it interrupt it and like lock it into position? Or do you have to like hit the brake and time it? It locks in that orientation. Right on, dude. Pilot
Now we
controls
see
it. Yep.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. He is on the flight deck, as well as flight surgeon Rick Schuring walking over to Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter, which is carrying Commander Reed Weissman and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. We heard from Rick earlier in the broadcast. Again, he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling, anything bothering them, But again, from
Army
what I'm
pilots
seeing,
don't worry about
they
where
look
the
like they're
blades
in great spirits and feeling pretty good. For folks who
Oh,
just
yeah?
traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon, and now here to the Pacific Ocean. We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor? A hug from Christina?
That's
what
awesome.
a moment that we're getting to experience together.
The families in Houston, their families might be on the ship. I don't know. Is Jared out there?
I'm sure
Yeah,
congratulatory
that's him.
words. You know, we got to
Sorry, I
speak
was
to
reading- I was
the
reading the
administrator
message. That's
live on this
Jared, right?
broadcast as well, and he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy.
Jared's probably
At
like,
what we
dude,
were able
can
to
I go?"
accomplish today.
Jared's
Returning
probably like,
them
yo, send me
home
next.
safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon. And here we go.
Oh, be quiet, man.
We're
He'll hear
seeing
you.
Jeremy walking, waving across the flight deck, now on his way to the medical bay. It's a short walk, less than a minute. Again, that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck for that short walk to medical bay. And now on the flight deck, we see the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle,
No, the ship's turning. Look, the ship.
Rick Shuring switching
Ship turned to
places. He's going
starboard
over
for
to the other
recovery
helicopter.
ops.
Big hugs, big
so
hugs.
The Mirtha's going that way.
From Victor,
It's
Christina.
Turning to starboard.
To Scott. Again, a gorgeous sunset setting the stage for this recovery tonight.
Dude, this is some Top Gun stuff going on right now.
All right. And now here we are, Christina. Making her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be home.
He's awesome. That's so cool.
You can see she's looking up again. Lots of people, just a few levels up.
Dude,
off
they
the
gave
flight
her
deck,
they gave her a Mirtha hat. That's old school.
welcoming her home.
That girl walking all the way up.
Scott holding
That's
the door like a
badass,
gentleman,
man.
but back on his way to the other crew still on the flight deck.
The red is usually ordnance, but I guess they're photographers today. You know, bombs,
So still
camera.
on the flight deck,
It's like the same thing. You just smile and
Victor
wait for the
Glover.
flash or something.
and Reed Weissman. It looks like Victor will be the next one headed to medical bay. More hugs, more hugs.
Right?
He's a hugger.
Works. Angry medic. What are you saying, dude? As a guy that served as an Army flight paramedic, I can confirm hoist work is a lot of fun and can be scary as anything when they go sideways, but I'd do it again. Oh, I'd do it. I'd do it. That looks like fun.
Victor
dude.
applauding
Yeah.
for all the folks on
Boy, Vic.
the ship with him.
That's
to play a
badass,
role
man.
in their safe return today.
That's freaking sick, dude. Vic don't need no help. No, man. Dude, let me put it to you like this. If I was 10 days out there, I came back 10 days, I'd have the people next to me in case I bought it, but I'd try as hard as I'd be like, yo, I'm walking to that damn door. I would muster all of my remaining strength to walk to that stupid door. I'd be like, yo, I'm walking there. I'm not falling. No, I don't need no help. Leave me alone. I'm walking to the door. Where's the door? I'll run over there. But no, I wouldn't run. That would be bad.
Applause from the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as
There's Reed.
on the level just above them, packed with people.
That's
looking
awesome.
good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay.
Colors can be repurposed by the captain. Considering they're in zero ordnance mode, it makes this mission redesign red temporarily. There you go. So, yeah.
There are 4
Smile and wait for the
2
flash,
crew
dude.
members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay.
I can relax. We're good.
Where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency. A more in-depth assessment. When they get to medical bay, they will each have their own nurse.
So the Mirtha turned to
They
starboard.
will be helped out of their suits.
And now they're going. It
And
looks
then
like
again,
looks like the Mirtha's going dead slow right now. Any squids? Can you confirm? Looks dead slow to me. So that tells me they're getting near. They're towing the capsule in.
Beautiful shot of that sunset, illuminating
Jordan,
our flight
they're
deck.
going slow, right? So about feelings. I'm good, dude. I said what I needed to say, dude, when the capsule splashed down. Show the new viewers some of your KSB creations. You know what, King? No.
All right, and now with our astronauts safely on board, I want to welcome on Artemis Recovery Director Lily Villarreal. Lily, I don't know how you must be feeling right now. Ecstatic?
I'm
relieved?
so ecstatic, relieved. Of course, we still have to bring the capsule into the well deck of the ship, but this is a major milestone to have the crew here on the ship and in Med Bay.
Whiskey,
you know,
dude.
our team has been preparing and working really hard, and I'm just so proud of them all. Everything went very well, just as planned. Our teammates in Houston, the flight control team was just amazing. We were able to have great conversations and communications about everything. And I don't know what else to say. I'm just so ecstatic. It's such a wonderful feeling to get to this point. Again, we still have to get the capsule, but this is huge for all of us in landing recovery. And I couldn't do this without my team, and of course the full support of the U.S. military. There's going to be lots of high fives when we get the capsule back in, and I'm so happy that the crew's doing well, Ryan's doing well, and thank you for everybody watching.
Thank
you. Yeah, it was great to watch the crew come back to the ship with you.
You did freaking great.
How were you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy?
You nailed it.
So happy to be home and feeling really good.
The funny thing is that we had video of them from inside the Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats, having a good time, waiting for us to open the hatch. And they opened the hatch, and of course we did the first medical assessment. Everybody was doing very well, and they were just having such a great time with the medical team that was inside the capsule. I think they were all taking selfies with the phones that they have, probably talking about what they saw, and it was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time. And then we put them on the front porch when we were ready to put them on the front porch, and again you could see they were just so ecstatic to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that in the control room of the LFOC.
How remarkable is that? Again, if we think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are in such good spirits?
I mean, this is an amazing crew.
All right, EJSA chat. This is EJSA control. The astronauts are in med bay, so probably getting out of their suits now. So we are go for step 155, suit doffing.
And pictures that they have that we'll get a hold of now that they're back on the ground. And I can't wait to hear how a little more than what we saw on the press briefings from the crew about what they saw. It's just fantastic. Some of my favorite people around this 10 days was the science team and how excited they were. And so this is exactly how we feel in the landing recovery team when the science team went, oh my goodness, when they heard all the the discussions about the moon. This is exactly how we feel now in the landing recovery team. We're so ecstatic.
Yeah.
Again, we have to recover the capsule. I want to make sure we don't forget about our Orion.
Lily's all about business. She's thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we have been along for the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my family took me to the visitor center, and that's when I learned about Apollo. And we went to the moon, and I learned about astronauts, and that story was what really fueled me to want to do STEM and want to be an astronaut. And I think that this Artemis program is going to do exactly what what girls, my age back then is 7, young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA, if I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program is just going to inspire everybody. And I'm so happy about that.
Yeah.
Like Apollo inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here. As you said, still a lot of work to do, 5 to 6 more hours to recover Orion that's still out in the water. So I'll let you get back to it. But you had beautiful words to say again. We hope that this inspires people. We hope that you come and join us at NASA and accomplish great things with us in the future. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Megan, and safe sailing out there in the Pacific. Here in Mission Control, it is now all quiet. The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy the aftermath of a textbook touchdown by Integrity at Splashdown in the Pacific, right on target to complete this historic flyby of the moon, the Artemis 2 mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-Splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 p.m. Eastern Time, where managers will discuss the return of the Integrity spacecraft and the completion of the Artemis 2 mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for this evening and historic mission in the history books. This is Mission Control Houston. Main chute deploy.
Oh, they're not going to put the capsule
And
in?
we have 3 good main chutes.
That's lame.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy Splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Hey, Aaron, thank you for your service, man. Hell yeah. That's cool, man. So, well, I was hoping we would see the Mirtha pick up the capsule, but I guess not. There's a presser in 15 minutes. Oh, we're watching that. Oh, we're watching that. Hell yeah, we're watching that. Nice. Excellent. Oh, man. We got to watch a press conference, dude. You're my new favorite streamer, man. Oh, thanks, guys. I'm glad you guys like this. I do space news throughout the week on Twitch here where we talk about what's going on in the space program. So if you want updates for the Artemis 3 stack and how they're going to put it together, I will give you the updates as soon as I learn something.
This is
Good
space.
fella.
I'm in space.
And I don't just do that. We cover SpaceX. I cover Starship launches, every launch, usually. I mean, there's a Starlink going off during the press conference. So I kind of want to watch the press conference over the Starlink. But yeah, dudes, that's what I'm talking about. What is that? Did we get... Master Snaku, dude, that's an 1,100 viewer raid. I was wondering what was going on. Oh, man. Hey, did you guys enjoy the coverage? Hopefully Snake could translate most of it. Guys, so I had Master Snake who he was restreaming me and translating it into French, which is pretty cool. Coverage was insane. Thanks for that. Absolutely.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Thank you.
Thanks once again for stellar commentary and all your hard work and dedication to bring this mission to people all around the world.
My pleasure.
Discovery.
Whoa, dude. Whoa. No. No. You didn't. Oh, God. You didn't need to do that.
This is space. I'm in space.
What the hell, man? Merci beaucoup.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Oh. Dude, that's I can't even read the chat. There's so much going on over there. Oh my goodness. All right, ARJ, you're gonna head to bed. Pat, good night.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What's up? What?
Artemis 2 has landed. They splashed down into the only reliable lavatory on this mission, the Ocean Kappa. Congratulations, EJ, and congratulations to the team. You both worked hard over the last 10 days. Chaos.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Holy shit, dude. Dude, Foxman, what the hell, man? You gotta be kidding me. What is this?
Discovery.
What is this?
Go and throttle up.
What are you doing? Stop. We're good. Like, it's good. All right, fine, whatever. Go off, dude. I don't know.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Man. YouTube chat, the Twitch chat is going bananas. We just got raided by another streamer that was restreaming me and translating it into French. But yeah, Snake. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. Merci beaucoup. Excellent. C'est magnifique. That's awesome, dude. What's next after this? We got to watch the post-flight press conference, dude.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Your French is good? Yeah, that's about as much French as I can speak, dude. Holy shnikes. Oh my goodness. What is happening? I gotta sleep. Screw sleep, man. We just went to the moon. We just went to the moon and we came back, baby. Whoa! That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I love this shit. This is great.
This is space. I'm in space.
Dude, I want to do this tomorrow. Let's go. Let's launch again. Let's do it. This is great.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Do you know in how many years the next mission is? 2027 for Artemis 3. Am I going? No. I don't know.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
A small thank you from all of us who grew up watching you and because of you now work in the spaceflight industry. Ad Astra.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Drew, I don't know. We might need to do another one. I didn't think this VOD would go this long. We'll play it by ear throughout the presser. Painless, thanks for the 10 pounds. Dude, it's going off in both chats. I can't keep up with this, man. Thank you so much, everybody. I am so happy. I am relieved. We're good. The mission's good. They just got to fish the capsule out. We are good, dude. This is freaking sick. Oh my goodness. Isn't space freaking cool? Doesn't it? This is awesome. This is so good. It's so good. Oh, it's just, I'm getting like emotional about it, man. It's badass. I could do this every day. Oh, God, this rules, dude. Oh, it's so fucking good. I can't get enough of it, man. Oh,
this is space.
Cool, your
I'm
jets.
in space.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. I have people in my life that think this is boring. Whatever, dude.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Primo?
I know it doesn't make sense for me to do this, but I just want all of chat to hear how proud of you I am. It's been wonderful over the past week to watch you share your enthusiasm. I love you to the moon and back, BB.
Oh, this is space.
Likewise.
I'm in space.
Likewise, sweetheart. I love you to the moon and back, but you're my whole world, baby.
Griffin, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
From a former U.S. Navy corpsman and CM of KSP-1, thank you for the last 13 years of science, education, and hope. Ad astra per aspera, my friend. Never stop, you absolute rock star.
Oh, I ain't stopping. We're not stopping at the moon. No, we're not stopping at the moon. Write this down. M-A-R-S. Mars, bitches. Red rocks. Yeah! The moon. Yes, I said it. The moon. Program, thank you for the 20. Collins.
This is space. I'm in space.
Thanks for the $2 super chat, man. I appreciate all of you guys. Red Flintstone gifted out 5. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I feel like I can take on the freaking world. Freaking, let's send people to Saturn. What's at Saturn? Don't care. Let's send people there. Let's do it. Jupiter too. Let's go. Let's freaking go, baby. Let's go. Let's go to Uranus. I don't know what's there. I don't give a frick. Let's send people there. I don't give a frick. No. Sorry, it's getting a little rowdy. You can even send people to your mom. She has more gravitational pull than anything. It'll be great. It'll be great for science. We can, we can send people to Pluto to prove that it's a planet.
Thank you, Bremo, for letting us have your man for the 10 days. You're amazing.
Foxmac, dude, you already gifted 50. You don't need to do that again. Holy shit.
The Eagle has landed.
Chet, it has been an incredible journey. Thousands of you have been with us since launch, and you guys have been amazing. On behalf of the entire mod team, thank you for being here and being awesome.
Shout out to the mods.
Give EJ a follow.
No.
We will be there for the next 107.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
You guys did great. You guys did great. Thanks for keeping this piss boat on an even keel. I was geeking out about rockets. I appreciate it a lot. Freaking common mods. W. Press conference is starting. Lumpy, 5 Canadian. Thank you for bringing this to my family. 50 years from now, they'll remember this, and thank you. This means so much. Yeah, generational win. That's what it's about, bro. It's like what Amit was saying and what Jared says. We want kids dressing up as astronauts for Halloween. I want to see kids in orange jumpsuits rolling around in Halloween. Dressed as, little girls dressed like Christina Cook and little boys dressed like Reed, Victor, and Jeremy. That's what we need.
This has been a fantastic week. Thanks to you. You are much appreciated. Are you still going to have that space beer?
I don't know if I should drink that, dude. Maybe we should save that for walking on the moon. Save that for walking on the moon. What about some victory push-ups? The press conference has started. Snarfer with $100. Holy sh... Come on, dudes. Oh my God. I'm good. I'm good. Dude, you covered my freaking mortgage for the next 3 months. Jeez, man. We're good, dudes. Holy crap. I love this. I love space. I love this stream. I love every one of you guys. This is awesome. This is so good. It's so cool. This feels...
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Might you have the energy to stay live long enough to play Kennedy's Rice University speech after the presser? Amazing coverage.
I'll see what I can do.
This is space. I'm in space.
I'll see what I can do. No, not you, King. But, yeah. Colin, thanks for the $2 super chat. All right, guys, we got the press conference. We got the post-flight press conference, baby. Let's do this. You know what? Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just roll. AJ, I know the others have said it. Your perspective stream is such an awesome experience. Thanks, Roy. Thanks, man. Thanks, everybody. It'd be awesome to hear that speech. We'll play it at the end, dude. We'll play it after the presser. Okay? We'll do it after the press conference. Yeah, Web dude, I'll update the back with some SLS footage. Don't you worry. The big orange deserves it, dude. Love you for doing this. It helps us learn. My pleasure, dude. I'm just doing what I love, and I am so blessed to be in the position that I am, dude. Like, thank you. You can be damn sure when NASA's teed up another mission, I will be here. And I will do the whole thing. Absolutely. I see it, Yoshi. I see the YouTube time over there. Yeah, you know what, dude? While this presser's loading up, we should probably jog the YouTube VOD. So YouTube, guys, you're gonna see a quick loss of signal here. Okay? I'm gonna bring you guys up on the title screen. I ain't going everywhere. The press conference starts real soon here. But yeah, I'm just going to jog the YouTube VOD. So stand by for loss of signal for about 15-30 seconds, okay?